man. A man with an ass. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man who had a burst on May 1st. Why? Because he had a thirst. He stroked his dong until it burst. The camera was on. It was on the whole time, so everyone saw him stroke it from behind. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Support his family. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Please tip him for those groceries. Philip Burnell, he thinks you want to know about his day off, but you really don't. But he's Phil. He gets a thrill out of stroking his little Phil. Until he shoots a load that will spill on his DualShock 4. Oh no, he's Phil. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Delusions of grandeur, yeah. Philip Burnell is a man on Twitter. Pulsating chicken sandwiches are unsatisfactory to this man, even though he ate crappier stuff on his show. Oh no, he's Phil. Undercooked pizza, that's his thrill, but don't put too much sour cream on his sandwich. I meant honey mustard because he's Phil. He had a thrill. He didn't like his sandwich because the cheese did spill, but that wasn't cheese, it was honey mustard. Lay a turd out of his butthole. I don't know what that means. Suck a turd out of his butthole. And now he's gonna masturbate, but he can't because it's not May 1st. No thirst. Philip Burnell is a man.
Hello everyone.
Philip Burnell
Welcome
is a man.
to the Burnell is a man stream.
Man with an ass. Don't you dare say he's playing
We got a rolling start today. A rare rolling start.
He once scored in a tournament.
I'm actually not ready yet though. I gotta see if this stream look right and actually get something to drink. I'm dying, dude. Of course, I just finished watching the Game Awards, and wow, was it a great show. I learned so much. I laughed, I cried. I laughed, I cried, I came. It was wonderful.
Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man who had COVID and bitched about it for weeks, baby. Skip, dip, flip, dip. Oh, the camera's on.
Yeah, I think this is working.
The camera was on the whole time. It's time to talk about a man. A man.
The links in the description work. We got the documentary linked.
Philip Burnell is a man.
We got the pinned message. Wonderful.
Philip Burnell is a man.
Okay, we're gonna get some drink. Don't have too much fun with this song.
Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man.
But yeah, if you couldn't tell by the title, I will be watching the Turkey Tom DSP style documentary. How much? However much I can maneuver through today, while also giving amazing and robust lore-filled commentary.
With an ass. Support his family.
I have nothing pre-prepared, by the way.
Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Please tip him for those groceries. Philip Burnell, he thinks you want to know about his day off, but you really don't. But he's Phil. He gets a thrill out of stroking his little Phil. Until he shoots a load that will spill on his DualShock 4. Oh no, he's Phil. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Delusions of grandeur, yeah. Philip Burnell is a man on Twitter. Pulsating chicken sandwiches are unsatisfactory to this man, even though he ate crappier stuff on his show. Oh no, he's Phil. Undercooked pizza, that's his thrill, but don't put too much sour cream on his sandwich. I meant honey mustard because he's Phil. He had a thrill. He didn't like his sandwich because the cheese did spill, but that wasn't cheese, it was honey mustard. Lay a turd out of his butthole. I don't know what that means. Suck a turd out of his butthole. And now he's gonna masturbate, but he can't cause it's not May 1st, no thirst. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Don't you dare say he's playing uneasy. He has gamer skills. He once scored in a tournament. He placed fourth, but in America, he was first. But that makes no sense. He wasn't playing against all of America, but he did have a burst on May 1st where he stroked his dong until it burst. Oh, Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man who had COVID and bitched about it for weeks, baby. Skip, dip, flip, dip. Oh, the camera's on. The camera was on the whole time.
Something, brother.
Snort, snort, snort.
Code drip.
Snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go.
All right, I'm gonna officially say this. All right, because people keep bringing it up, and I keep timing them out, and they're not listening. Apparently, a new documentary was just made about me by someone named Turkey Tom. I know nothing about Turkey Tom. I can't say anything positive or negative about them. And I'm sure maybe they'll want to hear what do I think about their documentary. I'm not gonna watch it. Right now, anyway. I'm busy. I'm super busy with my gaming season, with all my normal regular shit. I've been purposefully staying away from drama this year on purpose to keep my viewing audience away from it. Okay? So I want to say this up front. I've not seen the documentary. I know nothing about it. I don't care. All right? This is not a slight against this person, Turkey Tom or not. I don't know who they are. And I don't want them to think that, like, oh, I'm talking shit about their documentary because I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know how valid it is. That's disgusting. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know how valid it is. That's disgusting. I'm sorry about that. I have no plans on watching it right now. Okay? So, it's that simple. You know, I'm not going to watch it. Maybe I will watch it in the future. But right now, I'm just going to relax and enjoy games and do my thing. I'm too busy to care about drama right now. And I made a commitment to my audience this year.
I wish I
I
could
would
shut
stay
down
out of
whatever.
drama. I'm staying out of drama. All right. In the future, maybe I will watch it and react to it. Maybe it'll be something to do. Some people would like to see that on my React channel. I have zero plans on doing that. Okay. So there you go. It's that simple. Of course, what will happen is I'm sure, if it's someone who I don't know about, the entire thing will likely be all about.
Why every DSP ran about how he don't care about stuff seem to always sound the same. I remember when he didn't care about people restreaming him, and then it became illegal, and now he don't care again.
It's probably what it'll be. Reiteration of what the haters say and what the negative shit said. That's always my assumption when it comes to one of these documentaries. So what's the point, right? What's the point of of caring about it? So there you go.
So there you go. Let me guess, he wasn't done yet.
I will just say this, all right? There's one thing you always have to understand about people who do these YouTube documentaries.
Big ups, Cosmic
right?
Corsair. You did
Not
the perfect time.
once.
The stream just
Not
started.
Once.
Like
has one of these YouTube
10 minutes ago.
documentarians contacted me. Not once. Not once have they said, hey, we'd like your input because we're doing a documentary about you. We'd like to ask you questions.
Depending on who you talk to, making a documentary on a guy and talking to the guy before you make it will make the documentary more or less meaningful, as DSP would say.
Who you're doing the documentary on? Is it really a documentary? Right?
Right?
You're not even going to try to attempt to get any information from them whatsoever, right? Zero. Like,
yeah, isn't he talking to June the King? I was gonna say that. Like, he talked to him, but is he giving him information?
People who want to do these documentaries, but
see, that's the difference. Mr. Semantic,
right?
I can't talk now. I'm nervous, dude. I haven't streamed on YouTube in forever. Mr. Semantic will tell you that.
Don't you think? You know? But
because I'm pretty sure he said that June the King
the real question
isn't working with him on it, but he did talk to him about it behind the scenes.
Talk about all the positive stuff about how I used to be one of the prominent YouTubers.
He used to be.
This is how you don't play. That people actually loved me, right? Will it actually focus on the fact that there's this insane obsession with lolcow culture, and that they have tried to destroy me at every turn for 15 years, and yet I'm still here, and I'm still making a living, and I still have a positive following.
Exactly how positive would it used to be segment be. Oh, Philip Burnell used to be popular.
Changes that I made in the last
so positive.
To change from stop being that toxic.
And he's interactive now.
And instead be more interactive.
He said goodnight to Derek every day.
Put out quality content. How I've rejected.
And other people he talked to, he eventually called them all sucks, like Willow.
Drama content creators.
This dude said goodnight to Willow and answered Willow's question for like a fucking year. And then he banned this person and said they were a sock.
Or
why are you talking to him?
Will it be? Oh, look, it's exactly the same.
Good night, Derek. See you later, Derek. All right, Derek. Okay, Derek. You're stepping out? All right, Derek.
Every topic everyone already knows about.
You're leaving, Derek? Okay.
Regurgitate. Right?
Right.
I hate to say it, but
I hate to say it.
If people are saying it's like a toxic name for the documentary, then you know that's what it is. So of course,
damn, it took a long time to get to that part.
If anyone ever wanted to give me a fair shake, right? That'd be nice, but that's it. That's not what these people are out to do.
A decade of decadence.
Spin it in a way that makes you look bad, so people get the clickbait view, the drama view, right? Because that's what sells. That's exactly what sells on YouTube, is the drama, right?
Right. What's for dinner, Phil?
So, yeah, I'm not going to waste time on it. Like I said, I got too much shit to do. We're in the midst of so many awesome playthroughs, fun stuff, positive stuff to do. I'm not wasting time on toxic shit. Don't have time for it. And like I said, I've already made the mistake earlier this year of trusting the wrong people.
I got a screenshot.
I absolutely did trust.
I got a screenshot that I named "Don't Ask About Dinner." You probably can't see it yet, but I'm looking at some other shit anyway. Let's see.
You were right.
Okay, that worked. All right, look at this. How was dinner? At Street Fighter 6 Blanca says some dude adds them and say how was their dinner. DSP chimes in. Dinner was great. Now, don't ask me about it again for a week. Your meme is old. Street Fighter 6 Blanca. Depression. The absolute state of DSP's chat. The absolute state of DSP's chat.
the wrong people.
I got so
and
many stupid screenshots.
I essentially
Oh, man.
made that mistake.
It's me, Derek.
And I'm not going to bring down my viewers to more drama. So I'm not going to talk about it. But again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. I can't say it's bad, but I also can't say it's good because I'm not going to watch it.
There's more to the story than this, of
so
course.
Stop asking. You don't need to bring it up in the chat. You don't need to ask me.
Like, he was willing to interview Turkey Tom, and he questioned his viewers on if he should do it, but then he said, no, I won't do it. It's dumb.
Okay.
So yeah, just a bunch of absolute bullshit and weird pre-streams.
I got the drip, go. I got the drip, go. I got the drip, go.
Like a faucet.
I got the drip,
It's like a faucet that's dripping. Can't make it stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear? Like, this is what I mean. These dumb kids. This is what it is. It's dumb kids.
I love this music. Me chill. I love topping the button. Topping the fucking button. All right, let's get this show on the road. It's gonna be a great time. Dark's Vidal, a decade of failure.
All right, we got the man.
Man. How fast this video end up going? This might be a bad idea for me. We'll see. I will try to give amazing lore-inspired commentary on like every segment. And how fast till I lose track on one.
All hate.
Like, this kind of segment?
DSP.
Ah, yes. Remember that time DSP hung out with people in real life and was like being super egotistical? And this black dude that's right there was like, yo, DSP, you the king of hate? And he was like, that's right. I'm the king of that hatred against me. I own it, and I become a powerful person.
Phil is proof that you can make a living as a professional gamer, even if you're awful at gaming. But that's far from the only thing he's awful at. From constantly failing to deliver on promises made to his audience, to outright treating them like trash.
So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams.
All while begging them to pay his bills.
Of course, that was about Pokemon
There's
Moon.
going to probably be times where I'm going to have to appeal to you guys again to try to save my butt.
If spitting on a plate you ate from was an Olympic sport,
guys
Phil would
remember
be a
Pokemon
gold
Moon?
medalist, though he would probably sell the gold medal to finance his tax problems and feed his mobile game addiction. This is the 2-decade spanning story of the self-proclaimed king of hate, Dark Side Phil.
DSP should have hated on this. He hated on the name because it's a decade of failure. But the beginning of the video, he's saying nearly 2 decades. Huh? A double dose of decades.
Born on April 6, 1982, Philip Paul Burnell
went
grew
too
up
far
on the
back in time.
outskirts of Bridgeport, Connecticut. Quite opposite
If only
to
we
his
had like
life
baby
after becoming
pictures,
an
like the
online
Cobra
personality. Very
documentaries.
little of his early years have been documented. One of the very few stories that has stood the test of time is that of a young Phil going to a comic book store with his parents and asking them for a rare $25 Wolverine toy for his birthday, claiming that he never asked them for stuff, which,
Extra
given
rare,
the behavior
by the way.
pattern we later come to know as Phil's MO, it's very unlikely this is the case. When they
Let's put
take
the
too long to
stupid
buy
parents
it
clip in
and
the
the store
video.
runs out of stock for that particular
Hopefully.
toy, he berates them, and seeing how amped he still gets when retelling the story, it seems he still resents them for this.
So my birthday came and passed, and guess what? My parents
was
go,
Blanca,
"We're
don't
very
mind
sorry,
him."
Philip, but we couldn't find the action figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic.
Why don't you listen to me? Buy the figure." I said, "I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?"
If we can take his word for it, he graduated from Catholic school, St. Ambrose, in 2000 as the valedictorian of his class before going on to study business at Fairfield University. But before studying business, DSP was already getting busy in the competitive fighting game scene, with a particular interest in Capcom's Street Fighter series. In the 90s, he actually traveled across the United States to attend tournaments. Mind you, this is at a time when gaming was still seen as somewhat of a loser thing to be engaged in, so to be dedicated to it as much as he was pretty rare. However, this dedication didn't manifest in
Factually incorrect? Factually incorrect. It's always, literally forever since the beginning of time, been cool to be a gamer. You fucking buffoon.
Exclusively positive ways. Phil often lost his temper and was a generally toxic player, which turned many of the other attendees of the tournaments he participated in against him.
Now when I go to these tournaments,
And by the way,
I say, hey, guess what? Such and such, I've known you for 10 years, get the fuck off this station because I want to play the game. And usually, when you threaten them like that, they get the fuck up because none of them want to fight. None of them want to step outside and get their ass beat.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
For a while, that was true.
Gamer. As a gamer in general. Yeah, I had this guy, and he was funny. His name was Joe, and he was probably in his early 30s, and I was probably, 13, 14 years old. And he loved to play with Zangief. And I would play him, and sometimes he would win, sometimes I would win. If I beat him bad, he would pick me up. He would physically turn me over to do a tombstone pile driver. And he would say, if you beat me like that again, I'm going to tombstone you on the floor of the arcade. And that's how it was back then. It was like everyone would talk shit. Everyone would get physical. Everyone would dick around with each other. It was kind of like a boys' club, a good old boys' club. You know what I mean? You know, everyone, think about you go to a bar, you're joking around with guys, they're playing pool, they get pissed off at each other. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same atmosphere. And that's what I dealt with. It was almost like Smash Mouth gaming. In a way, it's a lot
Smash Mouth gaming.
Playing online, of course, there's zero real.
He was a teenager, and some dude was being playful, holding him upside down.
Or a lot,
I'm gonna give you a tombstone pile driver if you beat me in Street Fighter.
Well, everything's very relaxed, and you would return. You sit down with your joystick and you play your game. Oh, good game, and that's it. That wasn't. Oh my god, good game. No one just said good game back then. They say fuck you, motherfucker. You fucking beat me, you piece of shit.
Exactly, dude. Exactly, dude.
And like with me,
oh, DJ Bunch.
I was one of the biggest shit
I was the one. Big shit talker. Not when he was 12.
What's worse is that for many years, despite his dedication to the point of toxicity, he consistently lost every single tournament he was in.
How many times do you think DSP got beat up?
That was true. I was
in real life,
biggest shit talker in the Street Fighter community.
Somebody had to have
I would go to tournaments and I would lose.
Something, and we just don't know.
That's embarrassing.
As he tells the story,
and then he cried.
Finally turned around and started winning. It was to the general chagrin of everyone involved, which earned him the title of the King of Hate.
He's so flip-floppy on like fighting people physically at an arcade, man. One day he'll tell you people gonna get their face scraped against the pavement. The other day,
however,
oh, it's all fun and games, man. Nobody ever like hit each other.
Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo was particularly divisive in the fighting game community, with various bugs and technical details that would mar its reputation. The port fell so far short of expectations due to the differences in this particular port.
Fucking Neo Geo conversion or whatever.
High-level players would end up boycotting the event in protest to its use. While they went high, however, Phil went low. On his credit score, to be more specific, in perhaps the earliest manifestation of his ability to handle his finances in anything resembling a mature way, a 23-year-old Phil was living in a 3-bedroom apartment he knew he was going to move out of within half a year. In the meantime, he had no idea how he was going to pay his bills, let alone find and pay for another place to live in. With his only job prospect being an entry-level position at a Best Buy, Phil applied his business diploma to the best of his abilities. Instead of buckling up and being frugal, hoping to scrape by until his conditions improved, he decided to take cash advances on every single one of his credit cards, which ended up being about $3,000, so that he could travel to and attend EVO. This decision mangled him financially so bad that he spent the next 5 years only managing to pay off the interest.
For the ego, maybe.
Was it worth it? Well, he placed not third, not second, not first, but fourth in the tournament. However, since the top 3
place.
players were all Japanese, Phil rearranged this win to mean he was the
You get your
best
name put in the
American
list.
player, exclusively because it has a nicer ring to it, since there's no real reason to separate players based on their nationality. This gets even sillier when you consider that he's acting like this tournament somehow represented the entire country, which instantly falls on its face when you take into account the fact that many American players didn't participate due to their issues with the port.
Rambo did the same thing, by the way.
Up on DSP, and they didn't take
not for Evo before another tournament.
You got some, that's the answer I was looking for. You got some.
Okay, not the same thing. He didn't get payday loans. He just spent a bunch of money when he lost the shop.
I like to get that on YouTube. But
this negative piece of shit.
But this guy
toxic
thought he was
dickhead
because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
This may seem like a minor issue, but it's less about the tournament itself and more about how Phil himself behaved afterwards. In later videos, he belittles the other players' issues with the port, saying that they shouldn't have expected arcade-like gameplay from a console, and instead should have practiced more.
Instead of about it, which is what it seemed all the OGs were doing, we'll just play the game and learn the differences so we know for the tournament.
Being a sore loser is bad, but not content with just that, Phil managed to also be a sore winner, because even after he started winning tournaments here and there, he continued to make everyone around him dislike him by behaving like a buffoon for no reason. While there is a video of Phil doing
this video is so
and obnoxiously
robust
over people he was playing with, it seems
I don't know when I could pause.
To keep the more egregious displays of his
fail?
lack of self-control and respect for others to behind the scenes.
I'm a professional.
In one instance, in 2002, he pushed the limits so much that while he was leaving the place he was playing at, him and his friends were followed by the friend group of someone he'd recently lost to, who proceeded.
Thank you, Christian C, for the $10 through Extra Life, the charitable positive contribution. Let me see if I'm not fucking muted. Okay, I'm not muted. My microphone has been giving me the business. If you want to support the Extra Life,
pay a nominal amount of money for being a general nuisance.
Or
according to
the
Justin
pinned
Wong,
message.
Another avid Street Fighter player whom DSP had beat before, he had the tendency of being nice to him in person and saying terrible things about him when he wasn't around. However, the most detailed account of why exactly DSP had such a terrible reputation in the community came from another fellow Street Fighter player, Viscus. His Reddit post reads as follows. This would have been either Evo 2005 or Evo 2006. Phil had been talking trash for weeks / months before I finally got sick of it. I'm pretty sure I challenged him to a money match and knew he wasn't going to accept and was going to be like, lol, fight me IRL at Evo, and I accepted. From here, it turns into what sounds like a total farce, except I can assure you that it was 100% serious, which makes us both look like total, complete idiots. So first, Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible, and I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up, as dumb as this sounds.
I'm not making this up, as dumb as it sounds.
Finally, it was agreed that he wouldn't have to go on a diet to fight me, and it was settled that we were going to fight. It was going to have MMA rules. It would have a referee, and we'd sign waivers. I was dumb in the mid-2000s. Anyway, so we agreed upon this early in the year, and from here on...
Dude, if they did this,
so apparently
it could have been a big deal.
The impression that this wasn't going to happen, and that this was...
This could have been the first internet, maybe the first internet celebrity boxing match.
Just internet shit talk. But a few people from the West Coast went out to one of the East Coast tournaments and told him that I was taking this seriously and was going to fight him. And had probably been in more gym fights in the past 2 months than he'd been in his life. So one day, Phil instant messages me on AIM and tries to back out.
AIM, by the way?
So how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX cross shots.
You could tell this guy's a zoomer. He didn't even call it AIM.
And I'm just like, are you kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. I told him I wasn't going to do any of that trolling, but if you want to drop it, then fine, I'll drop it. We can both be adults about this. And that's pretty much what happened. I'm not going to jump him from behind in the parking lot or...
What's a DX crotch chop? I'm glad you asked. It's probably the dumbest thing I'm gonna YouTube search, at least this week. It's pretty stupid. But you know what? I was thinking, it's possible somebody actually don't know what it is. Oh, wait. Vince. I gotta watch out. I forget, YouTube, you actually get your shit eradicated. Vince don't fucking play. But yeah, you did it. You just did it. You just do that. You literally do that. So imagine DSP and then Viscount, and they're like, yeah, we're about to fight. This is after maybe hundreds of people have paid, by the way. Who knows how they would have got there. But people are there to see them fight, a boxing style match. They both turn towards the crowd. and do that. Actually, the suck or dick motion. They would have got sued.
Or get in his face and threaten.
So yeah,
From that
that
point
is
on,
a
there never
DX
really
crotch
was any
chop.
problem between him and I. In fact,
A very,
the next year,
very
Evo
mature
West
thing
was
to
in
do.
San Diego. I let him stay at my
Especially in
place that
public
year.
when you're not
Mike
getting
Watson and
paid
Jaha
for it.
were about to kill
Don't
him
think
in
about
the
it.
parking garage. I stepped between them and defused that situation.
Wrestling
He later
is
would
weird.
go on to have more serious problems with Watson and Jaha, but I made sure it wasn't going to happen. when he was
Professional
staying with
wrestling,
me.
at
I
least.
generally don't hold grudges, so
Sports
even though I remember
entertainment.
being really pissed off at the time, by the time the parking garage thing happened a year later, I was over it. The parking garage situation Viskin is referring to is the aforementioned
Thank you,
shakedown.
2K
But enemies
Gato.
weren't the only thing
It
Phil
took me
did
like
in his
5
time as a
minutes
competitive Street Fighter player. He also
to
made some
crop
friends,
out the
however
Turkey
unlikely
Tom
they
hair
may
and put it on
seem,
an actual
and they went on to
turkey.
collaborate
It's
with him in
totally
the
worth
future.
it.
One such acquaintance was Mr. John Rambo, who
Hey.
sought Phil out after his victory at EVO because he wanted to get better at Super Street Fighter Turbo. He'll come up again later, so keep that guy in your mind. Despite his infamy in localized gaming communities IRL, Phil found a way to circumvent this by tapping into the realm of online gaming. Even if word got
Speaking
around
of-
about his excesses at the
Wait
competitions,
till
it
we
wouldn't
pause.
be enough to prevent him from making a name for himself based exclusively on what he chose to put up online. He created
Speaking of John Rambo, before he move on too much, I recently dived into the world of Schnozman and Hole Punch. I watched the entire series from episode 1 to episode 9. And man, if you never watched it, it is definitely a trip, and it's very uniquely robust and uniquely different and differently different. Eventually, so that means it might happen before I die, I'm going to upload a big-ass video of me watching Schnozman, Hole Punch, or Schnozman and Hole Punch, and Project 7.
created a YouTube channel in 2007 where he uploaded random vlogs related to his
So now it's
interests
just
in
a Twitch
competitive
highlight.
gaming. But in 2008, he slowly transitioned the channel into a
But it's,
rudimentary
very
Let's Play channel. So instead
specific.
of having the screen captured directly
Like most
while he
things
played
on
it,
the
he
internet.
recorded it with a separate device, meaning he pointed the camera at the
Welcome
TV,
to the
basically.
internet.
At the time, Phil lived with his parents and saw content creation as a pastime rather than a job. Not that content creation was much of a job option in the Jurassic period, which was YouTube prior to the 2010s, but even still, he was somewhat realistic about his expectations. Still, that didn't stop Phil from taking inspiration from one of the early internet's
I'll put
most
it in the
adored legends,
description of this
Angry
stream.
Video Game Nerd.
Now, as I was a Street Fighter player, I used to travel with a group of friends, and it was actually in a hotel room at a Street Fighter tournament where we were just hanging out and having fun, and one of my friends said, "Did you ever see this guy called the Angry Video Game Nerd?"
Yeah, Schnozman and Hole Punch are
Nope,
way better
I
than
don't
Project
know who
7.
that is. You know,
And you can
and
watch
he
it
showed
with
me a
no
video
context
this
of anything
guy
else.
who looked like
It's
very
weird
much
no matter
like a
what.
nerd,
But
right? Yeah,
Project 7 is
button
like,
down, white
you have to be
kinda
a gamer.
shirt,
And then
thick
it's
glasses,
gamer humor
right?
that DSP don't even like, I'm
a
pretty
little
sure.
bit high-pitched or whatever. And here he is, ranting at a video game, making funny lines, talking over the top, swearing like a sailor. Hilarious. No production
Hilarious.
value,
The
no
antics
budget
tonight.
to it, just him and a camera making fun of a video game.
Though I get what he's saying, there is a kind of purity and earnestness to early YouTube Kino, and I use that word loosely because I'm pretty sure AVGN was on another site before he was on YouTube, but I digress. I think Phil took the no production value part a little too seriously. He took pride in posting playthroughs in bulk, with several hours of video dedicated to each game with absolutely no editing involved. On this decrepit, old, and abandoned channel, there are over 7,000 videos, because back then, you couldn't upload very long videos, compelling Phil to split them up into dozens, if not hundreds of individual 10-minute clips. Again, I should remind you we're not talking about Bandicam or hundreds of individual.
Look at, you know what? We're gonna just go there. Why not? That could be, we can just have a bunch of mini derails this entire stream. We're going to the Darks Fidel channel. It's like you gotta go down an alleyway to find this channel. YouTube don't even want to show it to you anymore. Hello everyone. It is a Dark Side Phil. Need to shuffle this list. Midwest Moment number 4. Day 1 setup. Midwest Moment number 7. Midwest Moment number 3. DSP's first food video. Think about it. Think about it. This is a very, very, very important DSP video. His first food video. This is almost as important as like his first like poo joke. Like when you think he made a poo joke. What's the first poo joke video?
And this is yet another reason why you come to Midwest. Look at that thing. Holy shit.
Look at that
Look
thing.
at that burrito.
Look at that burrito.
this
Oh
food.
my God, John.
Nowhere else will you get this quality of food. No.
Wow, yeah. Great quality. Oh no, other tournament. Great quality. And that's it.
What does John do when he comes to Midwest?
This video's fun. I don't need to explain it to you.
What does John do when he comes to Midwest? He talks on the phone with his girl the whole time. Midwest. What does John do when he comes to Midwest? He talks on the phone with his girl the whole time. Because he couldn't do that from home.
Um,
What is that, man? Still or video?
Video.
You taking video of me?
Yes, I
Why are you
am.
taking video of me?
Because it's fun.
Take video.
Gotta document the trip. This fucking thing isn't zooming though, which is scaring me.
he wanted to make him feel like a nerd, I guess. I don't know.
Wow, look at this fucking clown talking to a girl. Are you a virgin?
Alright, we're going down or we're going
He made him get off the phone.
Whatever you want to do.
All right, I'll talk to you later, babe. And then DSP ends the video. So that's our first. No, actually, it's not. The first food video is the first Rambo-centric video. You fucking love that dude. Oh, man. And then there's a bunch of Saints Row. And a bunch of Spider-Man and a bunch of other stuff. Did you know DSP and Rambo got like 1 million views with their first collab? I didn't. I never did. I never did. But now I know. This might not be the right one.
All right, here we go.
This is the right one. 1.5 million views. You can't see that. Pretend you can see the number. It say 1.5 million. 2.6 thousand likes. Bruh. This shit went viral. Now, of course, they didn't get 1.5 million exactly 13 years ago. But let's pretend they got like 900,000 13 years ago. They had to at least get that. Maybe. Maybe. That's
Visual
pretty good.
10-minute clips. Again, I should remind you, we're not talking about Bandicam or unregistered Hypercam here. We're talking about actual camera footage with built-in microphone audio capturing all of it, completely raw, untreated, unedited whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, the channel didn't exactly blow up
Me and
overnight.
Rambo
Somewhat
were
surprisingly,
white-hot
Phil is
popular.
proud that he spent 3 years
Everybody
of his life
loved
doing
us
this for
back
no
then.
money, and actively derided other content creators who only started doing gaming videos after they began being monetized on the platform. Mind you, this man is 28 years old and living with his parents, and somehow he thinks it's a merit that he makes no money out of playing video games alone with no one watching. On top of that, he brags about the passion and effort he put into the videos and his larger upload volume compared to these other, much more successful creators, when in reality, he just has the most videos precisely because of how awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect example of
Okay, this dude's being mean now.
Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's
How
that he
fucking
brags
dare
about
you.
it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough, Phil's first conflict with someone else to be documented online wasn't a result of him
shit's
because
way
of
too
how
true.
awfully low effort they are. It's a perfect
Suspiciously
example of quantity over quality. Once again, it's not what DSP is doing that's the issue, it's that he brags about it in a really grating way while putting others down. Oddly enough,
do that on
Phil's first
every
conflict with
pre-stream,
someone else to be
every
documented
day.
online, it wasn't a
Every
result of him
day.
disrespecting other YouTubers for trying to make money off of their
Not like
content.
those other
Instead, it was
YouTubers,
during a
guys.
recording of his playthrough of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions when he was making too much of a racket, and his neighbor decided to interject.
Hey, shut up over that.
Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his Being the good Samaritan he is, Phil took his
Oh, you know
neighbor's
what?
advice. As it turns out, however, his neighbor wasn't the only person getting annoyed at Phil.
This would be a good one to pull up. When he like don't show the whole clip. DSP neighbor, shut up. Oh my God, Jerry, chill out. Holy fuck.
Powder.
Damn.
Powder. 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 Powder.
I can't die like this.
I can't die like this. I always picture myself dying having a threesome with Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton. You gotta make it happen, Spider-Man.
Shut the fuck up!
He was yelling too, with the window open. And some other drunk guy outside on this balcony. Hey, shut up over there.
See, everyone wanted me to play Mafia too. This is the same shit, right?
Oh shit, we got these fucking hilarious clips are gonna be sprinkled in.
I don't want to grab him. I never tried to grab him. What the fuck? Whirlwind punch. Whirlwind punch. Whirly wind. Spinning wind attack of the winged fist wind.
You hear this clown mode? He's loving it.
I gotta keep walking forward, see? And swinging my fist around, see? And if you get in the way, it's your own fault, see?
Very robust. Meaningful to me.
Why you guys gotta pick on me? Don't you have some prohibition gig to run?
All she wrote. I thought that went rather well.
Oh boy.
Say uncle.
And then he just stopped. No more funny commentary. I think he'd get up and close the window, sit back down, and he's like, fuck it, idiot.
Come on, what do you got? Hey, Tiny, that was tricks.
Of course, DSP explained this years and years and years later. They said that it was some drunk idiot on the balcony, that he was talking on the phone, something like that. But, yep, no more talking. He was in the zone. Gamer mode, engage. Gamer, engage. Oh, there we go. A little laugh. Hey, he had to upload this. Come on, man. It's a part of his playthrough.
Take a load off.
Shut the fuck up.
Right at the end. He slammed the window. Drunk. Shut the fuck up.
Take a load off.
Shut the fuck up.
I think he snorted on him, too.
Take a load off.
He did. He fucking snorted, dude. You probably can't hear it. I'm not going to try to tell you to try to hear it. But I heard it. It's there. He slams it. Drunk. Shut the fuck up.
Take a load off.
Shut the fuck up.
You get a little egg and everything. Get him the hell out of here.
The running jokes surrounding DSP's online
Get him
presence
outta
actually
here.
had a running start, as they were already going on before he had enough detractors, and people in general, seeing his content in order to pick up on it. Though if you are to go back and look at these older uploads, you can catch them in the wild. For example, Phil claimed he suffered from a chronic nasal drip, and because of this, he also chronically snorted loudly into the microphone. Later on, in part due to his
I love
tendency
that
to
he
ask
used
for
footage
money,
from one
this
of them
take
snort
Phil's got him
compilations
compared to
for that part.
pigs many, many times. Another focal point for his haters was his loudness, which his neighbor can corroborate, but specifically his laugh, lovingly dubbed the seal laugh due to its ASMR tier exquisite sound design.
Oh, God.
But let's be fair.
We need one better. Phil's epic laugh. We're gonna go with this one.
That's not allowed, so I'll give you a perfect example.
Oh,
Okay?
remember how mad he got about original source Mighty D being used? Dude, he was pissed.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I
He
laugh,
was
I say,
pissed. Ack.
No, I don't. I so or or little things like that. It depends on what's going on in the game. But I never say ack. I've never said it once ever.
Oh my god!
I don't laugh like ack. I laugh like ha 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 or ha, but not ack.
How's it feel to be caught in the lie?
That's you being wrong about me. And now we gotta boost this one. Bruh. Bruh. Perfect time to bring up one of my notifications on twitch.tv. A wonderful laugh.
100 Fair here, regardless of how entertaining or irritating these may be, they're most likely done unconsciously by Phil. This is just how he is. He had no choice. However, what he has chosen is to be the real-life incarnation of a character from South Park, as he made a series of videos dedicated exclusively to cataloging his funniest racist remarks while gaming. Many people's careers
amazing African-American magical
one
powers.
Racist remark revealed to their audience, but Phil is such an absolute based unit that he himself compiles and posts his own expose material. Around the same time, he started putting more effort into uploading to his YouTube channel. He was also hired into a job as a customer service phone operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters, though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly
just muted, but I don't want to.
Paid less than other people
it's
who did
kind
the
of
same
funny.
job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training.
A little bit to helicopter part, and number 5 couldn't have been that bad, right? This is on the Detractor Heaven YouTube channel. It's got some old Tevin videos, it's got this, and some old LSB videos, among other things and alike.
Oh, mamma mia, cannot believe it, it's a number 5. Voted as number 5 by the fans is
oh God, what do you say?
Accent, which I use from time to time.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
And, sometimes I use it. Notably, I used it last year in Assassin's Creed 2. If you remember at the beginning of that game, it was "Push the baby," and then also "It's a Mia Mario."
It's like the most tame one.
In this game this year, there weren't. As
I am Italian. I is a pizzeria.
When I was playing the game, I went around and
he's like, "Oh, dude, I'm fucking hilarious."
And it was a little bit funny here and there. So voted number 5. Here it is, my Italian accent in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Here's a couple clips.
Yeah, it's just boppada boppada. Oh my lord.
Mamma mia.
Just give me a perfect derail. I got a perfect derail coming up. I can probably find it before this video done.
Where you going? Oh
Blanca,
shit.
chill. A boppada boppada.
When you're an assassino, you need
I am the one. Ah, yes.
You constantly be shitting yourself.
Hey, Pujo!
That's the fine climbing. Hey, hello. It's a Jenny. It's a malevole Jenny. Hello. Oh, hello, Maria. Pucho, Beno, Veronica.
I don't know if I can make it.
Thanks to you.
I don't know if I can make it. Boppada boppada. Hello, yes, boppada boppada. I got a better one for you. First of all, for the people that didn't watch, this is a massive spoiler, by the way. So, look away if you don't know about the true ending of Schnozzman and Hole Punch. Look away and mute the computer or the phone for the next, let's see, 2 minutes.
Right.
No, the next 10 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll give you 5.
I'll go get the dustpan.
Boom. Bald Rambo.
Yes! Yes!
Wow. You're even uglier than I thought.
Wait, I was just joking.
And then you get the post-credits moment.
Don't even try to get the...
Here he is. It's the guy.
Don't even try to get away.
Ah, yes. It is a me, a dog see the defile.
Try to get away. You two, set it up in there.
He kind of fucked the voice in the end.
Boss, we have a her.
We have a her.
Boss, we have a her.
Boss, we have a her. Fire. No wonder they saved him for the end. And then this dude go on for a little bit.
The light.
And then we get DSP like massaging this gun.
Darkness always a war on my employees.
But before that, he almost like takes himself out. It's a persona moment. He's ready to do it.
No, the darkness.
And then whatever that is, we do whatever that is. Stroking a banana. Greasing a banana.
It obliterates the light. You've eluded
We
us
have
for
a
so
her.
long.
And I think that's it. We don't see him again. Really, 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 really trippy ending. Suspiciously trippy. And then it never came back. But what if it did?
Come home.
And then it ended. All right, that was the spoiler.
Putting more effort into uploading to his YouTube channel, he was also
We
hired
have a
into
hair.
job as a customer service phone operator for a company called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters, though sometimes he refers to it as HSI, which means Helicopter Support Incorporated. According to Phil's retelling, he constantly worked extra hours and was paid less than other people who did the same job as him, despite the company's actual vice president telling them he was better than his customer service position and that he was to undergo extensive training for a promotion into what sounds like a general managerial role. He supposedly did all this training while remaining a customer service employee, which he described as equivalent to working 2 jobs simultaneously. After 2 years of this, he was temporarily taken out of his customer service position and placed into that managerial position. And if his word is to be trusted,
I learned so much about DSP's job lore
saving them
in
a
this
lot
part.
of money. And his work was so excellent that they gave him
Fun fact, DSP basically debunked half of this by saying it's just not true. Even though he didn't even watch the video. He going by what people tell him that like him anyway. So they're going to present shit in a negative way if it's like not positive. Like, oh, Phil, this dude made a video fucking shitting on your view count. When it would just be a dude pointing out how much views he got.
Award. The only problem was his work was so excellent, in fact, they no longer had any use for him, and within 2 months of giving him this award, they laid him off. Does this sound fishy to you at all? Because it sounds like the Pacific Ocean to me, and to many other people as well. Well, though we only have Phil's side of the story, it's not that difficult to glean a very different one from simply looking into it. For starters, his last job was at Best Buy, and the story with it is also very interesting. Phil claims that he was the leader of a business team and was paid better than everyone else, and that the leadership at Best Buy hated him because he made too much money. Again, this story is basically that he was so good at his job, there was no reason for the business team, which he was the leader of, to exist, and because they couldn't just fire him, they framed him for violating Best Buy's discount policy. That, or he did indeed get fired for violating Best Buy's discount policy, but I'll let you decide which is more likely. If only they reduced his pay instead of framing him,
being fired for taking advantage of a like less than dollar discount.
This is just a segue to the question. How did he get a job at a helicopter support company? The answer is deceptively simple. His dad, as a former logistics coordinator for HSI,
why are you even trying?
There was
Why are
a
you trying to do
significant
that?
culture of being rewarded in accordance to who you know rather than what your work affects. Presumably, Phil heard these kinds of complaints from his more blue-collar workers and decided to pretend he was one of them, but the truth was precisely the opposite. His father, David, worked at the company as a customer support manager from 2005 to 2007, later being promoted to logistics manager and finally continuous improvement leader, which is noteworthy since this is the exact phrase Phil uses when describing his job and training at the company. It instantly becomes clear that David, having achieved a reputable position in the company, had his son hired as the position he used to occupy. The highest.
This is the part DSP debunked, that he didn't work hard for his job. And I mean, he didn't work hard for it.
Likelihood is
DSP
that
don't work
Phil
hard for anything. He's the GOAT.
his dad's achievements onto
the GOAT for a
himself.
reason.
Unlike Phil, his dad is an extremely experienced and highly skilled person, a former Marine with GPAs north of 3.7, along with a bachelor's, 2 masters, and 1 PhD, all related to quality management. His stint managing HSI was just an extension of his already decades-long business relationship with its parent company, Sikorsky Aircraft. Having begun as a mere shop technician and being promoted all the way up to an elite position before becoming his own boss and opening a company company of his own. The job he passed down to his son wasn't an entry position, it was something he worked up to for 3 decades.
He's
So
putting
it's no
his dad
wonder Phil
over.
couldn't fill his shoes even a little bit. All of this
He's the
becomes
one.
particularly egregious when later on in his career, Phil punctuates this story with his complaints and grievances about how corporate America is mean and exploitative to poor little blue-collar workers like him, when he was literally a nepotism hire. The whole being thoroughly
Yeah,
trained for an elite
DSP
position
did
story
not like
also
this part.
disintegrates once Phil makes the mistake of showing the award he got during a stream. As it turns out, the award for his amazing work was in fact simply a certificate that he had completed something called ACE certification program, which by doing cursory research into the company is something that tens of thousands of people go through at HSI and not a special program he was assigned to by the vice president himself. In any case, his delusion about his job at HSI is so great that he actually believes that him being laid off caused the company to go out of business.
At that helicopter company I worked for, within a few years of me getting laid off, they went out of business.
Another very conveniently underexplained wrinkle in this story is the detail about him buying a condo so that he could live closer to the job. And I paraphrase, be the guy that shows up during a snowstorm when everyone else doesn't. The problem
every
with this
day
Hustlers
DSP wish
University
Twitch was,
tier
like,
motivational
not a
grind
thing. So
begins
we
with
could
the
say
fact that
they
he
went out
bought
of
a
business
condo
when they got
while
rid of
being
him.
supposedly severely underpaid. However, the real crux of
He'll
the
be
condo
there.
story comes when you find out that based on the intentional self-docs Phil gave out in a video tour of his condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off.
I already watched this video, of course. I forgot if I said that. But this part was like so much information overload. It kind of fucked me up.
Condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More avid followers of DSP have
And DSP didn't even pretend to debunk this, by the way, even though he pretended to debunk the part right before this part. So, what does that tell you? He was right. Bruh, what the fuck were you doing?
Phil gave out
what
in a
the
video
flippity
tour of his
flip?
condo and the public records of his dad's address, which are not going to be specified for privacy reasons, it was less than a 10-minute drive from his parents' house. He already lived near his job. All his move did was shave off a mere 5 minutes from the total commute, meaning he bought a $130,000 condo because he wanted to buy one. More
This makes the lore that he got this to impress some lady that was already dating some guy anyway. That makes it seem way more true. This is a lot of money to move not that far away. And then he lied about it like forever. I moved to be closer to my job so I would be able to go to work in a snowstorm. Dude, you moved 10 minutes away from your parents' house. Wait, what? But why?
DSP have added
Use your
to the
brain.
in-depth analysis of his condo shenanigans, saying that part of Phil's motivations for buying property so close to his parents was so he could just go back to their house to get meals and his clothes washed, due to him being too much of a man-child to do those things himself. And to be honest, I actually agree with that lifestyle choice because I am a man baby and I refuse to do anything. Last but not least, it's claimed he at one point admitted to buying the condo from a girl he worked with in hopes of getting with her, only to be notified she had a boyfriend after the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or otherwise unavailable through regular means. So these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts, Phil once again found himself unemployed. And it was during this period that he decided to pursue content
DSP didn't even pretend to debunk this part at all. The 10 minutes away, the impress a lady part.
Man baby, and I refuse to do anything. Last but not least,
But he debunked the part right before
admitted
this.
to buying the
I didn't
condo
get
from
my
a
job
girl
due
he
to
worked with
nepotism.
in hopes of getting
Did you
with
move
her,
10
only
minutes
to be
away from your
notified she had a
parents to impress a
boyfriend after
lady?
the deal was closed. However, a lot of the original Dark Side Phil uploads have been privated or otherwise unavailable through regular means. So these footnotes have yet to be verified. But regardless of the whys and hows, despite his father's best efforts, Phil once again found himself unemployed. And it was during this period that he decided to pursue content creation full-time, and his hobby turned into his profession. There was only one pesky little issue with this plan. Phil had his AdSense account preemptively disabled for directly begging for his audience to click on the ads that appeared on his videos, something that went against the terms and conditions of the standard AdSense contract.
Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed.
Phil would later try and distract people from this fact by saying that the real reason his AdSense was suspended was due to a video of his being so successful, YouTube thought he was cheating.
I mean, he's such a bum because telling people to click on the ads, first of all, is cheating. And he says, I didn't get kicked out of AdSense because I told people to click on the ads. I got kicked out of AdSense because a bunch of people clicked on the ads. Yeah, but it's because you told them to. And you telling them to, plus it actually happening, both of those together will definitely get you in trouble. It's not like people actually organically clicked on the ads a lot. It's so lame.
Video of me
You
in the
really
shower
think it's like
scrubbing my body,
like a real difference?
Because I had drank so much. All right. It went viral. Within a day, the thing had something like 30,000
I didn't
views,
get banned
if not
because
more.
I told people to click on the
And
ads.
honestly,
I got banned because people clicked on the ads a lot.
Ads on it, and people were.
Yeah, I wonder why that happened.
The ad. I made like $1,000 in a day on that video, which is out of control, right?
1K off a shower video.
Guess what?
Bruh.
That was
he
the
was
video
like an
that
OnlyFans
triggered
fucking
YouTube
streamer.
7+
What the hell?
Years ago, to think that I was cheating with the AdSense program, and they contacted me and said, "We're kicking you out of the AdSense program on this channel because we suspect that you're sitting there clicking on the video to get ad revenue because you made so much in one day." And I was like, "I didn't. It was the viewers. The viewers went nuts for this crazy video and probably went over and went, oh, I want to support Phil, the underdog. He just lost his job. Let's all click on the ads or whatever," which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to do that on YouTube. No, you're not supposed to ever try to have someone click on ads or anything. It's supposed to be of their own free will. So YouTube falsely accused me of doing this myself.
That sounds very, very real. In the very same breath, he lets it slip that he asked for people to click on the ads, confirming that this was the violation in question before proceeding to haphazardly
I'm doing the
justify
blocker
it.
command.
This wasn't the only blow Phil suffered, as a series of playthroughs he was in the
literally
process
the
of
O button.
completing were being uploaded to his channel for the game Splinter Cell Conviction. He got copyright striked, which made the original Dark Side
It's
Phil channel
interactive and fun,
screech to a
and
halt.
everybody liked
In
it.
response to this, he created DSP Gaming, his longest running and currently still active main channel, even after the original channel was reactivated when YouTube decided the copyright claims were indeed false. Since his AdSense account was still not working, the prospect of being a professional gaming content creator on YouTube was still squarely outside of Phil's purview, so he went to another website, which at the time was one of YouTube's main competitors, Blip.tv. Blip was considered laxer on copyright issues, hence why creators like nostalgia critics Doug Walker also re-uploaded their content there. However, Phil's time on Blip was very short, as the more relaxed terms of service made him a little too comfortable. How comfortable? Well, he decided to roleplay as the last remaining Nazi during a playthrough of the game Dead Space 2, saying that every enemy he killed in game was Jewish.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs.
Despite being the second biggest creator on it at the time, this probably lost him his partnership with Blip.
Why can't DSP ever play a character that don't offend anybody?
Just in the nick of time, however, came Machinima, who
Like,
offered him a chance to
most
bypass his
actors
AdSense troubles
and
by having the
comedians.
money come into their account.
Most,
For the sake
maybe.
of full disclosure, an often forgotten about fact is that this wasn't the first opportunity he had to partner with Machinima. The first time a contract was being negotiated was back in 2010, but Phil ruined it by first demanding his videos be featured once a week on Machinima's channel, and when his demands were rejected, he made a video trashing the company for unrelated, and according to Hutch, made-up reasons. But a year later, Machinima overlooked it and foolishly decided to take him on anyway. On top of that, they would also protect him from any potential copyright issues he may face. Just like that, DSP was back to brute forcing his YouTube success by uploading a massive volume of videos until one of them happened to get a lot of views, much like he used to do on the original DSP account. Alongside the gameplay videos, he had other segments such as Ask the King Q&A, the Week in Preview, which I suppose covered DSP
What about the
related
King's
news,
verdict,
and the most
though?
notorious DSP Tries
Come
It,
on.
where Phil would, as the name suggests, try new things of all varieties.
That's my favorite old
Eventually, it was
DSP show.
canceled, however, due to the negative
He
effects
brought
it was
it
having
back
on his
and then
health, due to
canceled
how
it again.
often the trying
In the
involved
original
eating
episode, not even on the
extremely unhealthy
internet.
fast food. Despite the very rocky road he took to get to
But the
this
reboot
point,
is.
Phil finally approached something resembling stability, and even a fan base who tolerated his attempts at humor and the incessant burping and snorting straight into the microphone. Okay, that's a little facetious. The Dead Space thing was honestly pretty funny. If you were to scroll through the comments on his condo tours from 2011, people were genuinely happy for Phil. Many even living vicariously through him, wishing they had an entire condo to be their.
Look at this comment. If you think about it, he has tons of money in collectibles. If he's ever short on cash, even if it may cost him a statue or two, he'll be able to live off them for a month or two. If only you knew.
Man cave full of gaming memorabilia. For every person annoyed by Phil, there were many more that enjoyed watching him. There was a moment in time in which it could be said the general audience wanted to like him, and there was a reason to be optimistic for
came
the
from
future
that.
of Darkside Phil. But
But
nobody
not
could
much
predict
for
how
DSP.
fast this reputation would sour.
Hate worthless humans. If you worked on this part of the game, you're a
Yeah,
worthless
worthless human. Go frog yourself. He was unbelievably,
2010s,
like,
Google reformed its ad tech
inhumanely
system, and
toxic
now it rewarded
during that
viewer
random
retention instead of
WWE
sheer
game
numbers of
playthrough.
views.
For like 5
Essentially,
videos
the
straight.
longer
If you
someone
go and
watches
actually
your
watch it,
video,
it's
the
horrifying.
better. Just getting a click is not enough to make
It's
as
5
much money as
videos of
someone who gets
DSP
people to stick
raging
around on
and
the
not
video
being able
for
to
an hour.
reverse
This
and
was an
saying
issue for
game
Phil,
developers
since he
should
had a
kill
penchant for
himself
splitting
and
his
that they're
videos up
worthless
into
humans
dozens
and
of
they
little
shouldn't have
tidbits,
kids.
rarely cracking 10 minutes.
I bet they all did, and DSP never gonna have any.
Improve the
What's up with that?
aspects of his
Is
content,
DSP
despite
not
how
a
much
worthless
money he
human, or
already
is
made
he?
out of it, and how many of his actual legitimate
anyway.
fans were begging him. By 2011, PewDiePie was
Welcome
already
to the
soaring to
jungle.
insane heights of popularity with relatively good quality, a decent mic, and even a face cam, setting a new standard for gaming content, while Phil was still languishing with his busted camera filming his screen with little to no editing to speak of. The problem became more and more inflamed as time went on, and Phil's viewers let him know that if he wasn't interested in evolving his format, they would move on to newer and better channels than his, to which he either responded with derision, a ban from
You're
his channel
fucking
comments, or
banned
both.
and
In short,
blocked.
DSP
I'm
made
gonna
it clear
block
he
you.
didn't want to treat YouTube like it was his job and his only source of income.
You know, 2 years ago, it was about
What are you complaining
me
about?
You know, waking up, putting my camera down whenever the hell I felt like it,
Still playing your violin, you little boy?
for a few hours and uploading the footage to YouTube. Now, it's about having a schedule every day, getting up,
Oh, schedule's
whether I
not
feel good or
fun.
not, plopping down on the couch, setting up live streaming on a schedule so you guys can watch live. Then trying to figure out how to schedule out uploads. It actually, I'd say this, it's actually more
It's harder
work
work, more work. Yeah, figured.
doing what I'm doing because it is more like having a regular job.
I've heard this so many times, man.
Do 2 streams.
DSP always say whatever he do is harder than something else somebody else do.
Sitting
You
down,
want to know the truth?
streaming for several
Streaming
hours,
is
uploading
way
videos.
harder than just uploading videos for YouTube. Okay? It is. Real talk. I can find it. Give me a second.
The hard shit is sitting here playing the raw games. That's the hard part. Streaming is way harder than just editing videos for YouTube. Okay? It is. Real talk.
And DSP talking about his stream, not just even the idea of streaming. A DSP stream. What? What? Sit, go, laugh, snort, sniff. I have received
A second
0 contributions.
Because it is more like having a regular
Hello?
job. You know, every day I'm
Anyone
trying to do
there?
2 streams.
Yeah, speaking of, this is a modern DSP stream. Him actually telling people to talk to him. Let me find this clip.
Why is the chat silent? Hello? 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 Anyone there? Hello?
I have so many clips like that, but it's the only one I got on the soundboard.
Why is the chat silent? Hello? 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 Hello?
And he's gotten used to it too. It's just a bad habit now. And then, even better, I'm gonna try to make this quick point. This dude does these lean in, hello, no one's talking to me. Can you guys talk to me? I don't want to feel like I'm streaming by myself segments. He do that. And then he have his chat in top chat and not live chat. Because he was getting trolled for 2 days straight. And then he finally noticed because he just switched to live chat. Top chat. He's got his shit in top chat. And he's yelling at people for not talking to him, but he don't even see half of them. Because top chat suck. The person running the stream should literally never look at the stream in top chat, even if they're really popular. Like, what the fuck?
Because that's the kind of dedication.
He don't even apologize for that shit either.
Trying to figure out how to
Like, he
schedule
genuinely
out
should
uploads.
apologize.
Actually, I'd say this. It's
That's
actually
insane.
more work at this point.
Like, mind
What I'm
blowing.
doing because it is more like having a regular
Like, it's one thing to actually yell at people and tell them to talk, and tell them to talk to you, and tell them that you don't want to feel like you're streaming by yourself. But it's even worse when you had your chat in top chat, actively, purposely ignoring like 25% of the people that talk.
You know, every day I'm trying to do 2 streams.
Imagine how many
That's
Derek
the kind of
messages he
dedication
didn't
I
see
put towards
because he
this
had
effort.
top chat on.
So, you know,
So that's kind of funny.
Sitting down, streaming for several hours, uploading videos.
And then he see people complaining about Derek, and he's like, "Oh, I don't even see anything going on. What are you talking about?" Explains a lot. He had top chat
It's a
on.
lot of work versus what I used to do.
Very rarely
Lot
do
of
you
work,
get
by
this
the
clear
way.
of an admission of laziness. He often
Yeah,
bragged
man.
about how much money he made off of his channel, but clearly it wasn't enough for him to hire an editor, get a capture card, or basically anything that would improve the experience for the viewer. The viewer being the reason he gets any money in the first place. And if that weren't enough, even in hindsight he sees nothing wrong with his
What?
attitude, and actually blamed the negative responses he was getting on people being envious of how much money he was making. Due to his plummeting popularity, and concomitantly pay, his depleting AdSense revenue, Machinima sought to reevaluate his contract, renegotiating various areas of their partnership. Particularly, the amount Phil was paid for pumping out his content slop was under heavy scrutiny, since Machinima was receiving a lot less from advertisers. It seems that this renegotiation talk finally lit an ember under Phil's ass and got him to at least try and do different things than his usual stick. One of these things was a series called Project 7, which was purportedly made based on suggestions from Machinima and his fanbase. I know this era of YouTube, and particularly content adjacent to AVGN and Nostalgia Critic, which this definitely was, is typically cringy and corny, and that's part of the appeal, but I think this was cutting it a little bit close.
That's right, and you'll never escape my
That's right.
I'm lurking.
Oh my lord. No gaseous snake.
That's just me being a hater though, because alongside with his panel at MagFest 2012, Project 7 was one of the very few instances.
It's really odd. If you watch Project 7 and Schnauzman and Hole Punch, you could almost say that they're a spin-off, or in the same universe.
On Phil's resume and giving his channel the appearance that he was indeed putting in an effort, the stories surrounding it behind the scenes were dismal. In an hour-and-a-half-long video that eventually came out in 2015, only to be taken down by Phil due to it being a PR nightmare for him, his friends John Rambo and Howard, with whom he did Project 7, told the truth about how it was made. Mind you, this wasn't initiated by John and Howard, but by Phil himself, who, when asked about the rumors of the two no longer being friends with him,
you're not my
said that
friend,
real men
John.
discussed their
I mean,
problems
you're not
and
my
suggested
friend,
that the
Howard.
only feasible explanation for their falling out
Hello,
is that they were
Howard.
jealous of him, as Phil tends to do. All of the videos of Project 7, which heavily relied on editing and storyboarding, were produced by two childhood friends of Howard's, Andre and Paul, who ran the YouTube channel Respect the Pact. As a matter of fact, they were the ones who had the idea for Project 7 and only brought Phil in, presumably because he was looking for ways to branch out with his content. Initially, Phil being the face of it meant that their work would get more eyes on it than usual, which is a good thing. However, they quickly realized Phil wasn't exactly someone who exhibited good faith. For starters, the editing and special effects, which again were the brunt of the series, was taking up a lot of Andre and Paul's time, especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was instantly revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself, and wanted to share it with absolute—
Let's point out how lame this even is as an excuse.
Especially since Andre was about to become a father. This prompted John to tell Phil to pay them for their efforts, to which Phil replied he had already offered to do so, and they'd turned it down. This turned out to be a bold-faced lie, which was—
Don't DSP pretend like he turned down money when he started his content creation journey? He didn't turn it down, but he's like, oh, I did this for free, I did this and didn't make any money. Well, why do you make money now? Did you change your mind? Yes, maybe you kind of did. Well, why couldn't these dudes do
instantly
that?
Revealed once John mentioned it to them. Apparently, Phil had every intention of keeping every proceed from Project 7 to himself and wanted to share it with absolutely no one. And before you think this is because of machinima renegotiations or what have you, during the production and publishing of the show, Howard noticed that Phil bought a plethora of expensive man-baby gamer toys, which he's known for decking his house out with. And if that isn't enough to invoke
BMWs in his driveway,
a BMW. Notwithstanding, everyone involved in the series contributed out of their own pocket to produce and sell merchandise for it. But only Phil ever saw any of the resulting revenue. The pettiness on Phil's part was so extensive that he didn't even tolerate positive comments about the other participants in Project 7. Upon seeing John Rambo's contributions to the show be considered funnier and better performed than his, Phil rushed to claim that everything, including their lines, was his idea, when they were not. They confronted him about it, and he apologized, but according to John in particular, Phil's apologies meant very little. Over the course of their friendship, Phil tended to either make a slight or tell a lie about John, apologize when confronted, only to do it again a while after. Ultimately, this is why their friendship broke down. They simply lost all faith that Phil could listen and care about what actions of his made his pretty much only friends uncomfortable or upset, and gave up on
oil changes
altogether. Eventually, in 2022, Phil claimed that the reason no payment was made to them for their work on the project was due to the fact that, indeed, the project was losing money. Even if this was the case, and who knows, there's a fair chance it was, he could have just communicated that to them. The fact that he didn't talk about the project failing until 10 years later is at least a little bit suspicious, I guess. Just a little. While the seeds were being sown for the disintegration of Phil's relationship with his friends, he was beginning a new relationship with someone else. Leanna, also known as Panda Lee Games or just Panda Lee. Immediately, people took issue with the fact that Phil was 30 years old while Leanna was born in 1993, meaning in 2012 she would have been 19 turning 20. Since Phil's life was indistinguishable from his content at this point, since he would spend most of his waking hours doing something or other to contribute to the pumping out of more content, Leanna coming into his life meant that she was bound to show up on the videos as well. However, some viewers took issues with this, as her presence was sometimes considered disruptive to the regular flow of content. Personally, I don't get this very much because as far as I can tell, she was basically the female version of Phil and close to being as obnoxious and insensitive as he was.
But anyway, yeah, you gotta...
Hey, this video was satire. I know. It's the Tila Tequila video.
Viewers attempted to negotiate with Phil.
She was just trying to be funny. Come on.
But Phil, like he always does, took this constructive criticism as abject
when DSP
hatred
cashed
and
out on
responded exactly how you'd expect him to. When a commenter said, "Don't mind her doing playthrough with you, but these type of vlogs should just be you," he replied with a very gracious, "You're a f***ing idiot." The situation went on for a while, despite the consistent grumbling of some members of the audience. Until one day, it scabbed over during a stream in which Phil was playing Kingdom Hearts. Panda Lee began provoking the chat by making a series of remarks about the game's quality. "Kingdom Hearts is boring. All fanboys, please cry into jars so I can moisturize in your sadness and rage." Due to this somewhat inflammatory comment towards a beloved franchise, people fell to her goading and began arguing with her in chat. This is hardly a shock, since when people are watching Phil play a game, it tends to be because they like the game. This went on until the crushing majority of chat turned against her, not just because they liked Kingdom Hearts, but because she was actively drawing negative attention to herself for no reason. All of it culminated in her appealing to Phil to do something about people being mean to her in chat, and so Phil conceded.
Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I've had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk. Since you can't act your age or act mature and you all want to argue with my girlfriend, now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode.
I love sub-only mode equal no chat. What about the people that paid a sub that could chat now? Like Panda Lee?
She had been seen as a bully and a coward who was prone to instigating conflicts with her boyfriend's audience, only to run back under his umbrella of safety.
Oh no, DSP viewers are just sexist.
She also took on Phil's tendencies regarding participating in flame wars in the comment sections, saying things like, "I get paid for trolls to watch and whine, so I don't see the harm in letting me get paid for them to cry more. Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over a year now. And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else
Panda bragging about fucking DSP. She's bragging about fucking DSP in the comments, dude.
Saying things like,
imagine if
I
Cat
get
did
paid
this.
for trolls to watch and whine, so I don't see the harm in letting me
Keep
get paid
dreaming,
for them
buddy.
to cry more. Yeah, you clearly aren't getting any, but Phil is and has for over a year now. And let's be honest, do you think Phil and I care about what you or anyone else thinks? Because we don't. If you were in front of me face to face, you'd get a nice helping of my fist punching you right in the balls. Perhaps the most ironic moment out of the whole situation was that years later, Phil actually threw her under the bus and described her as someone who was confrontational and always wanted to get the one up on everyone else. I mentioned it before, but that's exactly the same trait that made Phil so unlikable early on. So he's not even projecting it onto her, he's accurately noticing why they got along with each other so well. They were similar people. But Leanna did serve a purpose in the larger narrative of DSP. Her presence led to much more concrete displays of disrespect from Phil to his audience. Indirectly, she was the reason many of Phil's fans noticed how comfortable he was, disregarding their opinions and just doing whatever he wanted at their behest. Besides the beginning of Leanna's presence in his life and content, 2012 was also marked by even more examples of Phil being terrible at gaming, despite it being the core of his job. The most glaring instance was during a video of Half-Life Black Mesa, in which he failed to pay attention to the game's tutorial instructions, proceeded to struggle for 30 minutes in an area of the game because he didn't know how to crouch jump, and then claimed that this core mechanic of the game
this segment worse than what you thought it was. More than likely.
Up until this moment, Phil's haters were disorganized and disaffected, believing that no matter how poignant their criticisms of Phil and his content were, they'd just fall on deaf ears. But as 2013 began, this was fated to change. A YouTube account called Evil AJ 2010 uploaded the very first entry to a sprawling series of videos that would ultimately spell Phil's downfall as a content creator. This series was called "This Is How You Don't Play," and
actually like 1,000 people have made one.
The funniest examples of him being awful at a game. The first one contained clips of Phil playing Metal Gear, a stealth game, like it was a regular action game and dying a lot in the process. Phil addressed this during one of his long-winded rant videos, and though he made an effort to claim that they were the dumb ones for bringing attention to DSP's playthroughs and indirectly making him money, it was clear that for whatever reason, being called bad at a game bugged him, even if just a little. At face value, it's just a video highlighting how much he sucks at Metal Gear Solid. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like, somebody could make a whole channel on how bad I am at video games. They could make billions. But for Phil, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. The dam was cracking, and many of Phil's detractors, as he came to notoriously call them, saw it as a sign that they could also speak about their grievances with DSP in general. Slowly, the spark created by this video turned into a wildfire, and to an extent, it was more popular than Phil himself. Due to Phil's focus on quantity over quality, the views his videos got weren't really attached to him or his brand, nor on how good the videos were. Hence why they oscillated so much depending on what game he played or what the video's topic was. Meanwhile, the How You Don't Play video catered to a very specific audience, people who didn't like Phil, and there was definitely an audience for that. It seemed like Phil felt the shift to his public image happen in real time, prompting him to make 2 videos to address the negativity, though he acted as if people actually hated him just because he was bad at the games. The thing is, many people have marketed their gaming videos on them sucking at it and dying a lot, but DSP was the opposite. He had a history of branding himself as a pro player and of blaming the game whenever he sucked. Part of his ego, part of his persona was that he was good at games. Furthermore, he also had a history of putting other people down for not being good at games. Case in point, Tobuscus. Back in mid-2012, he made a video called Get Competitors' Ads Off My Videos that supposedly was just him being upset that other channels were being advertised for in his videos. Putting aside the issue that he was still pocketing the money for these ads, in actuality, the video was a lot more malicious than Phil let on. For a significant portion of it, he did nothing but bash Tobuscus gratuitously.
That being said, please understand, disclaimer, this video is not intended to be a direct attack on anyone.
A few moments.
Yeah, it was though.
Your videos suck, you're not funny, and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own videos. You're horrible.
Glass house
moment. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not.
2 moments later.
Your videos suck, you're not funny, and you're not good at gaming. Watch your own videos. You're horrible. When it comes to gaming, he's not funny. He's not funny.
For starters, this was a straight up stupid move, since if you were into one gaming YouTuber back then, likelihood is you were into a lot of the other ones. So all Phil was doing was angering the parts of his audience that he shared with Toby. But Phil also specifically and seriously attacked him for not being funny and sucking at games, both of which are DSP's whole brand, whether he knew it or not. Additionally, he suggested that Tobuscus, along with other gaming channels he chose not to name here, have found different ways to abuse the YouTube system to get big. This is coming from the man who purposely split his playthroughs into hundreds of different parts so that his total view count would go up, and asked for people to click on his ads so that he made more money from a video. Anyone with a cursory knowledge of DSP recognized he was throwing giant rocks from a extremely thin glass house. Last but not least, he says other gaming YouTubers don't put as much effort into their gameplays as he does, despite the fact that as of May 2012, he was still refusing to buy a capture card to properly record his playthroughs instead of pointing a camera at his screen. In his mind, his decision to not pay anyone to edit and improve his SEO by making decent thumbnails for him is justified due to how stellar his commentary is. So much so that he describes it as non-stop improv comedy. I'm not going to sit here and act like popular early 2010s gaming content was all comedy gold, but Phil's brand of comedy definitely managed to be even more obnoxious. All in all, it was very clear that
DSP rant video, so him shitting on something, but not with a guy talking over it, or a documentary slash expose vid.
Toby Turner to be
which
the guy
is
backstage.
like what I'm watching.
He's acting like an
or
asshole. He acts like
the
he's
old King of Divas
he's
video.
Self-deprecating, complete, utter flop.
This entire commotion was particularly rich
video.
due to how many times Phil accused other people of disliking him out of jealousy, including the creator of the How You Don't Play series. The wave of hate towards DSP coalesced into a decentralized group called Kojima World Order, whose intro can be seen in many of the detractors' videos at the time. Unfortunately, there was also a downside to Phil being faced with all of these criticisms. It gave him the opportunity to play the victim. Despite his decline in viewership having begun all the way back when YouTube's ad revenue system
switched like, oh god, what's this dude talking about? Am I gonna get in trouble for this?
Evil AJ, and everyone who was on his side, if that could be said, as a side to be on. Finally, in early to mid 2013, DSP did the unthinkable and bought a capture card.
Oh my god!
His way of caving to the negativity. Also known as listening to reasonable advice your own audience has been giving you for years as to what they want to see, or maybe just like what the industry standard is. However, it was a little too late, and the tide had already turned against him for good. Undeterred, Phil went on to cause even greater controversy within his audience when he started the hardcore gaming season giveaway of 2013. When rather than giving away actual games, he instead gave away empty boxes.
This is Deus Ex Human Revolution, Collector's Edition. Comes with this very nifty collector's box on the inside.
Maybe we can find one with Panda in the background.
Collector's edition packaging.
You're gonna show it anyway, but still. Yeah, we need one with Panda in the video. They make it more funny. Now, this could be a real giveaway. Maybe he giving away a game in this one. This could be a Tevin L.
DSP and Pandali here yet again, 2 weeks in a row. We didn't expect it. Because of what happened with Hurricane Sandy this past week, the fact that transportation was literally shut down all week. No trains were available. We didn't have power for several days. She was kind of stuck here, unfortunately. So she is not able to return home until Monday. That's the first train that was even available. So here we are, another week in a row where she's going to help me out with the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway. This week, another week in a row where she's going to help me out with the Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway. This week, just to remind everyone, we're giving away Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
The game?
Right now, about to live in this video, choose the winner of Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
The game? See? Real game. Debunked. Take that, Turkey Tom.
Okay.
This giveaway is meaningful and robust.
Remind everyone how do you enter.
What you remind?
All
Okay.
you have to do if you want to enter into this
What you reminded me of?
It's going to be a new game. It's going to be a description of the video here. In the description, there's going to be a link to a forum thread. All you need to do is post up. These past few weeks, entries have been very high. We've had over 700 entries for the past couple games, so people are very interested in winning. Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I think some people have been waiting for a couple particular games. I get the feeling we're getting to them now. So I'm expecting more entries in the next couple weeks. All right, so without further ado, we're going to pick the winner for Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning right now, okay?
Yeah, he gave away the game right there.
Yep, it's actually what we already did.
Take that, trolls.
But there you go. The last entry was actually P-Dog. Winners I
P-Dog. You better not have won.
And Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. I'll be mailing all of those out in this week. So I will be mailing out Game of Thrones.
Oh my god.
Prototype 1, Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 Collector's Edition, and Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning.
Somebody wanted one of
those out in this week.
See what we got for this one.
Winner.
Maybe he wanted to look good next to Panda. He didn't want to give away empty boxes.
Collector's Edition. I'll mail that out this week if they contact me
See,
by
it's an empty box. What he called a collector's edition
just to recap for
content.
everyone how this works. What we're going to do is we're going to draw the winner of Star Wars The Force Unleashed. You have one.
Let's be real. This is him trying to save face. This is like halfway through him doing giveaways. He was giving away empty boxes in the beginning, and people complained and made fun of it. They made fun of it more than they actually complained. So then they had to change it up. That's the in reality of it.
In this new week's Hardcore Gaming Season giveaway, here's
See what he got.
the games. Let's shuffle them around in here nice and well. In the Hawk and Hat. If you want an autograph, I'd be willing to sign a piece of paper or something that I can send.
This might be a real game.
Business card. Want to enter.
Business card. I thought he didn't have those. I thought that was a troll name.
Maybe you want me to sign it or whatever. Now, some people had actually been mentioning, Phil, what are you going to do for the sealed games? Well,
fucking Top Gun.
You don't want me to open the game.
Top Gun.
And if you still want an autograph, I'd be willing
I didn't even know he gave that away. I don't even know what that is. Top Gun, the game.
Definitely tune in next week. You're going
See what we got for this one.
has won.
Oh, really, bro?
MLB 2K12. I'll be sending you a PM very
Didn't this game kill the series?
You can send me your information. And
This game was terrible.
Please keep in mind if you are international.
Hey, I can't. Look here. Gift horse. I'm not looking at gift horse in the mouth. Wow, what a cool guy. He did so many great giveaways.
Open that up.
See? Tom debunked. This is the troll spin. DSP gave millions of dollars worth of games away.
Besides his fans, he was also being ridiculed by his peers. Other YouTubers and gaming-adjacent celebrities anywhere from 2013 to mid-2014 were finding out who DSP was.
I didn't remember he played MLB 2K12 either. I kind of want to look it up.
Nosh were roped into the DSP phenomenon. Even fellow Blip.tv
Maybe he played it
adjacent
for like a day.
Spoonie was roped in. Perhaps the most notable instance of another YouTuber chiming in with their 2 cents about DSP's situation was Total Biscuit, but not because it was the most aggressive takedown. As a matter of fact, it was quite the opposite. It was one of the most scathing pieces of criticism.
He wage quit. He didn't even wage quit. He just didn't boot it up.
Understanding it was as far as trying to see it from Phil's
he
point
really
of
liked
view.
wasting
After
money.
being mentioned a few times by DSP, Total Biscuit made a comment saying, "If DSP is name dropping me a lot, I don't know why. It's really weird that he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet."
You like that he gave away games that he didn't even want to play for YouTube? These games were so good, he didn't even want to bother trying to make money playing them, even for day one views.
Phil's point of view. After being mentioned,
And
a
how
few
much
times
would
by
GameStop
DSP,
have given them
Total
for
Biscuit made a
MLB
comment
2K12?
saying,
Probably
"If DSP is name
actually
dropping me a lot,
$2.
I don't know why. It's really
Oh,
weird that
man.
he's doing that. He's not my friend or colleague. I've barely spoken to him. I dislike DSP's content and his attitude. I've done some terrible things on the internet that I regret, but nothing
this is
close
Total
to the
Biscuit.
stuff he does on a very regular basis.
F&Chat.
He is a really, really bad Let's Player, constantly blaming the
god
game for his own
of
mistakes,
looking
and I
at
find that
texture
really
quality.
distasteful. If you make
Total
your
Biscuit.
living playing someone else's work, then the least you can do is respect the work that went into it in the first place. I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona is the king of
A little
hate.
bit of
He does it
king
on
suffering
purpose,
from
and there's a
Total
lot
Biscuit.
of baggage that
And you
comes
know,
with
this
being
one
super
part
negative.
really pissed
That's
him
like
off.
his only defining characteristics. I don't like to see someone harassed online daily. I've experienced it myself, and it's put me in some really dark places. But to say DSP brings it on himself is a massive understatement. His persona
Dude, you know that part pissed him off. He was probably like reaching at the computer screen when he first saw that.
is the
Or heard
king
it,
of
or
hate.
read it.
He does it on purpose, and
And
there's
then
a
the
lot
king of hate
baggage that
part right
comes with being
after?
super negative. That's like his only defining characteristic. He's not good at the games he plays.
I
He's a
take that
controversy
hatred.
machine, and
I
that
become
feeds
a
his channel.
powerful
Nothing I've
person.
seen him do has caused anything
I
positive
own
to
it.
happen. Here's the thing. Insulting your fans is often blown out of proportion. DSP is terrible for this, and most of what he says to his viewers is inexcusable, but let's not pretend that viewers are immune to criticism themselves. They often act like assholes, they're
Total
entitled,
Biscuit moment.
whiny, and provide a lot of subjective criticism with no constructive use. It can drain you emotionally and mentally
Don't
to
ask
be
about
subject
dinner,
to
by
that
the
kind
way.
of stuff all the time, and I really feel like part of that is why DSP acts the way he does now. Sometimes viewers do shitty things and should be called out, but let's be frank, DSP has a long history of calling viewers out for no reason. Rather than try to move away from that, he has embraced it. I'd like to see
Yeah,
DSP
what did
get
I
some
name the
help.
stream?
Therapy. DSP
What I
in his
named the
current
stream?
form doesn't help
14
anyone.
years of
He's full
failure?
himself,
No,
and incidents
14
like
years
the
of
I'm giving
decline,
away
maybe.
boxes thing make me believe he has some
Yeah.
problems that he needs to deal with and get past, because regular people would not consider that a normal, sensible thing to do. I kind of pity him, but there's no
14
smoke
years of
without
decline.
fire, and DSP
It's
is
a very
metaphorical
honest
arsonist
title.
obsessed with burning his house down. Kojima World Order is still hilarious. Phil, upon reading that comment, didn't take kindly to it. The entire comment is incredibly flawed. It's obvious he doesn't watch my content at all, and it's
Oh,
only
God.
formed an idea of who I am and what I
Oh,
produce
boy.
from the KWO montages. Because watching any playthrough for more than 5 minutes outside of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you'd know that my content isn't constantly bashing games, game devs, and blaming the game exclusively. Yes, complaining about the games are part of what I do, but not nearly 100% of the content I put out. The fact he thinks that the king of hate means that I've embraced being negative about everything, and that's my hook, just proves he has no idea whatsoever what he's talking about. Total Biscuit thinks that his videos are some kind of godsend because he's informing people about new games that you might not have heard of, and frequently he rips the sucky ones a new asshole. He thinks his content is better than mine because people don't buy bad games when they see his stuff. Only I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews. Just because he puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls, if I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut house by now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo.
Rewind this a little bit.
Edited video, and I play through an entire game from play games when
This
they see
part
his stuff.
stuck out
Only
to me.
I've gotten thousands of messages over the years saying the exact same thing about my playthroughs and or reviews.
Meaningful
Just
to
because he
me.
puts out one highly edited video and I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him better than me. And honestly, one edited video versus playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking
Now, why is he asking that question? He already know how you feel about it. That's why he was asking it in that way. Playing an entire shitty game versus making an edited video that people like. Which one is really harder to do? Yeah. See, this the funny part, as the guy would say. I think about him playing an entire shitty game, and then I think of actual shitty games that he didn't finish, that he rage quit. He rage and wage quit, like Amy, like Sonic Boom. You know, a lot of people beat Sonic Boom so they can make videos about it, right? So they can make highly edited, multiple hour long, like super nerd videos and shit on it and feel like they're like cool for doing it. DSP couldn't fucking beat Sonic Boom. He couldn't beat Amy. So he can't even do that. He can't even beat the entire shitty game, and he can't make an edited video about it. Come on.
thousands of messages over the years
How
saying the
fucking
exact
dare
same
you.
thing about my playthroughs and or reviews.
He can't
Just
even
because
beat a
puts
good
out
game.
one
He can
highly
barely
edited
beat a good
video
game.
And I play through an entire game from start to finish doesn't make him
Everything
better than
fall
me. And
apart in
honestly,
the
one
end.
edited
And you
video
hate on
versus
it.
playing through an entire game, which is really harder to do. Seeking therapy because I sometimes get upset over / baited by trolls. If I'd let it get that much to me, I'd be in a nut house by now. Little did Phil know he was indeed in a nut house, except it was his condo and only had one inmate, himself. Besides him pretending like Total Biscuit was saying DSP's content was exclusively negative, Phil completely sidesteps the treating fans like shit accusation and the empty box giveaway so that he doesn't have to acknowledge there's at least an inkling of truth to
Yeah, you can't even eat Skittles.
Despite the fast approaching instability due to his
Zombie
plummeting popularity
Skittles.
and
We
YouTube
need a lore
advertising
video on
policies
that.
not treating his content kindly whatsoever, the financial mastermind
It's
that is
probably
Phil
already one.
Burnell decided it was time to once again
The Skittle
buy a new
era.
condo, this time in Washington. Supposedly, he had no outstanding debt besides his condo, which he was still
Big up
paying the
Super
mortgage
Crazy.
for,
Don't
and
know how
decided
long
that
you've been here,
Connecticut was too
but,
expensive
I'm
to live in
chilling
due to its
in the
very high
animated world.
taxes. So much so that it was worth it getting a house
With
in another
Turkey
state,
Tom and the
despite
guy.
his outright admission that he had no prospects of selling or renting the Connecticut condo. In early 2014, Phil and Leanna move in together. Phil made it clear from the get-go that he was going to need his audience's money, a lot of it. Again, the issue isn't necessarily that he's asking for support, it's that the reason he needs support in the first place is that he decided to do a very expensive move at the same time his channel was dying. To make matters worse, he tried implying that his lack of money wasn't his fault, but that the slow months he was experiencing was due to the games being released at the time not being good. It even got to the point that he suggested he was going to upgrade his video's quality.
The cancer on the gaming community. You don't make enough money, the games are bad.
Doing the bare minimum, but
You don't get enough views, the games are bad. I don't think you guys like Mario RPG.
Force strategy was no
What the
longer
hell?
functional, only earned him even more distaste. Since
You
instead
don't
of
make
doing the
enough
smart
money,
thing by
game
admitting
don't-
this format
the
was
game
outdated
isn't
and
good.
obsolete
I don't think
and
you guys
changing it
like Call of
radically, he would
Duty
rather
anymore.
beg for his fans to give him money directly. Before, Phil was just ignoring the requests of people who watched him, but now he was setting himself up to inevitably ignore the requests of people directly putting money in his pocket. But tensions weren't rising exclusively on the YouTube front. Over at his fan forum, because yes, he has a fan forum, the users were beginning to become upset over DSP's tyrannical method of management. Without due justification or warnings, Phil tended
I've
to
never
ban
seen that
users
Project
and block
7
threads
art
without any
until
concern.
this
One
video.
infamous quote to come out of this situation was Phil saying, "I can't break the rules, I am the rules." I believe he's actually unknowingly quoting
I am
Louis
the law.
XIV, King
I'm
of
the
France,
one.
who said, "I am the law, I am the state." His own fan base got so sick of it that even the mods of the forum, who were appointed by Phil himself, took issue with it and tried to strike an agreement with Phil so that by establishing clearer rules, he would no longer act as an administrator and let them do their job. Consequently, he made a post announcing it. Effective immediately, all account names, avatars, signatures, etc. related to known internet memes dedicated to negativity regarding myself or my
He's
work
not
are
the
considered
Hitler of
trolling,
gaming.
and
He's the
perform
M.
rules
Bison
are
of
permanently
gaming.
bannable
Fucking
offense.
moron.
This includes the Kojima World Order in particular, but is not limited to it. I'm already seeing accounts that, no surprise, are popping up on the site and doing nothing but spreading unfair and unwarranted negativity about me.
Sucks.
I'm all for legit criticism, but these
I
anti-DSP
bet he
movements
is,
are
man.
not that. They're one-sided bullying campaigns and will not be tolerated on my site in place of business. If you have a problem with that, contact an admin for immediate deactivation of your account. Thanks all for understanding and moving forward positively. Despite this agreement, Phil proceeded to not
Moving
uphold
forward
his end of the
positive.
bargain by
With the king
permabanning
of
the
hate,
user
by the
for
way.
what he deemed was unwarranted and unproven slander. The mods of the forum, along with many of the Twitch mods, resigned
wanna
en
use it
masse,
against
saying,
the
"For those who
hate.
read the settled
You wanna
agreement,
take the
this was
hate and
not
use it
allowed.
against
It
the
was
hate."
in direct violation of our agreement. We tried
Like
our
a
best to
reversal.
stay, and unfortunately, we failed in that regard. All the best, the departing staff." Noticing that even his own mods had left him, or in
What?
his eyes, betrayed him, a la Julius Caesar, Phil decided to respond on the forums. Mods did not uphold their end of the bargain first, which is why we've come to this. I refuse to pay thousands of dollars for a website where I get personally attacked with slander on a daily basis by the same people. Getting slaps on the wrist, such as warning points, haven't done anything to change the fact that the forums are a shooting gallery for my head. In the future, I'll either be seeking new forum staff who actually have the time and willingness to properly moderate, or I'll be downgrading the forum altogether to something more manageable for less people. I guess I didn't really need a $3,000 website, and I set myself up for failure when I got it. Thanks for those leaving, and I wish you all well in the future. For those wishing to stay, let me know so we can talk stuff out. I actually don't know what the hell he's talking about here. There are free forum template websites you can use for free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad
He
liar.
is.
As a matter of fact, there's
And he
no
probably
reason
got
to even bring
scammed.
up $3,000
DSP
in the
gets
first
scammed
place,
by
so I
everybody he
suspect
give money
just said
to,
it brag.
thankfully.
Unless he's trying to
So he
suggest he was paying for the mods to
definitely
do their
got
job, in
scammed.
which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation continued to escalate as an administrator ousted Phil
Oh, yeah.
and would continue
It's
to
something
take
that he
over
don't
the
know.
site. Who
Because he don't bring it up. And if he did know, he didn't bring it up. Let me rewind.
For free, so unless he's an absolute idiot, he's a really bad liar. As a matter of fact, there's no reason to even bring up $3,000 in the first place, so I suspect he just said it to brag. Unless he's trying to suggest he was paying for the mods to do their job, in which case we're back to lying because they were unpaid. The situation...
See, this will make it even more robust. The mods weren't being paid. They were running the website and putting ads on it, and the money they made from the ads was their payment. Think about that. That's the in reality of it. The old school edition of DSP's forum. Kind of funny in a way, but yeah, whatever. So they eventually stopped liking DSP, and he wanted his website to be under his control fully. So they stopped doing anything with it. But then that led to him needing to pay $3,000 because he didn't want to run ads? Why would he not run ads? It's a little bit more to it that I'm totally forgetting, and I'm not going to remember it. But yeah, that's more context.
Continued to escalate as an administrator ousted Phil and would continue to take over the site.
He definitely got
scammed, canceled the giveaway
by multiple people
due to it relying on fan art that was being published on the site.
So they did get paid,
with not safe
like
for work
kinda.
images and completely wrecked. It went down and stayed down for good. At least until Phil revived it sometime later with a new, less inflammatory name, just the DSP forums. When someone entered DSP's stream as he played Mortal Kombat 10, they successfully got him to lose his temper by bringing up the Indiana Kingdom Hearts incident, prompting Phil to spend the next few minutes just airing out his rage.
He's talking about something that happened too.
Yeah, we're gonna play this. This was something else, man. This was something else.
Son of a...
You said about something that happened 2 fucking years ago. When I was on Twitch. Oh, man.
Man.
And then the Cerulean happened after this. Same fucking game. Why'd you mute that guy? Oh, I'm gonna play him anyway.
Okay. I'm trying. This is bullshit. That last match was a good match, and it dropped. And I'm pissed.
Hey, when you were playing Kingdom Hearts, and you put your chat in sub-only mode.
Alright. Alright.
Hear me not or not? I got.
Fuck this guy.
I don't know
This
if
is
you
a
can hear
gamer
me
moment.
or not. I got a serious question for you. When you were playing Kingdom Hearts, and your girlfriend insulted the game in the stream chat, why did you put it in the sub-only mode?
Enough of this. I'm not playing this idiot.
Just my question.
I'm not playing this idiot. I'm not gonna listen to his bullshit. We're talking about something that happened like 2.5 fucking years ago. What a complete idiot. Here, you know what? We find a way to disable everything, so I don't have to listen to these morons. How do you turn off chat? I don't even know. Audio output. Well, this is right. I'm not playing this guy.
Yeah, he was still
All
out.
he wants. I'm not playing him. Nope. You don't get to play, dick shit. If only there was an easy way to disable fucking chat on this piece of shit console. Let's see. Not in system storage. It's in devices, I think. Audio devices. The microphone is muted. Look, I can't even. You can't even do nothing. Look.
I don't know me, but I heard you insult me.
Ah, you're a piece of shit. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. Here, you know what? Here. There.
A little bit more context. This dude went on the SOcast after this. He went by the name of...
Fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. He really... The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because you have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The epitome of a loser on
This
the
is
internet.
where it go.
Find
Where
that
it go
man,
crazy.
Find his fucking tag on PSN, and I give you permission to spam his fucking inbox with enough nonsense so that he never fucking is able to do anything ever again. Seriously.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
He really was sending a hate army, though.
Epitome of a loser on the internet.
Whoa.
Find that man. Find his fucking tag
Find
on
that
PSN,
man.
and I give you permission to spam his fucking
You don't have to find it. It's a part of the video.
nonsense so that he never fucking is
You
able
could just rewind a YouTube stream.
Seriously. What an
You could
asshole.
rewind his YouTube stream back then. You can see it here.
Hearts 1. That was 2 years ago.
2 years
He's
ago.
asking the dumbest fucking question ever. What a
Find that
complete
man.
idiot. My God, we're playing MKX in 2015, you fucking loser. Wow. Anyway, if only I could figure out how
he got
to
done
disable
good
voice
after this
chat. I don't
though.
have to hear people do stupid shit like that, but I can't, because guess what? There's no easy way to do it on PSN. On PS4, you're fucked. There's no way to do it. There's no way to do it. Look, I can't. I cannot disable
Look
voice
how much
chat,
the stream
no
was
matter what
held
I
up.
do. Maybe if I hold this, there's like 7 million fucking
The super
menus.
important and totally needed DSP
muted.
MKX stream.
There's nothing I could do. I can't
Nothing I could do. I never did.
I actually cannot disable it. Use. Speaker for controller, no.
Nothing I could do.
Muted. There's nothing I could do. I can't disable it.
How's it feel to
I
be
actually
caught in the
cannot
lie?
disable it. There's no way to disable it.
You said it. You said that I said that, and I never did. I never did. I never did. I never did.
I cannot stop people. So here's what I'm gonna have to do. Here's what I'm gonna have to do to get it to not do it. Here we go. You gotta go back to device settings, I believe. Let's see. Where's device? Not yeah. And then audio devices. What I have to do is mute it. I have to unmute it, I believe. I don't even know how to unmute it. Here. Here. So I have to unmute it. And I think what'll happen is it'll now play it like I don't even know. There's no way to fucking do this on PS4. What a bunch of fucking unbelievable. I guess we'll see in game options if we can find it.
Fucking
Is it in game
Christ.
Some people are saying there's a game option for it. Okay, we'll look there. Nothing.
It's a 10-minute
People
segment.
from talking through voice chat. You just can't. There's
He
no
was
way to
having
do
so
it.
much fun.
My God. Well, we'll try again. I'm gonna make a.
Yeah. Oh shit! I fucking did the wrong thing. Don't worry, we're gonna go there eventually. Holy, that was way too bright. I apologize for putting everybody through that. Let's see. I was trying to play a video. Copy the wrong thing first. Sure, I went back to the same tab. What about it?
Quan Chi. Tournament Quan Chi. Now, Quan Chi got nerfed. I wonder if this guy knows that Quan Chi got nerfed with this patch.
Yeah, you got nerfed,
Summoner
alright.
mode has been nerfed. I guess there was some issues with Quan Chi.
It's the guy. Why'd you mute that guy?
God. We got a guy with a mic. Alright, let's play. Hopefully this guy...
Why'd you mute?
Oh my God, we already have an idiot. I'm gonna play him though.
So this got to make you wonder, would the look at my skeletons incident have happened if the other incident I just watched didn't happen? Because that was the guy he muted. And it's Cerulean show up and say, why'd you mute that guy? Oh man. Oh yeah, another thing about the video I played before this, DSP apologized for that shit. I think that's covered in the Turkey Tom video. He apologized for it. But anybody with some common sense, no. Machinima made him apologize. Like, he went full clown mode. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you permission to find that man and make it to when he can't do anything on the internet. Like, what the? Wait a minute. You want this dude life ruined? What are you asking for? So, yeah. Machinima probably got a bunch of emails over that. It was actually too much.
Oh, why'd you do that?
Make sure to follow if you have a Twitch account.
Then I'll mute the mic.
Twitch.tv /Cerulean86. They're live right now.
First match is going to be a train wreck. I can already tell. Some idiot.
Why'd you mute that guy? Wow. Nice loading screen.
Oh my God, this outfit is disgustingly ugly! Dude, look at how ugly this shit is! Are you kidding me? Hideous. What a hideous outfit. I can't even I can't even get over how ugly the outfit is. Okay, no block, great. I was holding block, but okay. Well, he got me with a combo.
Wow. Nerfed, by the way.
Wow! Listen to this idiot! Wow! Holding block, but okay.
Holding block.
He got me with a combo.
Wow! Wow!
Listen to this idiot!
Oh my God!
unskippable, unblockable. Why can't I block it? Oh my God, why can't
I can't even do a move. I can't teleport. I can't do anything. Oh, idiot!
For the people that don't know, Dritz said radio coming back. Sega had like a package of announcements. They're bringing back a bunch of old games. It's pretty wild, dude.
Oh yeah!
I dropped my combo.
You're terrible.
He's dropping everything now. DSP, no. No. No.
Hey,
Oh my god.
teleport some more?
They gotta teleport some more. Yeah, he was a teleport machine.
What?
Wake up, teleport, combo, and a teleport in the combo.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
What if DSP won this match? The whole world would have like spin different.
Talking to people you play is such a shit talking. Honestly, it's so bad. So bad.
You know, he's just mashing buttons and he's hitting combos because I can't do anything.
So bad.
What a fucking idiot.
So bad.
Oh, now I dropped the combo. What will I do? Online combo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, your girlfriend's an idiot.
Girlfriend's an idiot.
Look at this guy. Now he's gonna insult my girlfriend, but he says yeah, what a fucking loser.
Fucking awful. Too.
What a fucking loser.
Now look at my skeleton.
Wow.
And DSP didn't upload the match.
I have to upload this video.
Yeah, DSP didn't upload this match, by the way. He never did.
Insult my girlfriend, but
he never did.
Yeah, what a fucking loser.
Fucking awful. Too.
What a fucking loser.
Now look at my skeleton.
Wow. I actually have to upload this
How's it feel to be caught in the lie?
That's you.
I have to upload this video to show the level of intelligence of the common person playing this fucking game. What a fucking idiot.
Holy crap. I thought I played a sound clip.
Fucking idiot. Seriously.
Why'd the laugh?
Playing this fucking game. What a fucking idiot.
How's it feel to be called
What a
alive?
complete fucking idiot. Seriously.
What a laugh.
What a complete idiot. And this is why you need to disable your mics online. He's a complete terrible player. No, the netcode, by the way, was not any better. It was delayed. This is why he was getting hits on me. He was just mashing out his bullshit, and I wasn't able to block or move out of it. He's a fucking idiot.
What a great laugh.
Kid.
He's crying. You could hear DSP crying.
I mean, like, if I didn't upload this match, it would be a disservice to everyone who actually has intelligence. This is
So apparently DSP disserviced everybody with the intelligence. I don't know, but he didn't upload this.
Block or move out of it.
Why?
He's a fucking
What
idiot.
the hell, man?
Stupid little kid. A stupid little child. I mean, like, if I didn't upload this match, it would be a disservice to everyone who actually has intelligence. This is the common person who plays these fucking games. Oh my god. Like, you know, what the fuck? So, let's just... I actually have to recap. What did he say? Let's see. He insults about muting people when I play online. He insults my girlfriend. He insults the shitty netcode of the game, which is garbage. He didn't even do one impressive combo. The guy is obviously a fucking mentally ill idiot. I mean, what the fuck? Everyone in the stream chat's agreeing with this, saying that guy needs fucking mental help. Like, what the hell? And this is probably typical of the people who don't
no
like
one
me.
said
There you
that.
go. The typical
Genuinely,
insane
actually,
idiot.
factually, not
Complete
one
morons.
person.
Unbelievable.
Not even the mods. Popsicolo said,
Obviously,
wow,
I'm going to
wow.
my microphone, so we can actually.
The mighty Onyx just shaking his head at somebody in the chat.
Time. It wasn't even. Yeah, I couldn't even play. It was delayed. I'm trying to learn stuff with a character, and he's just mashing buttons and wins because of fucking garbage, screaming like a fucking child. What an intelligent person. And by the way, he's played over 700 matches online, so productive use of his time. What a fucking idiot. Constantly whining. Waste of a human life. It's too bad. There's too many
Isaac
people
mode.
on the planet, I guess.
Yep, Isaac mode.
You get people like that.
Too many people on
That's
our
what happens.
planet.
When there's too many people on the planet, it's overpopulated, and people just have no actual, reason to exist. You get people like that. And that's where you go.
Yeah. DSP, remember, he wants the trolls to be raptured or some shit.
Fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet.
The tirade alienated vast swaths of his
This is
audience.
a great video. He basically still blamed the guy. I mean, it even say, I got baited.
He apologized the very next day in a video on his YouTube channel. For once,
Like, yeah, people that get in shootouts, they get baited by the people he shot, maybe. What the fuck is your point? You got baited.
For example, some of his
It wasn't a
trolls doxed his
genuine
location
question.
back
He
in
was
summer of
asking me to
2014,
piss me
which was
off.
a very difficult task to do considering how careless DSP was about it. It took a long time
I
for
don't
someone to
think he
do
thought he
something
would
with
get
that
basically
information, but
threatened
after
over the
5
internet over
consecutive
it.
days of being DDoS attacked, someone tried to SWAT Phil, saying he either had or
Gamer
was
shit?
in the process of
Yep.
murdering his
A
girlfriend
lot of
and
gamer
her
shit.
family. I don't have to explain how absolutely unjustified and dangerous this was, but thankfully, Phil
Let's
had
see if I
already
can
been in
find it.
contact with the police because he predicted something like that would happen. Perhaps because something similar already had happened at some point, but that's just speculation. However, Phil took this as an opportunity to conflate the people who tried to SWAT him and falsely accuse him with anyone and everyone who had ever made a "this is how you don't play" video or
If you
mocked him on
ever
the
made
internet,
it, this is how
saying
you
that
don't
it was
play.
the negative
About me.
vibe people created around him that almost cost him his life. As bad as swatting is, that's
Oh,
just
shit. There's 2 videos I want to pull up. Whoa. Okay. So we got 2 videos. We got the gamer shit clip. And take a sip. Damn it. Hey, it's me.
Ridiculous. All of these super. Hold on.
I want to hear gamer shit. Personally. Yeah, we got it.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Honey?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Everyone.
Honey?
I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
Honey?
You heard that, honey? Honey?
Oh, great. Another cutscene.
Yep. The cops are outside. We're coming. Come outside with your hands up. Come on, honey. Someone called the cops. Another cutscene. Oh, my God. It's all right. We're coming. We're fine. They already know what's going on. I hope. No. We're here. Come outside with your hands up.
Okay, now. Oh, God. Okay, now we got gamer shit. The only real reason this video should even exist. Great sound clip. Oh, God, where I went. Okay.
Plug one. Kevin, go. Clear. Kevin. It's a gamer shit.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of gamer shit.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Hell yeah, partner.
Hell yeah, it's
Kevin, go. Clear. Kevin. It's a gamer shit.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of gamer shit.
Dude. It's never gonna not be funny. Hell yeah, it's a lot of gamer shit. Dude, imagine if he muted his mic. If he muted his mic, this whole thing would have never got, like, nobody would have ever even believed him, honestly. People would have had to dig up a fucking police report or some weird shit. Now that I think about it that way. And we would have never got the gamer shit clip, which makes it hilarious.
Honey, hold on, honey.
Yep, a lot of gamer shit. And then that led to, man, do I want to go back a little bit more? Yeah, that led to this. And put his head on the fan with your face on. He used to be mechanics. But I'm a social.
Go through regardless if they have a legal leg to stand on or not.
Just like what Panda
Legal
did.
leg.
Shut the fuck up.
Absolutely ridiculous.
You better take a sip. You fucking sleazy asshole. This is. I wish I knew what that other part was. You almost got me killed. You, yes, you. He pointed the camera. Did he have a picture on the screen when he did it? Shit. I don't want to look for it too long. You do it.
I got you.
Fine.
Be awesome one.
However, understand something. I got you.
I got you.
So you're in
Not a
trouble.
threat.
If I hired a lawyer right now, I could sue you.
You don't have
False
money.
copyright,
You broke.
defamation. I have evidence of everything.
I see 1s and 5s in your bankroll right now. Stop all that
Chief
flexing
Keef
and use
reference?
exercise. This is Chief Keef talking to you. You fucking broke.
I agree.
My fucking guinea pigs probably have more money than you.
I agree.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
You're lucky.
You're lucky.
That I am busy.
You lucky
You're
I'm broke.
lucky that I don't have unlimited funds
no.
to go after
Yeah.
you.
You lucky
You're
I'm
lucky
broke.
because I
Yeah.
could if I wanted to.
Yeah, I know.
You fucked up.
You broke.
All right.
Another video, bruh. Wow. Please, DSP, please do something to be awesome one in person so everybody can see your fucking lame. Let me shut up. Wow. You have your IP, you have his name.
Oh shit, okay, I gotta go back a little bit then. And look at the smile on his face.
But at this,
he was loving it.
He's not gonna tell us.
By the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address.
Oh, you
fucked up. Be awesome one on Twitter. I'm dead. Actually. Mentally, I was like, I had to take my own sip.
I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. You said this in a video, bruh?
That's what make him the king of hate. Oh yeah, I went back to the wrong video. That's what make him the king of hate.
Just a silly thing for him to do, especially in the relatively serious situation he found himself in at the time. Obviously, not every hater is responsible for the one nut job that decided to swat him. The noise surrounding his name was getting a tad too loud for Phil's liking, but since he was too proud to start paying an editor and putting out decent content to quell the mutiny that the Kojima World Order had created, his strategy to deal with his detractors was to abuse the copyright privileges he had, in part due to being a member of Machinima, to strike the channel of whoever was bad-mouthing him. Once again, Total Biscuit, this time along with Slow Beef, popped up on Twitter to address what Phil was up to with the abusive copyright claims. Ironically, DSP was soon going to suffer the same fate he put many people through at this time, when DSP Gaming began facing various copyright ID takedown notices due to his use of fan art in his pre-streams. The threat that this posed to Phil's livelihood was so immense that drastic action would be taken. Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams, now his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away. Drastic action will be taken.
May 19th. May 19th. I eventually ended up finding this. And I'm wondering if it's another pre-stream or if it was their pre-stream. I'm gonna look for it.
Hundreds of playthroughs that featured fan art were deleted and privated in order to prevent further strikes. Consequently, the accumulated views on DSP's channel dropped dramatically, which, according to Phil, lowered his ranking in the YouTube search engine. Not only was his personality pushing people away from his videos and streams, now his privileged spot in the eyes of the algorithm was going away, and the House of Cards was very quickly collapsing. Again, this is not something I wish on anyone, not even someone as annoying as Phil. Having your livelihood ravaged is a terrible thing. However, the crux of the issue is, despite having actively participated in bringing all of this upon himself, he simply wouldn't stop in blaming exclusively other people for the damage done to his channel. Additionally, he returned to directly asking his viewers for money, this time with a Patreon already set up, which, around this period of mid to late 2015, was making a little over $1,000 a month. Like he always did when it came to asking for money, he brought up the topics of his taxes and bills, saying he had to pay off his house. But it was clear to anyone with half a brain that Phil was not exactly living frugally. He had nothing resembling savings to subsist on, and actually dependent on things like the hike in revenue in the latter half of the year to keep himself afloat through all of the debt he had incurred. None of which is explained to the viewer, of course, because that would reveal just how financially irresponsible Phil truly was. Due to the declining ad revenue, Machinima once again renegotiated their contract with Phil and lowered his salary. Instead of looking inward to where he could improve on his content, he decided to strike out at people who watched his videos with an ad blocker, calling them thieves, among other things. Though he'd previously pledged to never again ask for money online, saying he would rather get a different job than be an e-beggar, he presumably reconsidered this when he realized how good he actually had it in comparison to a real job, and he didn't want to lose his YouTube gig. He'd actually ridiculed the mere concept of asking people for money, saying he would feel morally bad to be in such a situation.
Everything is a tax write-off. I don't need
a really
money,
good clip.
I don't want got that. That's ridiculous that I would have people be sending me money and stuff, and I'm still not asking for that. And
So
I would
ridiculous, man.
morally
I would feel
if
bad
that were the
morally.
case if I were to have to do stuff like that, and I really hope that I never will.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with
I
opening
never
up a
will.
Patreon per se, but when you try to guilt trip people into paying for debts that you chose to incur, there's definitely a problem at hand. This wasn't the only instance of Phil eating his own words either. He spent years mocking any Let's Player who did Minecraft videos, going as far as to say it was only widely played because it was free.
The reason that people are playing Minecraft is because it is free. Guess what, Notch? You're a f***ing idiot.
Once Patreon time rolled around, he changed his tune to simply having missed the game and set it as one of the tiers. However, much like any of the other obligations Phil made to his patrons during this time, he would fail to fulfill the extent of what was promised, with him only playing 1 of 4 prospective Minecraft sessions due to low viewership. Another incident came when users voted Persona 3 to be that month's Patreon game.
And
After
then
a
he
4-month
rage quit.
playthrough, he reached the
Look,
final boss,
he went
only
back and
to
beat the
rage
game
quit it and
eventually.
not finish, saying it was the
Come
worst
on.
designed boss fight he'd ever done. He only returned to Persona 3 later, though we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Another tier on the DSP Patreon was yet another reboot of Project 7, which he promised to do if he hit $1,250 a month. The goal was met, and he took some time off of streaming to work on it. Just 2 weeks
Big
later,
lane
he
scammer.
indefinitely postponed production, saying to do Project 7 at that time would not make sense, all while refusing to refund the money donated for that specific purpose. It was also around this time that Phil decided he would only fulfill his pledge obligations if the pledges surpassed the set goals by several $100s, supposedly to counteract the abundance of false pledges he was receiving on Patreon. In addition to this controversy, the prospect of another Project 7 reboot reignited whatever was left of Phil's deteriorating relationship with Howard and John, who at this point were very mad at Phil for a variety of reasons, including the fact he monetized a video he made talking about their mutual acquaintance, Scott. The entirety of their back and forth adds up to several hours, but the short of it was that ever since his move to Washington, there was no longer a real friendship between Phil, John, and Howard. Since this time, Phil has made clear on multiple occasions how he simply doesn't have the time to invest into friendships, instead sinking his time into his business, something that apparently continues to this day. Much later on, Phil recognized that during this time period, it wasn't just his professional life that was tumbling down, but also his personal life. His relationship with Leanna was deteriorating, and he'd completely lost touch with his best friends from his peak era, both of which are cited as some of the most negatively impactful moments of his life. He also recalls doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking to such an extreme point that he describes himself as being an alcoholic at the time. Pretty sad, and despite everything, you can't help but feel pretty bad for the guy. DSP began 2016 with a 3-pronged plan. On his main account, DSP Gaming, he'd continue posting playthroughs like he always did, while his vlogs went to the King of Hate Vlog DSP, and his edited videos and montages were uploaded to a third account called KO Gaming. After a rough 2015 that introduced Phil to the consequences of behaving the way he did, he was angling to outwork his lack of manners and the audience of trolls he had attracted. It was supposed to be his year. Phil would finally become Himothy, until one foolish mistake sapped his momentum right at the very beginning. One of the ways he found to make up for his past shortcomings as a content creator was to return to Persona 3 to beat it, as he was supposed to do a long time before. However, just as his live stream for it was about to begin and the screen was set on a message informing people that it would start shortly, he mistakenly left his webcam on and visible to the viewers. In doing so, he exposed his audience to what appears to be his pre-stream preparation ritual, if we can call it that. I'm pretty sure I can't really show it on screen, even though it's not explicit per se, since you can't see any of it happening, but it's fairly obvious based on the fast-paced jerking motions and his facial expressions that DSP is cranking one out immediately prior to beginning a stream.
I finally found what I was looking for, and I found it at the perfect time. Not the clip in this video, but another video.
For it, and I can't concentrate, you know.
I don't think I showed this in the YouTube stream. Maybe ever? All right, perfect. Now, back when he got those horrible copyright strikes that basically ruined his life, this was the picture. This was the picture. Think about it. Think about it. DSP was doing great, and this picture ruined it all for him. Actually, purposely bad fan art, first of all, and quite possibly the worst fan art DSP ever used. It's just some font, don't touch me, motherfucker. The Witcher box art with some fucking hooves sticking out, some little stick figure arms. That was the artwork. He used it in a bunch of pre-streams. A bunch of pre-streams got struck, and he deleted hundreds of videos, which equated to hundreds of thousands of views, or millions of views, or some bullshit amount. This picture, dude, It could have at least been good art. Man. And this is one of the videos that got struck. Pre-stream May 19th, 2015. I'm pretty sure like this is the title of that show in the Turkey Tom video. So it did get re-uploaded eventually, probably by accident too. It's just a regular pre-stream from 2015 with him complaining about his health.
As soon as he's very visibly done, the live stream starts and he says,
"Oh, the camera's on.
Camera's on, huh?
The camera's been on the whole time. Huh?
Almost as if he was
Hello.
knowingly nodding to those who had the displeasure of witnessing the whole thing. As far as live streams go, this comes close to the mother of all of them. It was covered by Keemstar of Drama Alert, and potentially, it's the single most well-known moment of DSP's career to this day, however ironic and depressing that may seem. Phil's first response to the situation was to simply ban anyone in stream chat that questioned him on what exactly he was up to during that pre-stream. Due to the stream only having 20 to 30 people on it at a time, and since a lot of people watch live streams in the background while doing something else, like gaming, he probably thought this moment would simply sink into obscurity and be quickly forgotten about by those who had witnessed it. I wonder, in the hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of DSP live streaming and unedited videos leading up to this, if that or something equivalent has happened before, and it just got lost, like tears in the rain. His next move was to berate those who suggested he was such a degenerate as to masturbate in front of his YouTube viewers publicly, before proceeding to claim he was simply scratching his leg. I don't know one single human on Earth that enjoys scratching their leg that much. And honestly, I feel like if he had just acknowledged what happened,
scratching leg didn't happen.
Would have been pretty funny.
Sailor DSP admitted to doing something he literally didn't do.
After the immediate shock and embarrassment,
say it did happen.
To the point where Phil felt comfortable in ceasing his reflexive lying. About a day later, he embraced it and admitted that he was in fact not just scratching his leg. Due to how thoroughly he welcomed the mockery this time around, some people thought that Phil either faked it or did it on purpose in order to get attention to his floundering career. However, as misdirected a person as Phil is, I doubt this is the case, not only because it falls outside of the purview of the typical shenanigans he gets up to, but I honestly also think he lacks the imagination one needs to have that sort of move. It's too Andy Kaufman for good old Phil. There are way simpler and less risky ways to boost engagement besides public humiliation, and if we've learned anything, Phil loves to self-aggrandize, not the opposite. To be fair, despite how bad the incident in and of itself is, this is one of Phil's most competent bouts of dealing with backlash, as he just very quickly owned up to it within like a day or two. However, despite dealing with this flub minimally well, Phil couldn't look very optimistically towards the future of his career and was very much past his prime. On the 1st of May 2016, while streaming the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Moon, on Twitch, his fans would incur Phil's wrath as he lashed out at them.
Quite honestly, let me take a look, because I have not looked at stream numbers all day. My God, the stream numbers were terrible.
Did he put the lazy part in?
Here's the bottom line, and I'm tired of it now. No more excuses, all right? Because the bottom line is people are like, Phil's not engaged in his commentary, and Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. I'm loving this game. I'm voice acting. I'm engaged. I'm commentating on everything that's going on actively. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that about either the Watch Dogs 2, which I've been playing recently and really liking, or Pokemon. It's bullshit. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy and don't want to come out to the streams. I don't even know what else to say, you know?
There are few mistakes as easy to avoid as openly complaining you don't get more viewers. And while it's not a particularly grave one, it shines a light on Phil's perennial state of mind. He isn't open to consider that his lack of popularity is due to the lack of quality of his content, or better yet, the consequences of his behavior as an online personality. Phil received backlash from his fan base, which was then compounded by other creators like Review Tech USA, who covered his little tantrum on livestream. Phil apologized for calling his viewers lazy, but remained steadfast in his belief that the viewership drop-off has nothing to do with the content itself. At this point in time, the How You Don't Play videos made with clips from Phil's content had completely eclipsed Phil's actual content as far as views and engagement, and Phil thought to capitalize on the community source content. He allowed other people to submit videos to be uploaded to the KO Gaming channel and promised to pay them with, you guessed it, exposure by having their channel's name in the description. I have to make a small note here by saying that he still hasn't tried hiring an editor to work for him to help make his Let's Play content watchable. It's actually mesmerizing. Anyway, the success of posting community source content on KO Gaming was short-lived, as in 2016 the channel was demonetized for reasons unclear. His situation was already dire as far as channel growth was concerned, but soon things took a turn for the worse. As the adpocalypse hit in early 2017, much of Phil's backlog on his other two channels got demonetized, meaning he could no longer profit off of them and depended even more on his immediate income. However,
let's pull up KO Gaming. The legendary KO Gaming one. You can't forget the one. They even do a playlist to this shit, man. Dooba-dooba-doo. Silent Hill. DSP Gaming Emergency Vlogs. What a great playlist. Mini reviews, rants, first impression, hits of the week. Fan voted. Okay, this is it.
What is going on, everyone? Phil here.
Ah,
and
yes,
welcome
Phil
back to
here.
KO Gaming for another
Welcome back.
submission video. This one is another submission from Sky Sands 2008, who previously made the
Sky
Best of Dark
Sands.
Souls Redemption Run video. This time around, he's taking
Inmate.
on my Metroid Prime run from the mid
Free promotion. And he kept the ad revenue
At
too.
the time, I had never
Don't
played
get
a
it twisted.
Metroid Prime game before at all. There was this collection that had been actually released for the Wii U, and I said, gee, maybe I should
He
check
could have
it out.
still kept doing this. Like, he could be doing this to this day. To this day, it could be a different group of people that make DSP videos. People that like him and give him the videos, and people that don't. But he fucking dropped it because he couldn't make money. Monetizing videos literally other dudes made. Come on. Like, come on.
So without further ado, it's the best of the Metroid Prime playthrough.
You can hear the mouse click. You just don't edit anything. See if Sky Sands still exists. Might have changed it. Yeah, they changed it. They're total now. 929 dislikes by all the negative dickhead trolls. We got another one. Best of early 2017 featuring Neo montage. May 1st.
Today's submission comes from viewer Pascal.
Pascal.
A montage primarily of my original Neo playthrough from back over the
Kojima
month of
member?
February, but also it includes some pretty funny and interesting moments
Pascal
from some
didn't
other
get
games
his
that I
channel linked.
played over
Why
the
not?
earlier months of 2017. In particular, be sure to check out the YouTube channel of the person who made the
23
music for
down,
this
132
montage,
up.
because I have to give him a plug at the end of the video in
I
order
have
to be
to.
able to use it. So please take a look at the description of the video for a link to their YouTube channel. I believe their name is Edson Beats. What is
DSP
going on,
plays
everyone?
Battlefield Bad Company 2 abridged. He didn't want to give it a name like, you know, this is I don't play. No, we have an hour and 50-minute long abridged playthrough video. Dude, your This is I don't plays are abridged
Once
playthroughs.
again, was recorded solely with a camera pointed at my television.
And then it was made by Burn.
Capture.
Fucking
Therefore,
Burn.
Please be aware that the video quality is going to be fuzzy.
355
However, I
down,
think the video is
202
still
up.
entertaining and funny as hell. So without further ado, please enjoy.
Okay, so no bullshitting. Without further ado, Battlefield Bad Company 2.
We got another one.
What is going
Oh, look,
on, everyone?
this one named This is I don't play.
To another KO Gaming community
This
submission.
is I don't play.
This one comes
Metal Gear
from
Rising,
Sky,
Revengeance, KO
and it's
Gaming
called
submission.
This is how you don't play.
251 up,
Metal Gear
889
Rising
down.
Revengeance. Now, if you don't remember, about 4 years
Big
ago,
ups Kai.
Platinum Games made a spin-off game to the Metal Gear Solid
You only have a
series,
Twitter
featuring
account,
Raiden
an
as
X
the main
account,
character.
if you
And
will.
unlike the stealthy combat of the main series, this one focused heavily on running around and having high-paced hand-to-hand, hacking and slashing ninja-style combat,
Ninja style.
profile boss fights, and cybernetic warfare.
Yeah, we got another one.
What is up,
DSP
everyone?
plays
Phil
Sniper
here,
Elite
and welcome
V2
back to KO
abridged.
Gaming for another community
440 down, 230
This
up.
one comes from Burn, a YouTuber who's been making montage-style videos of my retro throwback playthroughs for quite some time on his own YouTube channels. Now, if you're not a longtime viewer of mine, I need to forewarn you that before 2013, all the playthroughs I did from 2008 to 2012 were done with a digital camera in front of my TV. I did not use direct capture, so I need to forewarn you when you're watching anything regarding an older game.
Digital
These playthroughs
camera.
are terrible. The colors are off. It's blurry. It's not sharp at all, and so you're gonna see it's very low res, but it's pretty cool that Burn is taking some of my older playthroughs and condensed
These intros get longer and longer.
runs down.
We got another one.
What is
Prepare
going
to
on,
die.
Phil here.
Dark Souls Death Reactions
Another
Montage.
viewer
KO Gaming submission.
montage and submission. Too early. Oh!
It's not.
I'll get
it's-
him though.
No. You have no context to the deaths, so it's just this for 16, 17 minutes.
Now I am.
And then we're missing like the extended rant. Like it's not even actually him reacting to dying. Well, I mean it is, but you know when DSP die in the game, he rant for like 50 seconds, 2 minutes. Oh, I fucking died because I was rolling and the wall and the fucking invisibility frames didn't work. And I kept bumping into the pillars and the game was laggy. That dude cut that part out.
Rolled and he insta-killed me.
You still got a little bit of excuses though. Snort. Was that a fucking snort?
I rolled.
No way. It was.
I rolled and he insta-killed me. I rolled. I missed.
Unreal.
I missed.
We got the transition snort.
I missed. Missed an insta-kill. Oh, good.
Ah. Leg slap. Damn it. We got another one. Resident Evil 7, the mini montage. KO Gaming submission, 827 down, 224 up.
Community submission video. This time in particular, regarding my Resident Evil 7 playthrough.
Yeah, it's regarding,
Today's
alright.
submission comes from viewer Alex, who really liked my playthrough of the recent return to the core survival horror formula with Resident Evil 7. He made a mini montage featuring some pretty funny stuff. This doesn't necessarily feature one particular kind of footage or gameplay over another, but it still is pretty quick and interesting. It's short and sweet. Without further ado, let's check out the best of Resident Evil 7 mini montage. Oh God! Where'd he come from? He fucking curb stops you.
Amazing audio difference, man. From this
Pretty quick and interesting.
to this.
I think I could have shot him.
Huh? We got another one. The best of Dark Souls, the Redemption Run, KO Gaming submission. 721 down, 331 up.
This video is the official
28-minute long video.
of the KO
Official?
community
Oh, it's the first one. Okay, never
The
mind.
viewers can submit your own montages
Playlist
of
when
my
reverse.
raw gameplay from my daily live streams on Twitch TV.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here with KO Gaming. It's like he's selling
It
ShamWow.
could be a montage of fails, of funny moments, of rages, of anything that you think would be entertaining to my viewership. Please contact me at darksidephil@hotmail.com.
Good God. So that's the KO Gaming Community Creations situation.
The potential for AdSense
AKA
revenue was
the
stripped
cock.
away from Phil when his content was deemed advertiser unfriendly, mostly because of the years of content on each channel loaded with every offensive expletive known to man. Because of this quick succession of unfortunate events, Phil found himself unable to pay for the immense amounts of credit card debt he had accrued, the mortgage for his new home, potentially even the mortgage for his old home as well, since it's not clear that he stopped paying it, and last but not least, the medication he needed for his chronic back pain. This panic over his future led to even greater tensions with Machinima, who advised DSP to start uploading shorter edited content to try and amend the declining rates of viewership. However, at this point, DSP is almost a decade into phoning it in, and especially now that he's tight on money, there's no way he's paying for someone competent to edit his slop.
Now, guys.
Incapable of understanding how the business model of his own business operates, Phil thinks that Machinima, along with Google, is shafting him out of money after years of his loyal servitude. In his mind, they owe him something, even if the content simply is not working out. Strangely, he seems to believe that the changes in algorithm were somehow malicious in nature, and that they owed him an explanation as to why he was being treated unfairly. He released a video airing out his grievances and basically saying that he'll get to the bottom of it, as if there was something to get to the bottom of. There's no deeper explanation to it, other than his low quality standards put his channel in a bad situation, and once the apocalypse hit, he was too exposed and got the worst of it. Phil obviously didn't see it that way and wanted to get a satisfactory answer as to why he was making so little money, and primarily he wanted an answer to why it wasn't his fault. This tirade heightened the friction between him and Machinima, and finally their partnership came to an end as Phil was fired from the network. Probably one of the only people to ever be fired from the Machinima network. By March 2017, views had never been lower, despite how frequently content was being pumped out. Phil's merch on Teespring wasn't bringing in enough revenue to keep things afloat, so he went on the search for a new MCN to be a part of so that he could continue his work. Keep in mind, by 2017, MCNs were basically phased out from YouTube. Most people saw them as scams, or, in other words, companies that take all of your money, give you a portion of it, and don't really do anything for you as a result. But here, Phil was still looking for an MCN. Eventually, he found one called Curse, which was willing to take him in. This was a bit foolish on their part, I should say, since he promptly abandoned abandoned them to sign with another MCN, Liveria Media, who offered him content ID protection with the bonus of allowing him to copyright claim the derivative videos of his detractors. Soon after, Phil noticed Liveria's inability to commit to any of their promises to him on writing and sussed out that they probably weren't going to be able to meet his expectations. So he returned to Curse, which, while less lucrative, allowed Phil to continue his work. However, just as one negative feedback loop is looking like it might stop, another one begins. Phil's domestic life with Leanna became turbulent. Leanna, by this time, had recently gotten herself a job, and as the breadwinner of the family, was often out working. Probably because of the life experience she
Imagine
was
calling
Pandalee surrounded by adults with expectations of responsibility and maturity, she began maturing herself, and naturally, muted tensions rose between her and Phil. In early 2017, she tweeted a photo of a fake engagement ring saying, "My co-workers keep asking me when Phil and I are getting married, even though we aren't engaged.
I cannot believe. Oh my God. Who did she fool with that? An actual toddler?
Fake it. While seemingly small, it communicated a lot about how their relationship was going. She wanted more out of it. She wanted commitment.
I think a homeless
expecting
person would
Phil
have
to
a
take it to
better
the
ring.
next level, while he was comfortably inert. While he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up, it appears he quickly took the hint and got engaged to her. Though he admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take place due to Phil's unstable finances.
Maybe the first engagement ring in history, like the first engagement ring in human history, probably was almost as simple as this one.
Expecting Phil to take it to the next level, while he was comfortably while he acted very confused on stream when it was brought up. It appears he quickly took the hint and got engaged to her, though he admitted there was no hope of having an actual marriage take place due to Phil's unstable finances. Despite the proposal, there were various signs that they were adrift and on a fast track to separation. A little while later, Leanna suffered an anxiety attack that was so intense it landed her in the hospital. This flare-up of her condition compounded on top of their already bad situation, since they had to pay for her 3-hour stay in the emergency room, despite her receiving nothing resembling treatment besides a pill, according to Phil. The reason for her anxiety attack is unknown. It could just be from the stress of having a job, but many people speculate it had to do with her relationship with Phil. Soon enough, Leanna did break up with Phil and moved out. While he denied it for a brief period, he eventually did speak out on it.
He didn't show the real wedding ring in his picture or in his video.
And it makes sense to clear it up. Yes,
come on, why we didn't get that part?
We actually broke up a while ago. And
the engagement segment.
We purposefully agreed to keep quiet to prevent any unnecessary drama on either side, being that we both have public personas and social media presence, and we're still on good speaking terms.
Oh yeah, he should have put the just give her a pill part too.
Behind the scenes
come on, how you not put that in the video?
Are nobody's businesses but our own. I wish Leanna the best. I still talk with her regularly, and we'd both appreciate it if you'd respect our privacy on this matter. As in, don't bother asking for details because you won't get them. In fact, this is probably the only time I'll really address it, as I'd prefer to move on positively and focus on the future.
Ah yes, moving on positively.
On the subject. Thanks for understanding. Meanwhile,
we're gonna find it. Give her a pill.
From them again.
It's been a long time since I looked at this clip with like the human version of DSP.
On any podcast that said anything,
but it's gonna be hard to find. Not that hard, but hard.
That I get that fucking bullshit response, right?
Right.
In the meantime, as a knockoff game ago, I actually mentioned many times on my social media how
it had to be in the beginning, right?
Will show up and the nurse will be able to.
Okay.
For real.
Oh my God, are you fucking for real?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna watch it from this part.
About this thing, she'd been sitting there for 2.5 hours. She might have been having a life-crippling anxiety attack where she's gonna fucking, lose her mind and be mentally lose her shit. And she comes in and asks, "Did you ever have an anxiety attack before?" She's like, "Yes." Yeah. Are they usually like this? Well, I have them, but this is the worst one I've ever had. Oh. Well, do you have a doctor? Yeah. A primary care physician? Yeah. Well, we recommend that you go see your doctor then. I'm like, oh my God, are you fucking for real? Are you fucking for real? Okay. Then she says, so, there are different ways that we can help with stuff like this. Primarily, what it is we recommend you don't take any drugs at all. You just wait it out. Okay. Now, obviously, just waiting it out doesn't work in the situation that Leanna was in. To the
How long until we give her a pill?
The paramedics recommended drugging her. So this woman is obviously a fucking buffoon.
Okay. So okay. Said, I wish I knew how much dislikes this video had.
Out, but there's other ways you could do.
But he disabled them for real.
Then you could do antidepressants, and that's a long-term medication. But since it doesn't happen all the time with you, usually we just have this what we call kind of an emergency pill.
Snort.
Where we just have this what we call kind of an emergency pill. where if you ever have a bad attack, you could just pop the pill, almost like an EpiPen. It's like an emergency issue where if you have an allergic reaction, you pop yourself with that EpiPen and it solves the problem. So same thing here. You have a problem, pop the pill, right? And it'll cure the problem or whatever.
Pop the pill. I'm rolling right now.
She goes, but
talk about my pill popping.
Because as you can see, you are tired and loopy, and you don't want to be that all the time, right? And I'm like, this is the most like stupid. What's the word I'm looking for? Patronizing woman I've ever heard in my life. She's given zero useful information whatsoever, and we waited 2.5
What a great layout, DSP.
Okay.
Don't he hate on people that have layouts like this now?
Shout out to
something ads all around the screen. Shout outs.
Here, thank you, Smart Weirdo 95. He says, "I've been watching since I was in middle school. Now I'm in college. Thanks for entertaining me over the years."
What a bad time to get that shout out and to send that message. Did you fucking listen to the stream, dude?
Okay.
Snort.
Okay.
All right.
So.
All right. By the way, if you have extra money,
literally says, okay,
send
well,
it to the Extra Life charity link in the description of this stream.
What's going to happen now? Are we still staying?
Literally right now. Go and do it. Go ahead and click it.
What's going to happen here? And she says, I guess I'll go talk to the doctor.
And then you won't have to get a pill and be left somewhere.
American healthcare, ladies and gentlemen. What a great system we have, right?
Right.
So guess how long that we waited? Guess how long that
he looked like a real buffoon when he had his pop filter up this high, because he would always lean behind it.
20 minutes, we just sat around
like he's hiding.
So now for a grand total, we've been in this place for almost 3 hours, okay? Almost 3 whole hours. Finally, who comes in the room? The doctor, right? The doctor comes in and says, oh, let's,
No, it's the nurse with a sandwich.
The nurse comes back in. The same nurse that gave us the sandwich. Oh, well, we had your blood pressure monitored this whole time. Your blood pressure looks fine. Everything looks good. She turns off all the machines. She says, okay, you can go. Wait, that's it? So you're not going to prescribe a medication? You're not actually
You wanted Panda to get some free drugs.
You're not going to do anything.
What's wrong with that?
You just waited 3 hours. All you did is you gave her a pill, which you could have fucking done, and just left her somewhere. There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever, because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. Could have, okay, you can go.
Jesus Christ,
Wait,
dude.
that's it? So you're not going
just
to
give her a pill at work.
You're not actually going to
don't even know what the pill gonna do.
You're not going to do anything. You just waited 3 hours. All you did is you gave her a pill, which you could have fucking done, and just left her somewhere. She was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever.
Give her a pill, man.
They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in this emergency.
Want to give her a pill? Give her a pill.
And then we're like shocked. We're actually shocked that this is it. This is the whole.
I could see him genuinely doing this with a real child,
towards the front of the,
and not
the
just
hospital.
some like 22-year-old or whatever.
There's this area here that says if you are
like 23.
being what's the word?
I do not give you permission to take my daughter to the hospital. You want to give her a pill, and leave her somewhere. She can take care of herself.
What you're here for? And we're like, yeah, here's the paperwork about.
They're gonna call them people on them.
Okay, bye. See you later. That was it. So 3 hours in a hospital, in an emergency room area, nothing whatsoever useful was done whatsoever to Leanna. The drug that they gave her to help her was an hour earlier. That's American healthcare. Now, by the way, I guarantee you, we don't know what the bill is because we don't have it yet. They're going to mail it, obviously. I guarantee you it's going to be like $1,000. I'm not even exaggerating. I guarantee you that bill's going to fucking show up, and it's going to be anywhere between $500 to $1,000. I guarantee it. Yeah, she has insurance. She actually is covered in insurance because she's already under the plan of her mother. That was one of the things that Obamacare actually helped with, is that allows people who are young
this part
enough
was
to be
sus as
covered
fuck. Why even complain?
The health insurance plan of their parents. So she's still covered under her mother. But I guarantee you, we're gonna get a giant.
Nice weird ass hiccup, dude.
They could just hand her the pill and said $80 for the pill.
Okay, we got another one. Give her a pill again.
Under the health insurance plan of their parents. So she's still covered under her mother. But I guarantee you, we're going to get a giant bill in the mail for nothing, for a pill. They could have just handed her the pill and said $80 for the pill or whatever, but instead they had to bring her to the fucking hospital. And
I guarantee you, if American healthcare worked that way, he would have complained about that. So these people showed up to my girlfriend, Leanna's job, and they literally handed her a pill and charged her $80 on the spot. Some kind of drug dealing business?
Of their parents. So she's still covered under her mother, but I guarantee you, we're going to get a giant bill in the mail for nothing, for a pill. They could have just handed her the pill and said $80 for the pill or whatever, but instead they had to bring her to the fucking hospital, and they did nothing. They literally did nothing to help her.
That would be weird, man.
Get a giant bill.
So there you
You
go.
call 911, they come to your house and give you a pill, and then ask for $80 and leave. It's like a pizza delivery, dude. Drug delivery service.
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, in the room
Sure, she was at Tyrone House, man.
She's still on the pills.
She was getting that Panay.
So
She was getting that Panay pill, the black pill.
Sandwiches, and we just ate them, and now she's sleeping. So
They had a
so
Chick
that's what
King on the
happened.
way.
Unbelievable. Like
Chicken sandwiches. Oh my God.
God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital.
Dude.
No, you get no.
He did it 3 times. He did the give her a pill thing 3 times. Oh my God. This is one of those clips when you go back and watch it is way worse than what you remember. Hell. 3 times. He tripled down on it.
Oh my God.
Wowee.
The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill? Give her a pill, and that's it. Because you're just gonna waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
Give her a pill and that's
What I
it.
thought. When they said counselor, I thought they were gonna have like an actual psychiatrist or counselor come in and talk.
Yeah, he wanted to spend even more money or complain about it costing more if we had a fucking counselor. You want to give her a pill? Give her a pill. You could have just gave her a pill and left her somewhere. You do not have permission to bring her to the hospital. Oh my God. We need a supercut.
Trolls took this opportunity
Just
to
give
make
her
a
a
phone
pill.
call to the radio station 897 KACC and requested the song Baby Come Back on Phil's behalf.
Oh shit. 89.7. We gotta look this up. Because I know he don't play the whole thing. And this is a much requested clip. I don't know how to actually find this. But we're gonna try. Okay, thank goodness the algorithm, they did it. Yes.
89.7 KACC. We got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, Darkside Phil, here's your dedication to Panda Lee. And this is 89.7 KACC.
So yeah, that's the whole clip.
KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player.
Regardless, it was clear that Leanna leaving hit Phil like a ton of bricks, perhaps even worse than his financial issues. He began sleeping poorly and began struggling to eat as well, as he used to eat after Leanna made him dinner. Along with the ending of his friendship with John and Howard, Phil has described his breakup with Leanna as one of the most negatively impactful things to have happened to him in his life. At this point, he was more of a Twitch streamer than a YouTuber since he was getting increasingly less results from his uploads, and still, the requests for donations to his Patreon kept becoming more frequent. His trolls found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog.
He should have put give her a pill full clip in there. He should have put I have your name, IP address. Like these clips that make him look extra sus obviously should be in full. Come on. Duh. What else? It's another one. He should have put the full Baby Come Back act. That's extremely important and hilarious, though.
Dog chasing a car. They didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally.
And I gotta wake Leanna up. She's sick and she needs to cook dinner. Whatever that clip was. He should have put that clip in with the Medicare guy laughing over it.
Trolls found themselves at a crossroads, like a dog chasing a car. They didn't know whether to celebrate Phil finally approaching rock bottom or to mourn how low he'd come. By November 2017, Phil got into another relationship, one that he in early 2018 by posting a picture of a red-haired woman tending to his Christmas tree, though her identity was concealed. The trolls' response to this was to quickly start a thread on Kiwi Farms, claiming to be a lady of the night who was hired to pretend to be DSP's girlfriend. And what is perhaps the strangest twist of this entire story, it turns out the people behind this particular troll campaign were Patrick and Brenda Bronsgeest, a pair of professional scammers who use pictures of young women without their consent to swindle victims of their money.
No, this is a very unique and robust question. Because the people that did this, the escort, like group of people that did that escort shit, the escort shit that they did. Anyway, those people been doing it for years before they did it to DSP. Doing it to DSP was the thing that they shouldn't have done because it got them fucked over and they never did it again. and they probably like had to change their identity. But if DSP wasn't the guy, those people probably would have stayed fans. I can only assume these strange people used to be DSP fans. And then somewhere down the line, they were like, ah, yes, we will use our weird scamming empire to try to ruin DSP's life by accusing him of having an escort. Like, bruh, was he bad at Metal Gear Solid or what?
Decade
what
of
happened?
It was their attempt at defaming Phil.
That's so strange.
The woman whose picture they used to pretend to be
because
Phil's
they had been around. I mean, I'm pretty sure he pointed out a good bit. They have been around for years. It's a re-upload too of when Mr. Medicare covered it, which is a great video. It was very
contacted and promptly refuted their story, and just like that, the thread was gone. The account
this lady
that made
was
this
shoving
thread was
baseball
soon linked
bats
to
up
another
her coochie,
pseudonym,
up her
Angelina
snapper.
Capri, who had registered
Yeah,
the domain
Angelina.
in the name of none other than Patrick Bronzegeist. By the time they changed the registry information to the domain providers, it was too late. Kiwi Farms had already gotten to them. Scouring the internet for any information they could find about them, they came up with various indecent images of Brenda, among other things. Another account linked to Patrick was recorded attempting to provoke Phil during
Brenda
Twitch streams, claiming to be a patron who would rescind his pledge if Phil didn't address the rumors directly. Whether this was a botched attempt to extort Phil, or just a way to kick him when he was already down for entertainment is still unknown. Owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, would personally email Phil seeking to clear the air around the situation. I love drama. I also really hate
love drama.
The escort story had steam to it because the escort identity had tweets mentioning you going back 4 years before the first "This is how you don't play." The escort profile itself had its identity verified by a third party. Every single thing they said was impossible to disprove, but it fell apart in January when she claimed, and no one believed, you had raped someone. That threw her entire story out of balance, and people began looking for what was going on. The truth? They were professional.
That part and the part where she uploaded a picture of a big ass dildo and said that it was up DSP's ass. Like, this person, they, you know.
Catfishers, a Dutch couple using random girls' pics to get
They
money.
flew too
Amazon
close to the
wishlist
sun.
items. They were genuine fans of yours in 2014, but turned detractor, then decided to use their extensive catfishing profile against you. I know you don't want to visit my site, so this is an archive of the full details on a third-party site. It totally exonerates you. Cheers, big ears. Following this fiasco, Phil introduced his new girlfriend.
It was too big. Maybe if it was smaller, more people would have believed it.
To the point of being
Think about it.
Phil's following. Kat was more shy, refusing
That
to
thing was
participate in Phil's
massive.
playthroughs,
I'm just
seemingly
saying.
being averse to having her photo shared. She appeared so uncomfortable in front of a camera that it quickly became a gag that Phil had kidnapped her as a hostage. Regardless of what was being said by the detractors, this was a good sign for their relationship, since Kat wanted nothing to do with Phil's online presence and what it came packaged with. In 2018, Phil tried to replicate the
Shower
virality
video
of his original DSP Tries It Axe Body Detailer video, but it was quickly overshadowed by
scrub your
another controversy he
balls.
involved himself in. At the time, prominent streamers and influencers received copies of the newly
This was
released
fun.
State of Decay 2, common practice for companies who want to promote their products. Upon realizing he was simply too irrelevant to be viable as a recipient of a free copy, Phil took to Twitter to rant. Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They are walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing so solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday, just
I'm
like
the
so
one
many of
who
you.
paid
My
to
reactions
play
will be
the
legit,
shitty
as
game.
always.
I mean,
Within a day, Phil retracted
you're
his
the
statement
one
once he
who paid
realized
to
he
play the
himself had
shitty
received
game.
free
I'm the
copies
one
of
who
games
gets
such as
paid to
Fallout
play the
4
shitty
and
game.
Dark
See?
Souls 3,
See the
and that would
difference?
obviously make him look like a hypocrite. So he retracted the statement, presumably because he himself had received free copies. Not only
He
did
got
acknowledge the
dog so
hypocrisy, he
bad,
also
dude.
suggested using Twitter for business purposes exclusively to prevent similar
And
situations.
honestly, I thought this at the time. I still think it. DSP should have doubled down. He should have said, wow. I looked at I'm writing the script for him live. He should have hopped on Twitter and said, wow. I checked my Twitter timeline and everyone hating on my post from the day. We could word it a little bit better. We're going to come up with something better. But everyone hating on my post today seems to fit the mold of the people I'm complaining about. Isn't that funny? Because it was true. I never did. You said that I said that.
In the future. Despite his promise,
Everybody that was like hating on him under that post, they all had smiles on their face in that picture, and they all had a bunch of links in that description. Asking for money on the internet.
relationship with Kat at this point in time, Phil opened up to his audience
But
about
he
his
backed
struggles with
down
depression,
and blamed
pointing
it
to
on
the times when
depression.
He acted extremely stupid and
Nah,
self-destructive.
he meant that
these times
shit.
that he had underlying
Of course
issues.
he did. He's
Years
the fucking
later,
king
it
of
seems he
hate.
was at least partially admitting that Total Biscuit was right in assessing him as someone, quote unquote, obsessed with burning his own house down. In July 2018, YouTube guidelines for MCNs changed, and now every report on a client of theirs had to be manually reviewed. This proved a very big problem for Kurt.
I want to
since
find
for
that it
every
was my
stream Phil
depression.
did, there there were
stream.
dozens of trolls willing to mass report him, creating a massive backlog of reports that someone at Curse had to be burdened with. Because of this, along with Phil's low numbers, they decided to drop him, meaning Phil was once again a free agent. This was particularly impactful on his finances since the month prior, he maxed out his credit cards to pay off the total sum of state taxes he owed. And without an MCN, his main channel, DSP Gaming, apparently couldn't be monetized. He did find a brief period of relief thanks to one troll who spent a hefty sum on donations to him, planning to eventually charge Phil back for all of it, but ultimately the chargeback didn't work and Phil got to keep the money. Since he no longer had the MCN's AdSense linked to his main account, Phil had to appeal his original ban on DSP Gaming from 2010 in order to make a living. He started uploading content into his long dormant KO Gaming account, but that wasn't much of a fix considering the channel was dead from the lack of uploads.
I think the Halloween part get covered, but it
don't. In a hard place here. On Twitch,
like
he aired out his frustrations in regards to his dwindling
you know the Halloween
support from his YouTube viewers, saying, "I'm gonna make a video about it tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge on Patreon for real this time. If people watch on YouTube, that's no excuse anymore. You guys on stream, I cannot really ask for more. You guys give me so much already. But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. Those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my video and having less than 200 patrons?" In the video, he announces that from now on KO Gaming, he will be heeding to people's requests and uploading long-form content, almost as an archive to his streams, instead of hundreds of 10-minute or shorter clips that he used to do. Though this is a concession, it's done very begrudgingly, and it's not timely whatsoever. It would have been significant had he done this 5 years prior, but now it's just too little too late. I should make a note here that he's more than willing to press his YouTube viewers for wanting to watch something without paying for it. Meanwhile, he's not very eager to press himself to get a real job if his financial situation is as dire as he claims it is. It's almost like he's completely sidestepping his monetary burdens and placing them squarely on his viewers, like they're the ones in debt to him. Luckily for Phil, DSP Gaming did eventually regain monetization. During that year's Halloween stream, after participating on the...
Okay, before we do this, I found a clip I was looking for earlier for a little bit more context.
Wow.
Wow. You're a sociopath. Wow. You almost got me killed.
Says, I've got these protections. You're the ones that made people fucking hate me for...
Jesus Christ, we gotta go back even more. Most replayed. This is it. The king's speech. This is the one. He's the one. He's the king of hate.
Actually coming out and
watch him go.
Really insult groups of people. Okay? It never happened. No matter how people want to skew shit that I've said, and people want to take one moment or maybe one off-color joke that maybe I should or should not have fucking said, yeah, then you could say, if you only see that one isolated moment out of 40,000 videos, that Phil is a racist, or Phil, there's a reason to hate Phil, and we should kill Phil. But the bottom line is, today,
we should kill Phil.
Was threatened physically with murder. And I'm not going to put up with this shit anymore, and I'm not going to allow any of these fucking people to think that it is okay to make this negative shit about me, because this is what happens, right?
If you ever made a documentary about me, you almost got me killed.
This is how you don't play about me. If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you. You're responsible. And if you are a human and you have morality in you, you should understand that. You contributed to it. Because no one fucking thought of me in a negative light until that shit fucking started. No one.
No one.
Dude, it was off-color jokes, and it was just
not true, by the way.
Be funny. And, you know, I've told you, I'm an imperfect human. I'm certainly not perfect. There have been times when I made mistakes. That doesn't
mean I made mistakes in the past.
Die. So fuck you.
Fuck you. One more time.
Allow any of these fucking people with
these fucking people
off-color joke that maybe I should or should not have fucking said. Yeah. Then you could say, if you only see that one isolated moment out of 40,000 videos, that Phil is a racist, or Phil, there's a reason to hate Phil, and we should kill Phil. But the bottom line is, today, I was threatened physically with murder. And I'm not going to put up with this shit anymore, and I'm not going to allow any of these fucking people to think that it is okay to make this negative shit about me, because this is what happens, right? Shame on you. If you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you
No, he wasn't joking. He was honest. He was being real.
Killed. You. Yes. You. YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You.
Yes, you.
Bro.
You're
If you even laughed at some shit, you almost got me killed because your laughter fueled those people to go further. That's basically what he's saying. They were powered by your laughter, and that led to them to hate Phil even more because they kept chasing the laughs, the lulz. They wanted people to say, LOL, you're so funny. So they kept doing more insane stuff, thinking it was funny, but it wasn't funny, and they almost got Phil killed.
decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter.
I did it for the lulz.
Shit on
The
YouTube.
lulz, the
You
lulz.
thought it was funny.
What the fuck you mean you did it for the fucking lulz?
DDoS attacks were funny. You almost got me killed. You. Yes, you. You're responsible. And if you are a human and you have morality in you, you should understand that.
I'm laughing right now.
Because no one fucking thought of me in a negative light until that shit fucking started. No one. People understood it was off-color jokes. It was just still trying to be funny.
Shit isn't funny.
Okay, let me play some of my favorite DSP laughs.
This shit isn't funny. No, actually it is. It's fucking hilarious.
DSP, why are you laughing?
Unedited, by the way. Unedited.
Responsible.
Those reaction streams, man.
You. Yes, you.
You.
You're responsible. And if you are a human and you have morality in you, you should understand that. You contributed to it. Because no one fucking thought of me in a negative light until that shit fucking started. No one. People understood it was off-color jokes and it was just Phil trying to be funny. And, you know, I've told you, I'm an imperfect human. I'm certainly not perfect. There have been times when I made mistakes. That doesn't mean that people should fucking die. So fuck you. And seriously, I think that's where I'm going to leave it. Because that's it. That's the bottom line. Today, we're going to see
Bottom line.
the truth of the matter. We're going to
Oh
see
shit.
the true hearts
We're
of
gonna see the people who make fun of me after this, they wanted me to die.
about me after today when I almost could have died. Now you're going to see what kind of people they are. People who say, okay, you know what? Fair enough. We criticized the shit out of Phil. His business has took a big negative hit in the past couple of years because of it. And we all did it in the name of criticism. Today, Phil almost died. I think we'll lay off of him. But there will be people who will still keep it up. Those are the people who you need to look at and say, what
Interesting take. Considering DSP criticizes a lot of people and companies who have gotten death threats and bomb threats and shit. So, you know, does he want them to die?
And we can be normal fucking.
Is he a part of murder if they die?
Experiences together,
Oh,
and
man.
sharing and stories about gaming and pop culture and fun and positivity, and try to help each other through shit like this, and not have to worry about that. There's people out there who only are following you because they
Based
are fucking
rant.
really
Based
nasty,
rant in the end.
evil fucking creatures.
He wasn't done yet. You better take a sip.
And that's really all I have to say. That's really all I have to say.
Are you sure?
You know?
You know?
That's it.
That's it?
That's all I have to say. If you don't
Yep.
like me, you have the right to not like me.
But don't make fun of me.
You don't have the right to slander me and destroy me on YouTube, to make me the laughingstock straw man of the bad gaming YouTuber.
So
that now
don't
people
tell
are
the
trying to
truth.
kill me. You don't have that fucking right.
You don't have the right
Now-
to be
now the guns
honest.
were pointed at me today.
The guns,
Now I
by
have
the
the
way.
fucking right to stand
The
up and say,
guns.
Fuck you. I'm not taking that shit anymore. No, not
You heard
acceptable
that?
anymore.
The
I got thick
guns.
skin, but I'm not gonna let people try to fucking kill me. Anyone who does that negative shit, fuck you. You don't deserve that right anymore. Because as of today, this was the end result of your irresponsible actions. Yours, not mine. I took precautions when I moved out here to try to protect my identity, to try to protect my address, to try to protect my IP. I've got all these fail safes. I've got these protections. You are the ones that made people fucking hate me for stupid shit.
Stupid shit.
Stupid.
Stupid.
Stupid, out of
Stupid.
character, out of
Out of
my
character.
normal content shit. That's what you focused on, because you wanted cheap views for your fucking channels, and you wanted to get
Shocks
popular. You couldn't do it with anything creative, so you had to fucking come at someone who was an easy target. I'm the
Obviously, DSP is a creative genius. That's why he don't make anything based on Like, he don't make anything for his own content, whatever the fuck that would mean. He don't make anything, though. Even, dude, people even send him. Let me explain. You see this? Look at what we're looking at. Pull out your phone and look at the screen right now. This shit, this is a template, obviously, right? Correct? Okay. Point I'm trying to make is DSP is so fucking lame. People get templates, free templates, change them and send them to him. And he call it fan art. I mean, yeah, but you know, you could do this, DSP. They're gonna make, yeah, I'm not doing that. He could do that. Other people using this. You don't believe me? We're gonna pull it up. It's pretty easy to find. Yeah, typo and all. Typo and all. That's why the intro to his podcast is some fucking Barney shit. Because it's just some other dude's personality and what some other dude think is kind of cool or interesting or fun, but not DSP. Yeah, that. Thanks for watching. It's the guy. Is that really him? And the intro probably came from this website too, but I didn't look it up. I'm the template, man. And he want to say other people not creative? Dude, everybody that make fun of him more creative than him. DSP could be creative too, but he don't fucking try. Everybody's creative. Everybody's so creative. DSP don't try.
Stream for a couple of games.
And then when he do some weird shit, speaking of, we got her on the screen, so I was about to talk about it. When he do some weird shit that seemed kind of creative, maybe questionably creative, like the Skittles, like the chair spin, like the bubble blow, guess who fault it was? This lady. Every time he blow bubbles, it's Cat fault. When he used to do the chair spin, it was Cat fault. When he would eat the Skittles, it was Cat fault. Because she was like, according to DSP, it's Cat's idea. So, you know, she was like, Phil, this would be pretty fun for you to do for your viewers. In the vest streak, I don't remember. I know a random guy in the chat was like, you still got that vest? But what led to him putting it on for money? I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole today and watch the vest lore video again.
Kat abruptly left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the ex.
If they was to redo this picture, like recreate the picture, whoa. Who would look, let's be real, Cat would look way worse. DSP might look a little bit worse. No.
Left the stream to go out with her friends. Later on, Phil revealed that the real reason she left was because of the excess of trolls in chat that were upsetting her. One troll in particular got the brunt of Phil's ire, the almighty Tevin.
Oh, wait, huh?
Why does everyone want me to give Tevin a birthday shout out? You guys are
yeah, I showed up.
What? Who cares if I say happy birthday to Tevin or not? Happy birthday to my number one fucking thief who deserves jail time for the amount of fucking stuff that he steals illegally, except that YouTube won't do anything about it.
Instead of this part, he should have put the It's Tevin's Fault clip.
Happy birthday, shithead.
Tevin's claim to fame,
no matter what, we got to use the It's Tevin's Fault clip.
Is having tried out the Wings of Redemption playbook on DSP, deliberately calling him Dave instead of Phil to get a rise out of him. Although
hey, I can explain. Dave isn't even my thing. Literally, during a random pre-stream, a guy gave DSP like some bits and called him Dave. And he was like, my name's not Dave. And I hate the name Phil. I don't like saying it. So I call him Dave or DSP. And said it a lot. And I was putting in the title of videos too. And other people started using it.
Didn't
and people still use it to this day.
Wings' Richard Samuel routine.
My name's not
was
Richard.
An admirable effort. Besides being responsible for restreaming many of Phil's streams, Tevin had been around for quite some time, knowing of DSP since before 2010. What's interesting is that many of Phil's most prominent detractors at one point were actually fans of him. Quite the Batman dynamic he has going on.
I don't know
Due
if
to all
Batman
the
worked that way.
DSP derivative content Tevin had uploaded.
No one was ever a fan of
accusing
DSP
Tevin
anyway.
Of stealing his content, comparing him to a
DSP.
bank robber, among other things. For a brief period, he was the primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase "It's Tevin's fault" became one of the rallying cries for the detractors, especially during that period. But no matter how much Phil accused others, ultimately, he was his own worst enemy. Despite being...
So now we gotta pull up the It's Tevin's Fault clip. Damn. I'm looking for like 6-7 minute long video. Not by me. But I'll give up and just go to this one. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. Never mind.
Okay, everyone. So I am setting up here for. She went on. You know, she's actually not even home right. It sucks because I knew that was going to happen. As I've told you guys, you know,
he knew it was going to happen.
Well,
why did he put her in danger?
Or my content, or any of the negativity associated with me, and she thought, oh, this would be something nice.
The
to
drug dealer down the street. Oh, he does nice things for his customers.
The excessive amount of trolling that was going on basically got to her, and she says, I want to go do other stuff. You know, I've been here for 2 games.
I'm going to Tyrone's house,
I'm
Phil.
not in a good mood anymore, and I want to go do other stuff. So she did basically. She went on. You know, she's actually not even home right now. She wanted to leave because she was in such a bad mood. You know, and it sucks because I would, you know.
It's really funny that DSP thought it was the correct thing to do. First of all, I'll actually lie, because he told us from a month before the Halloween stream she wouldn't be there the whole night and that she was going to a party. So first of all, to lie. That's pretty rough, but it is DSP. It's what you expect. But he really thought it was a good idea to say that this grown 30-something-year-old lady who's maybe married at this point, I forget. We're going to say married anyway, even though I'm pretty sure they weren't married. But this 30-something-year-old grown woman left the house that her husband lives at, future husband lives at, because she was mad at a dude on the internet. Like, huh? Like what? Like, gra. Huh? Come on, why you thought that was a good idea? Why would you say that? How fucking dare you?
Honestly, if the trolling wasn't so
my
bad,
God,
weren't so nasty, she probably would be in my stuff a lot more often. But that's
oh
man,
man,
she really hasn't been in anything because the trolling got so
that's tough,
nasty. You know, stuff about stupid shit. You know, about her looks, about her past stuff that has nothing to do with anything going on. And you know,
the way she looked had nothing to do with what was going on.
This is something
special. It was a Halloween stream with costumes
for weeks and weeks, and she was really excited for it, and she went and got a costume for it and everything. And here she is trying to. She was
the chair going wild.
The first thing she
do a little bit of shaking,
trolling and nasty shit about her, and it totally turned her off. And basically, after 2 games, she was like, "I just
cat was dry."
And I was like, "All right, you know, I'm not
all right, honey. See you later."
You know,
get snorted.
I just don't want to be there anymore. And I was like, "All right, you know, I'm not gonna make you." You know, if you really are upset, you know, it sucks. And I just want to say, thanks to the mods. The mods are doing a good job today. I don't want the mods to feel like they didn't do a good job or whatever they did.
Nah, they should have felt bad.
Down fast, but you know, there's nothing much else that we can do. You know, there's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Tevin who likes to illegally restream my fucking streams and has an army of fucking trolls who are the only reason why he has any notoriety is because he copies my shit and he eggs his trolls on to do negative.
Fun fact, this was the birth of the almighty egg gang. This one dumb nothing sentence.
Copies my shit and he eggs his trolls on to do negative shit like this, to come to my stream and to basically make fun of my girlfriend. And
I was like, yes, I egg people on, so obviously they are the egg gang.
And anyone who supports that kind of fucking content is a mentally ill asshole.
It's immediately about support, by the way. So money.
The bottom line is the only reason he does it is because he
money and views.
With it because YouTube won't shut down his streams, even though
like think about this. Think about this. His wife, his girlfriend, live-in girlfriend, got made fun of on the internet, bullied on the internet, to the point she didn't even want to be home with you. But what do you complain about in actuality, in reality?
It's his fault that this kind of stuff happens. And anyone who supports that kind of fucking content is a mentally ill asshole who has no fucking conscience or morals. And
those people that support it don't have conscience. They don't have a conscience or morals. But I'm the one bringing up money instead of caring about what's actually going on. The alleged bullying. Right? Correct?
Bottom line is the only reason he does it is because he knows he can get away with it because
Oh,
YouTube
man.
won't shut down his streams, even though what he does is completely illegal. They don't care.
Completely
He
illegal.
does not give a shit. So he runs away. Can't do it on Twitch anymore.
2018.
Twitch from doing it.
Interesting.
So now he has to go other places where basically it's like the Wild West and they won't listen and they won't shut
YouTube is the Wild West. DSP's current home.
down stuff that's illegal or bullying or you know, that kind of stuff. You know, and it sucks because we were looking
It's the way I feel
today a lot.
when I watch this clip.
And basically after 2 games she was so upset. She was like, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm not having fun because I can't. If I say a word, people criticize me about anything that I say. My looks. And, you know, I just don't want to do it anymore. So it sucks, you know. But it is what it is. You have complete fucking utter losers on the internet who will insult people who've never done a damn thing to hurt anyone, and it makes me angry, and it obviously upsets her. But there's nothing we can do to control it.
I was
and
finna save
apologize
that
for
bitch.
guys.
Snort.
You know, it is what it is.
You
and,
know,
you know, we just gotta move
you know,
on. What else
all
can I
right.
say, right?
You know,
So, well, all I can
right.
say is, sadly, you know,
don't
expect Kat to be on stuff frequently. You know, this was a rare occurrence where we had her on for something special. And look what happened because of fucking Tevin and his shithead fan base. And it's directly their fault 100% and nobody else's. Because, you know, I
It's
make
the
my
mod's
living and
fault.
notoriety off of making
It's
fun of yourself.
Popsicle
You're a
fault. It
scumbag.
should have been banned
You
and
don't deserve
faster.
any popularity you ever got. And you
And it's
are
about
eventually
popularity
gonna pay
now.
for what you're doing. Just so you know, it always comes back to bite you in the
Can
end.
he
You will
like bitch about something and not complain about money, popularity, support, or any combination, or like, you know,
much negativity and just toxic shit.
you know,
it's gonna come back to get you. Trust
everything's so morally wrong.
But it is
but
what it is. I
he
can't
don't
stop
ever
him, you know, I
really
can't
think
do
about the
anything about
morals. He just think about how much people making, or if they're getting views.
That's life, right?
That's life, right? Look at this little baby sip.
You know.
You know.
So anyway, that's what happened. Because a lot of people were wondering what the hell happened when she was on the stream. She didn't like. She was having fun, and then she left after 2 games.
Who the hell said that?
All day. That was the plan, and the whole thing got shut down because of that shithead over there. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
All
now
right.
what we're gonna do is I'm going to set it up. We're gonna watch DSP tries it together here.
We're gonna watch me eat some food.
Being a very meek person in real life, Phil began
Goddamn,
frequently
dude.
accusing Tevin of stealing his content, comparing him to a bank robber, among other things. For a brief period, he was the primary recipient of DSP's ire, to the point where the phrase, "It's Tevin's fault," became one of the rallying cries for the detractors, especially during that period. But no matter how much Phil accused others, ultimately, he was his own worst enemy. Despite being a very meek person in real life, according to everyone who's actually encountered him, online, Phil just had conflict in his nature. Some were less personal, such as his brief friction with low-tier God, as the two were often compared to each other due to both being very toxic Street Fighter players. As a matter of fact, they even fought a match in-game once.
Starts off the match with a scrub.
I'm pretty sure the match real, but the footage is sus. The yelling and shit.
Fighting game adjacent beef.
I
Phil was
love this
unable to stop
drama.
himself
The little
from
mini
entering
Alpha
into an
Omega Sin DSP
Sin,
drama.
used him as an example of people who rage quit
Shit was
matches.
great.
To which Phil replied by qualifying that when he purposefully throws a match, it's not rage quitting because he doesn't actually quit. A highlight of Phil's response is when his audience outright tells him that to make a response and address it is just going to create more negativity and he should let it go. To which he responds that he's been the bigger man for a very long time,
Big up
meaning it's
solid dudes
okay
and
for him to
dudettes.
engage with someone saying something
The
bad
nerds
about him
and the
just this
gamers or
once.
whatever the hell.
I guess that's sort of Phil's general sin as a content creator. He's unwilling to not engage with negativity, which makes for a very depreciated viewing experience for people who actually want to watch his streams. He also got in some trouble in 2019 when talking about the passing of Twitch streamer Etika. While he does express sympathy for Etika, he makes the mistake of pontificating about his own situation in 2017, leading many people to claim he was making what happened about himself. The video also attracted some negative attention due to it briefly being monetized after it being uploaded, with the first line in the description.
Everything has
being
ads on it,
Streamlabs link to give
stupid.
Phil a tip. Honestly, I think this one's not that big of a deal, but obviously someone was mad. In a similar instance, about a year later, Phil got himself in hot water again, this time regarding Kobe Bryant's passing.
Today's just a bad day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My slaves get...
No, this part's so weird because the slip up genuinely sound like he said my slaves.
It's a bad day. Kobe Bryant passes away in a tragic helicopter crash. My slaves get corrupted and deleted from friggin' nights. What else could happen? I hope...
Okay. No, it's a really, 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 really specific and old piece of lore. Trigger warning. But it's about Robin Williams. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when Robin Williams left us all alone on this awful world, DSP, did a pre-stream dedicated to talking about it. I think he put his name in the title too. You know what? I'm gonna go with he did. People got mad about it. And I'm like, we could have brought that up. We could have brought up all of them. Brought up the T, bring up T, bring up the Robin Williams, which is extra rare. Nobody bring up the Robin Williams one. That's like forgotten to the internet. When he monetized Robin Williams' death. Wow, what a piece of fucking shit. And when he did it with damn, some like older dude. The one Howard was really mad about. I can't remember the name right now. But yeah, somebody know. You know, everybody know.
DSP had a history of conflating other people's circumstances with irrelevant or petty things. For example, when Toby
Scott,
Turner
that was
facing
it.
some very serious allegations in April 2016, Phil posted a video covering his personal story with Toby. The only problem was his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011, when the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared.
Oh, dude, speaking of, because while we, quote unquote, are on the subject of him talking about people that died and monetizing it. Okay, so T, you know, T, the dude DSP was crying about when he was holding up them little figures, talking about I was Ryu and he was Ken, or he was Ken and I was Ryu or whatever. Those same figures, in one of his unboxing videos, he knocked them on the floor and he said, oh, well, I wish I had the clip. I don't. It's in his massive fucking list of unboxing videos. I'll actually try. Because this is the thing about DSP unboxing videos. They're so nothing. It's only like a few of them I actually watch, for real. So it's possible I could genuinely find this. Oh, dude, I think this is it. I think this is it. He wasted a lot of money this day. Phil Burnell, jerked off. It was on May 1st. I'm the guy. I'm the one.
What's going on, everyone? Darkside Phil here. It is officially November.
Do the math. He spent like $200 on Call of Duty this day and didn't even play the PS3 version. In spoilers, he never played the PS3 version. He teased that he might do it for fan appreciation and he fucking didn't. He only bought the hardened edition so he could unbox it. Unbelievably amazing waste of money. A true adult human moment. It ain't easy being a king, baby.
Things are. Besides creating an optical illusion for people.
Hopefully this is the video though. I'm 90% sure it is, but you know, that don't mean anything. Where them little dudes at? They're not here.
I need to have a hardened
I'm gonna have to keep looking.
Xbox goals, so I'm not surprised that in a market
Because they will be visible in the background, obviously. The search continues.
So anyway, in fact, it was so funny, and I'll tell you the story.
Oh, it was funny.
I showed up at mid.
Let's try this one. Damn.
And I got it for PC because most of the,
I gotta keep looking. I have to. I need to find it now. PS Vita. No way you knocked it down in that one. Oh shit, it is the PS Vita. I love the PS Vita. I mean, I do, but I do even more now. Hello, T. T's ghost. I mean, nothing.
Does not mean that you can buy. That is about to get or get to some PSN without. I'm about out of time. It was the same on the PS.
This might not be it though.
PS3, but it doesn't mention Dungeon Hunter.
Like they're back there, but they didn't fall.
So we're gonna look at 3. So a lot of people and making people enter annoying ass.
Wait, they did.
Is that if you already own the game for PS3, so if you already have Mod Nation Racers on PS3,
Then I put this in the sus DSP video folder.
the game for the PS Vita, so you're basically buying the game twice. If you're playing the game on your PS3, you can suspend the game and load that file wirelessly to your Vita, and then when you say, oh, I'm on the go. So you get in the car, you know, someone's driving, obviously you're not driving and playing at the same time, but you can play the game, continue the game from where you left off on the PS3 on your Vita.
Bro.
It does not mean that you can buy the game only for the Vita and then try to play it on your TV, okay? And I think a lot of people had a misconception. They thought that you could just buy, oh, I can play this on my PS3. No, you can't. You actually need to own the game already on the PS3, and then you can play it on your TV. So that's a misconception that people need to learn from. But there is Wipeout, and of course that does have online play up to 8 players. But the thing I thought funny, it has an online pass activation code. So even on PS Vita on launch day, oh, son of a bitch, did you see that? That's the thing that I thought funny. It has an online pass activation code. So even on PS Vita on launch day, they're caring about people buying used games.
He was super drunk.
Did you see that? They're caring about people buying used games and making people enter annoying ass fucking codes, okay?
Does he knock it over in another video? Because I remember that old well clip. It can't be in another video he knock it over. Now I'm nervous. Oh, fuck me. Y'all. He do. He knock it over in this video too.
Building a bank. E-gauge. I don't know what the fuck that means, so. Alright, so let's open this guy up.
Y'all. Oh.
And the first weird
what a wacky guy.
thing is you take it out.
Yep, wacky is right.
This fucking thing. It's this arcade cabinet bank. Now what I want to do real quickly is open it and see if I can actually put it together quickly. If not, to hell with it. It looks like it has quite a lot of parts. Look at that. It's got decals for the side and everything. Holy crap. Look at how many parts this thing fucking has. It's the most elaborate bank I've ever seen in my life. So there's the front of it, right? Oh well. There's the front. So there's the front of it, right? Oh well.
I think one of them broke too. Because remember, you may or may not know, but remember, two of them, if not one of them, that kind of broke, like they can wiggle around in there. And I think that's how it would happen. Yeah.
Again, the
thank
only
you,
way
Aqua
you could get
Teal.
this set, you couldn't buy it. They didn't.
We got to see who he knocked over specifically too. He knocked over Ken and Chun-Li, I think. Ken, Chun-Li, and E Honda. No, Zangief. Again.
It's the most elaborate bank.
He really did grow up, dude.
So there's the front of it, right? Oh well.
Like he might actually cry if that happened now. Did he pick him up during the video? Oh, he kinda didn't. The guy. The GOAT.
Didn't sell it.
This is gonna be
The
a
only
while.
way you could
7-minute
get these
video.
keychains was to go to an arcade that actually bought Street Fighter 2 and participated in Capcom's US promotion, okay? And then they would have these in the machines to re-won. It was kind of a tie-in, you know, come to the arcade, play Street Fighter 2, throw money at the claw machine to try to win them, all right? Now, do these have any monetary value? I have no clue. I don't really care. I don't. That's not why I keep them, all right? The reason I keep them is because back in the day, I was trying to collect the whole set. I didn't get them all. I got a bunch. My friends also tried to collect the whole set. They couldn't get them all, all right? And basically, I'd say probably
people
around
look
the
these
time
up on eBay.
when
They're not super valuable. You can buy them still in the modern day. I'm pretty sure it's
and
always a guy
moving on to
selling
the
them.
versus series of games. So X-Men versus Street Fighter, you know,
Fighter.
stuff like that. Marvel versus Capcom. You know, my friend
Can we
T
get some
came to
T's
me
in
and
chat
said,
for T?
You know, did you ever collect
Capital
those when
T.
this was out a couple years ago? And I was like, yeah, I got this one. Like, I think I had Blanca and Zangief, maybe. I'm trying to remember who I had. I had like maybe 3 of them or 4. because it all depended on what ones were in the claw machine at the time and if you could win them. They weren't easy to win. Claw machines are fucking tough to win at, right?
Right.
So he goes, okay, we see. I have a bunch. So the next week he brought them to the arcade and we looked at them together. And if I remember correctly, like our intention was to see if between the two of us, if we could do like a swap or whatever, because I had extras. Like I had some duplicates and he had some duplicates. And so our intention was to like do a swap so that we could get as many as we could of our set to have the whole set. And I remember we sat down and I had certain ones and he had certain ones. And it was clear that with the ones that we had, even with our duplicates, there was no way, you know what I'm saying, that each of us was going to get a whole set. Like I'll give you an example. Let's say I had Ryu, Ken, Honda, Chun-Li, and a duplicate of Ryu and Ken. Okay? But T had Guile, Dalsim, Blanca, and Zangief, but he had a duplicate of Blanca and Zangief.
All the way back on this
you see?
one.
Between the two of us, there was no way that we were going to get a whole set for each of us. It wasn't possible. Okay? And they didn't exist anymore. You couldn't get them anymore. Once they were in the arcades for that first, 6 months, Street Fighter 2 was out. Once they were gone, they were gone. That was the end. They were, there was no way to get these ever again. They weren't sold anywhere. That was it. So basically we sat there, they had tables in the back of the arcade and we were looking at what we had. And we were going to do the swap. And T basically goes, you know what, man? He goes,
Wings whimper. Come on, squeeze it out. Come on, Phil. Come on, Phil. Come on, Phil. Squeeze it out. Just have them, man. Just have them.
He said, just have them. Just take them.
Just take them. He didn't give a fuck.
And he gave you them all.
Just take them, man. I don't give a shit.
That was the kind of guy that he was, like the nicest possible guy.
The guy?
Everyone who ever met him loved him.
Yeah, he's just leaning everybody, look like. Finger on the trigger. Wipe the tear.
And,
You know.
It was the nicest thing. He definitely didn't have to do that. He basically just said, here, what ones don't you have? And he gave me all the ones I didn't have. He gave me the whole set. If you don't know why I'm crying, because maybe you have no idea, it's because he passed away. He was murdered. And, everyone in Connecticut was never the same after that. We were all, totally different people because we couldn't deal with it because it was so messed up, And it was my first encounter with real death and loss. And, lucky for me.
Right.
That I did keep them. Because, as I got older,
they meant more.
Really care about those kind of collectibles or whatever anymore. You know what I'm saying? I didn't.
Oh.
And.
I
held on to them. Just.
He's banning a fake Derek account.
Having a nice, collectible. Did I ever think I was gonna lose my friend?
And DSP, the T Carter killer. Mods.
But thank God I didn't get rid of them or give them away. It's something. And
again. One more time.
So.
Let's go when he knocked it over. Damn. This might.
All right, that's
no,
it.
No. Now I have to find it again.
It's the most elaborate bank I've ever seen in my life. So there's the front of it, right? Oh well.
The thing is, I gave away all kinds of shit back then. I gave away my comic book collection, my baseball cards collection, I sold my classic games, for profit to go on trips to competitive Street Fighter.
There's the front of it, right? Oh well. There's the front of it, right?
But somehow I held on to
the front of it.
For whatever reason. I don't know what it was. I kept these. And then he passed away. And I actually, when he passed away, you know, maybe a month, 2 months after his death, I remembered I had these. And I was like, oh, shit. And since then, I always made sure, you know, this right here is the one physical remembrance that I have of him. Like, I think he's Ryu and I'm Ken.
It looks like he's quite.
That made the clip even better. Because Ken was one of the ones he knocked over.
The front of it, right?
Right.
Oh well. There's the front of it.
So let's see if Ken's shake and rattle and
That's how I always saw it. He was always the better player. You know what I mean? He was the one who traveled, and he was the one who basically got us to all become competitive.
I think Ryu's the one, though, that rattled around.
He was the one who motivated all of us to do that.
So it could have been worse.
Well,
he could have broke Ken that day.
Rival.
He broke Ryu, though, another day.
Tournament, right? When he came home from one of these events that he traveled to because he was so good, he would try to convince us, right, to go and travel and do these events with him. And I never went to a tournament with him. I did eventually go to tournaments on my own. I never went with T. I do regret that.
One more time.
It's the most elaborate bank I've ever seen in my life. So there's the front of it, right? Oh, my life. So there's the front of it, right? Oh well.
This dude, he's the GOAT. He's the fucking GOAT.
Honda, Chun-Li. You know, he said, you know what, man? You just have them. He said, just have them. Just take them.
The crying hat.
And he gave you them all.
Every time we get $100 to put that hat on, it's the crying hat.
That was the kind of guy that he was, you know? Like the nicest possible guy.
You learned from Mad Mundane how to cry on demand.
Everyone who ever met him loved him.
That's factually not true based on how he's... Anyway, whatever.
And, you know. It was the nicest thing. He definitely didn't have to do that. He basically just said, here, what ones don't you have?
Dude. Well, that's another one for the folder. DSP sus video folder. He knocked it down twice. So he probably knocked it down even more than that. Like if you for some godforsaken reason would have actually watched these DSP unboxing videos. Like the only few I watched is like 2 of them I showed and a couple other ones. But maybe he knocked it down 50 times. Oh man.
2016, Jared made an innocuous tweet saying, I took a wrong turn on and were pretending with Toby. The only problem was his gripes with Toby were over things like Phil's opinions on his content or Toby having been disruptive and cringy during E3 2011, when the topic at hand was Toby potentially being a sex offender. Another example of Phil's pettiness knowing no boundaries involved fellow YouTuber Pro Jared. In 2016, Jared made an innocuous tweet saying, I took a wrong turn on in the internet and ended up reading DSP hilarity, haha. Whoops. A whole 3 years later, when Jared was faced with accusations that he cheated on his wife and was exchanging salacious DMs with minors, Phil actually remembered this microscopic dig and spoofed it, saying, "Took a day off from the entire internet, but hashtag #ProJared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops." In an unrelated video, he outright brags about biding his time and keeping his eye on the bigger YouTuber who had punched down on him, but he made no comment when Jared addressed the accusations himself and largely disproved them. This tweet went viral and got positive reactions from a few other prominent content creators, and Phil had a mind to capitalize on the first morsel of positive online attention he got in the entire decade. How did he do this?
Of course, he's talking about DSP's debunk stream, which, guess what? You can watch right now if you wanted to. His name, DSP literally dedicated a stream to debunk the trolls. Uploaded on the archive channel and re-uploaded when that channel went down by detractor Tevin.
Not by pushing out some content to capture people's attention and keep them coming back for more. No, of course not, okay? Instead, Phil deferred back to his standard operating procedure, going over every negative thing ever said about him for the 1,000th time in an almost 2-hour-long video. One of the claims he makes in this very long video is that he had less haters now than he used to in proportion to how many genuine viewers he has. Phil was right, but he had no idea why this was and presumably chalked it up to trolls getting tired of his shtick and moving on to something else. Unbeknownst to him and many of the casual followers of the DSP phenomenon, the main group of DSP detractors was about to implode. Wings had Sean Ranklin, Chris Chan had Liquid Chris, and Darkside Phil had the Sons of Kojima. Sons of Kojima was a group dedicated to discussing, reacting to, and memeing on DSP. Their name being an intentionally purposeful nod to Phil's complaints about Hideo Kojima's game design decisions in the Metal Gear game he was playing in the first This Is How You Don't Play episode. The first proper group with this purpose was the aforementioned Kojima World Order, who focused primarily on troll compilations. However, Sons of Kojima took it to the next level and added their own commentary and spins on the content to the DSP moments that they compiled. Even the original creator of the This Is How You Don't Play series, Evil AJ 2010, was a member. Quickly, the Sons of Kojima became the largest group of detractors online, with one man at its helm, Fred Fox.
Wait, who's censorship on the name?
Fred Fox.
You sound extra scary.
Fred Fox.
Deriving his name from the AVG.
Actually,
Fred sought to keep his
shall not be
said
or whatever the hell
secret and tried to establish a strict code of conduct in other members of the SOC and even the general DSP trolling community at large. Many former members cited the group as an enjoyable pastime that was gradually ruined by Fred, who took it significantly more serious than everybody else. His #1 rule was that no one under any circumstance could profit off of DSP, supposedly because it would affect their capability of neutral and fair judgment of his actions.
It's always about money.
To monetize their DSP trolling begat a campaign of intimidation and sabotage from the Sons of Kojima, the most notorious example being with the then up-and-coming YouTuber Ardnas. Ardnas was a rising star in the niche DSP detractor scene, uploading daily summaries of Phil's shenanigans. The one mistake she made was making money off of her work, something Fred and the SOK were quick to confront her with on Twitter when their content was used. The content in question was screenshots taken by Fred and images of DSP's content with an SOK watermark plastered on it. Ardnas claimed that her videos had ads placed on them by YouTube's copyright system against her will since they were DSP re-uploads. The incident split the detractor community as people were either subscribed to Fred's ethos or casuals who thought it was stupid to treat it with—
Y'all, we're pausing literally right now at 11:59 p.m., which probably isn't the correct time. But it happened. An individual named Robust Grandor sent $55 through Extra Life. Wow. If you, Rue, want to support the Extra Life charity efforts, Extra Life philanthropy efforts. Somebody know what I'm talking about when I say that. Check the description of this stream and you can support now.
Based on them by YouTube's copyright system against her will since they were DSP re-uploads. The incident split the detractor community as people were either subscribed to Fred's ethos or casuals who thought it was stupid to treat it with much more importance. And I would probably agree with the casuals. Ultimately, Ardnas got her account copyright struck into oblivion after her intro song, which was in multiple videos, was claimed in all of them. Ardnas and another former SOK member had a few exchanges about how Fred was worse than DSP. The particulars around who is responsible for the claims are very murky, but what matters was that this marked a tide change against against Fred. For the roughly 3 years that the Sons of Kojima was around, it was involved in more internal drama than DSP himself. In 2015, Phil's main gaming channel, DSP
It was
Gaming,
very
had been plagued
entertaining,
by
though.
various copyright strikes over the use of fan art and pre-streams. Leaks from a former Sons of Kojima member, Kaz, revealed that it was an associate of the SOC, Be Awesome One, who had not only created the fan art for Phil, but revoked permission for its use in his
I remember this
pre-streams,
ball, dude.
with the Sons of Kojima giving him the authorization. The Sons of Kojima had gone from idly compiling and reviewing Phil's content for fame and ridicule to actively seeking to destroy his career. One user, the King of Divas, saw Fred leading the group as the direct cause of everyone in it becoming distrustful of each other, but he was pushed out of the community and punished for his betrayal after the fact with a feature-length expose. His private messages, recorded calls, and personal information leaked, all for his non-adherence to the cult of Fred. Another user, Doper,
Oh my
made
lord,
probably
the
best
Doper
assessment of what the group was
Twitlonger.
becoming
Now
with
that
Twitlonger.
was
Let's
a
be real
movie,
here.
a
Phil's not
moment.
Hitler. He's an overweight, careerless 35-year-old man who spends his days walking from one end of his house to another while complaining about how hard his life is. I've seen way too many people act as if they're on some kind of mission to defeat DSP. Why? What's the end goal here? Get him off YouTube? Get his Patreon shut down? Why is this something that people would want? What exactly
Doper
has
was
Phil done to you personally that would
Gordon,
justify that in your eyes? He blocked you? He banned you from his
I mean,
shitty-ass
obviously,
forum?
this is
He called you
Gal
names on
Gordon.
the internet? Take a second look and think
And
about
fun
how little that
policing, by
matters
the
in
way.
the grand scheme of things. If he wants to run
And
the forums,
Doper
into his own
know
little safe
if
space
it happened
bubble,
when
with
he
extreme
was a part of the
hostility to
group making
newcomers
fun
or
of
folks who
him.
don't kiss his ass,
Guess
well,
what?
he has the right to do that
He
since
would have
he's
probably
footing the
been
bill
doing
for his
some
cause.
weird shit
He
and
has
saying
no
weird
career
shit.
future, no
Trying to
friends, no
dox
stable
people and
income.
shit.
He spends whatever free
He
time
wasn't
he
an
has going
innocent
to hotels
person.
in his
He
own
just
area
became
instead of actually
the
seeing the
victim
world and gaining new
for this
experiences.
moment.
His health and lifestyle is nothing short of
That's
abhorrent.
life.
We'll find out soon enough how badly he screwed his life up. There's no need to try and hasten that process, and neither should you feel happiness about it happening. This isn't good. It's sad. It's sad that a grown man is wasting his own life by acting like a petulant child.
But it would be
crying,
more
but,
sad if we didn't
everyone
make
else is
fun
wrong
of
and he's
it. Come
right, while
on.
banning or blocking anyone who challenges him in any sort of way. If you want to laugh at how shitty his life is or what an asshole he's been, go ahead. But don't
Go
pretend you're on
ahead.
some kind of internet
Be that
crusade
monkey.
against him. Is going on and on about Phil really getting anyone anywhere? Is bitching about him for 75% of a podcast really helping anyone? Phil isn't
It sounds like a
changing from
DSP
anything
segment,
being
don't
said
it?
on
It
them,
sounds like he's
and neither
actually
are his
saying
airheaded
this.
fans
It's
gonna stop
talking
pledging
about
money
me
to
every day
him.
gonna
What's
get
there to even
anything?
talk about at this
Will you
point?
get
Phil
anything
says something
meaningful out of
stupid about
that?
something he doesn't know anything about. Phil gets criticized and responds by blocking and then writing another wallow text. Phil whines
I
about a
miss
video
wallow
game not
text
letting him
from
win
DSP.
easily. At what point does it become obvious that it's just the same old boring crap from him? Fred did address this twit longer in the 96
Yeah, this was a
episode of
great
the SOK
stream.
podcast, but removed it due to
Great
the backlash it
stream. The
received.
trolls
Fred at
re-uploaded
this
it.
point wasn't just after DSP, but openly talked about his plans to dox DSP defenders, which more and more just meant anyone who wasn't as dedicated as he was to wrecking Phil's life. An audio.
Hold on. Let's see. It's like one channel that uploaded it. And I'm pretty sure it never went away. Yeah, no safe space for you. If you want to go down a very suspicious rabbit hole, you need to go to this channel and listen to these old ass fucking SOK drama videos. Cause whoa, it is some stuff. It is definitely some stuff. And he talk about it. So he talk about some of the stuff on this channel in this video. And it's
Phil
only
kept
on this
unlocking his
channel.
own friends from SOK, and it was becoming
Let me
extremely
read some of the titles. Sons of Kojima leader Fred Fuchs and Carl, triggered by an Encyclopedia Dramatica page. You did it for the lols? The lols? What the fuck is that? You did it for the lols. Sons of Kojima deleted video response to criticism. I think that was the Doper to a longer. Sons of Kojima alert. Fred Fuchs baited into an interview. Fred embarrassed himself. That might have been one Medicare guy. Sons of Kojima alarming reaction to Dark's video masturbating. This is really, really funny. Like, this is when DSP first jerked off, dude. That shit's hilarious. And Fred's like, oh my, what the, huh? What? It's like a wrestling clip. Fred Fuchs tries it, blackmailing to protect this group. Hilarious, obviously. SOK's awkward banner with Mr. Medicare. Hilarious again. Fred Fuchs tries to get mad over a member leaving the group and unfollowing him. Fred Fuchs uses a voice changer to cybersex autistic man. Yes, this really happened. Sons of Kojima lead call. Fred Fuchs uses voice changer to stalk autistic man. Sons of Kojima tries it. Police in the community and failing. Sons of Kojima exposed. Lead conversations about recording phone calls. No, recording calls. Hating other members. And in the last video, Review Tech USA is a hypocrite from 5 years ago. Skid with a bob and beat up.
Oh well.
But yeah, this is fucking hilarious. Listen to these dudes. Oh my God, he's going back over. No, Phil, no. I know what part we're gonna go to. That part.
I also add some suitable music to it if you want.
He shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do that on camera. Yeah, that's not nice to do that on camera.
You shouldn't do that on camera.
There are children watching.
Dude! That's not nice to masturbate on camera.
Oh my god, he is masturbating. He's just like, let's just get this shit on my system now. I gotta clean up my fucking pipes.
There it is. The pose.
At least that Phil kid
Bruh.
had the courage.
Bruh.
I don't know where to put this. I should put it on the... I don't know where to put it. I don't know
Oh yeah, and they didn't know they were being recorded. This is some other dude like recorded this.
If I put it on YouTube, I'll get a community strike, I'm sure. His fans will flag it down for sexual content.
Maybe I can sacrifice.
Oh, he certainly fucking did.
Hello.
He turned his camera on.
And he fucking like let it all out too. He let all of his pre-stream out.
They were just hanging out and talking in Skype. And then some dude posted in the Skype, I can only assume, yo, DSP jerking off. You gotta see this. Imagine watching DSP that day. What a strange day to watch DSP. Hey, you know you jerking off on YouTube? No.
So,
open the stream, rewind a little bit. Huh? Phil, no. Oh my god, dude.
Squeezing out his man milk is the next step.
Come on, say the line.
What is up, everyone?
So,
hello, and welcome.
I came back at
The
the
snort.
best time. I fucking look on Twitter and I see Dragon Kill talking about fucking Phil.
Moogle,
whacking off
shut
on
up.
stream. I'm like,
Hello. He's wobbling.
and I'm like, what the fuck? So I go and look on his stream.
You're milking a human.
And I'm like, oh my god.
Nah, he was whacking it, bro. He was whacking it.
And I'm like, oh my.
He was fucking jerking off. Don't worry. We're gonna just play. We're gonna just play the end. Oh god. No. Okay, we're good. We'll save. We'll save.
Hello and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
Amazing video.
Extremely clear their operations were nothing beyond a platform for Fred to deify himself and his unhealthy obsession with DSP. Some people claim
There's
he
a
spent
whole
over
upload of
19
that
hours
pre-stream,
calls, attempting to manage
but
the
I
increasingly
didn't save it
murky
when I
scene.
found it.
The details of this are extensive and documented, but get to the point of
And I
redundancy
couldn't
and
find
how
it today.
ultimately irrelevant they are. Basically, everybody
it's
was
really
under
funny.
Fred's suspicion of being out to
'Cause it's,
destroy SOK. This is what happens when you don't have
It's
better
even
things
more
in your
to it
life
than
to
you
worry
think,
about.
if you
When the
didn't know.
previously mentioned almighty Tevin had to pull out from participating in the podcast, Fred became paranoid about him to the point that he decided to release Tevin's docs. In an unexpected cameo, Mr. Medicare tried to intervene in the situation and give Fred some advice on how to avoid the implosion of his group and reputation. Medicare accurately
That actually
concluded the
happened,
group
by
to
the way.
become A-loggers, a term
Just
which
so you know,
originated with Chris Chan, who described
docs
haters who
part.
become so obsessive they end up significantly worse than the people
Fred
they
was just having
dislike.
fun. He was
Beginning in
having a
late
good day.
July of 2017, a series of leaks regarding the Sons of Kojima, and specifically his leader, Fred F***s, began to circulate on forums. Fred continued his relentless campaign of enemy making in his own community, this time by persecuting a detractor called TXT for having a monetized Twitch emoji of DSP's face. He provided someone with information to use against TXT, who attempted to retaliate by doing the same to one of Fred's underlings before leaving the community.
Is he talking about King of Pole? Anyway, Fred tricked King of Pole into just getting mad at TXT over a fucking Twitch emote, and it blew the hell up.
Surprisingly, this was the
And
last.
Fred was like acting like he didn't care or he didn't really have much of an opinion, but it was literally him pushing people to get mad about this shit. He would like sit in Skype and talk to you. He never did this with me, but they never kicked me out of their Skype because I didn't really log in. So one day I went back and read a bunch of shit. Yeah, I was being nosy. Anyway, he would like sit in Skype and talk to people and hype them up. Like, oh yeah, man, you saw he was doing that? Wow, I can't believe he put that clip in his video and didn't give us credit for it. Man, that's really fucked up. He didn't do that, right? And then he would eventually make this person, whoever he's talking to, he did this with King of Pole, among other people and the like. He's done it with a lot of people. This dude, he's Fred. He was just having a good time. But he would eventually trick you into going on Twitter and calling them out publicly, which happened with this emote shit.
Straw that broke the camel's back and made people in Kiwi Farms.
And then if that didn't work, Fred would genuinely log in on his sock account, say some shit, and then the other SOK members, including himself, would retweet it and favorite it. And then if you get mad about it, they'll say, well, I didn't say it, man. I was just like agreeing with this opinion that guy posted. You know, we're like honest people. He did it to me. Among other people, and like, it's really funny, but still.
And was still pushing for an expose to be made on TXT. But at this point, people within Sons of Kojima were turning against him. Soon, a massive prolonged leak began with the intent of exposing Fred, including recordings.
Fred had dozens of sock accounts, and he would just spread information with them and hide behind it. I didn't say it. I just retweeted it. I don't agree or disagree with anything I retweet.
To stalk and have cyber sex
was a wild
with an autistic man. If I had $1 for every time a lolcow hater manipulated an autistic person into cyber relations via a fake voice, I'd have $2, which isn't that much, but it is kind of odd that it happened twice. Unsung Hero Bot decided to leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a former member of the SOK, Renegade
it's gonna get real rough before this segment over with.
And conspiracies.
We're gonna go down some holes that you may or may not know about.
Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend, after she decided to leak a barrage of incriminating conversations between Fred and another primary member of the Sons of Kojima. On the 6th of September 2016, a former member of the SOK, Renegade Operative, posted a video called Responding to the Sons of Kojima and Conspiracies, revealing that not only had Fred tried to dox TXT and Tevin, but even Renegade's ex-girlfriend after she decided to join him on a competing podcast. A day later, Fred's closest acquaintance from the Sons of Kojima also came out with his story, and given their proximity, this was one of the most damning accounts. Che abandoned the Sons of Kojima due to the group's toxic atmosphere, but in his absence, he had largely taken up caring for his then girlfriend and fellow member of the SOK, Alice. Alice suffered from leukemia, and in 2016, she sadly passed away due to her illness. This is relevant because Fred thought her death was faked, and in scouring through a ton of obituary sites, he only succeeded in doxing Alice along with her parents. This obviously made Che very upset, and in the last episode of the SOK podcast, which was hosted by a member Fred was jealous of, no less, Che chimed in to air out years of abusive behavior from Fred. Null of the Farms would confirm a massive amount of attention being brought to the thread as users flocked to see the collapse of the SOK, as the thread about it hit 23 pages in just 3 days. But in the most cathartic moment of this entire ordeal, the man himself, Darkside Phil, caught wind of the situation. He addressed it in a pretty long twit longer, saying the following. Tons of people are now messaging me to say that Sons of Kojima is being exposed for doing horrible things to me that they denied for years, and the like via a series of leaks. It was obvious the vast majority of the shit was always there, because they are the only group who delve that deep into my personal stuff. I would not be surprised if they performed the vast majority of negative things against me, including the doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank calls,
he just lumped everything together.
Signing up my emails to hundreds of spam mail sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and magazines I don't want, sending me feces in the mail, yes, all that happened, and even swatting me.
Yes, the DSPW.
Also got swatted.
Yes.
Nobody was safe. When it came time
That's why he's the guy.
To attend Leanna's brother's wedding in late 2015, we came to the conclusion that ultimately, if we attended, there would be a strongly increased chance that someone would try to with us and ruin the event. That would have been incredibly messed up. Having someone else's once-in-a-lifetime event get ruined by a swatting, we all collectively agreed to stay home and not attend the event. What did Sons of Kojima do? Well, first they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. They, on their own, and without my mentioning to it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had forced Leanna to skip it so that I could stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make me look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? It's stereotypical stalker behavior, and when it happens to celebrities, they get restraining orders. This is a textbook case of a bunch of sick-headed, mentally ill, yes, if you try to ruin someone's life you don't know, you are mentally ill, individuals trying to destroy someone they've never met and have zero personal relationship with. It's disgusting and disturbing. For those who are finally seeing the light, they need to look back over the last several years, all the shit they did to me since I moved to Washington.
This was a very long twit longer.
inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately tried to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. Therefore, why dwell on it? So please, don't keep contacting me with juicy new info, as I don't
compare the length of this tweet longer to the one when he broke up with Panda Lee. And I always think, like, should it be longer or shorter for the Panda Lee compared to this? But that one was way too long compared to how short the Panda Lee one was.
Takes a big chunk of
just make a video, man. You're a YouTuber, like, factually. You fucking, like, it's your thing. You're the guy.
Anyone had any knowledge of these swatting attempts. And they said it wasn't their doing. While Phil seemed to accurately assess his haters turned stalkers, it didn't mean that he was necessarily right in pinning his assessment to the members of SOK, many of which weren't half as deranged and deserving of that kind of framing as their leader, Fred, was. Speaking of Fred, he soon spoke out himself about the leaks.
Oh, dude, get ready. This is great.
Disgusting, embarrassing, and inexcusable. I'm not going to make excuses or say that anyone else influenced me to do that.
This is a Fred twit longer, by the way, if you didn't know. Another twit longer.
When I look at the pictures, I feel ashamed, not even just because they're public now, but because I acted that way. It's stuff I allowed myself to forget about and move on from that I have to now reflect on. One positive thing I can say is that the things leaking out from 2 years ago are not what the group is today. That is why none of the leaks are recent. A number of things have changed and the vibe is completely different. I want to thank you for your support and your friendship. I have no hard feelings, I can only blame myself. Whenever things like this happen, I try to learn from it. This is no different. We'll see what happens. For now, I'm going to focus on my friends and family. The reaction to Fred's apology was at best indifferent. At worst, people, including almighty Tevin, who represented many of the members of the detractor community, saw it as generic and simply put damage control with no actual repentance to back it up. Speculations as to how the group would fare varied. Some thought there's no way it could survive in any shape and suggested that some of the members of SOK were gladly having Fred be the scapegoat for their misdeeds. However, others saw value in what the Sons of Kojima did, but thought it should be limited to the fun commentary part without any of the officializing and secret keeping Fred brought with him. Many people discussed whether Fred should be doxxed, which led others to suspect that a vicious cycle was at hand. By hating DSP obsessively,
like they didn't delete the videos, and if they got any strikes, somebody defended them behind the scenes.
They'd also become like Fred, and so forth. Regardless, the leaks continued relentlessly, and after years of ridiculing lolcows, Fred became one himself and received his very own thread on Kiwi Farms. With his detractors leaping headfirst into a shredder, Phil felt a burden lift from his back. Because of the void left by the Sons of Kojima's collapse, it meant that DSP had less judicious eyes trained on him at all times, and consequently he knew he could get away with more stuff than usual. Besides things like his old condo still bleeding his wallet every month due.
No, I'll say it could be argued. Of course anything could be argued, but it could be argued that DSP is worse off when it comes to people that make fun of him, how they make fun of him, how much of them make fun of him, with the SOK being gone, than if they stuck around. Because, real talk, it was so many people that would start making fun of this dude, and then they would get like bullied out of doing it, or they would become a part of the group due to the SOK and Fred folks being very warm and welcoming. And then, I mean, you know, you're going to just put out less videos. I don't know if Fred told people to make less videos when they joined the SOK, but the people in the SOK didn't seem to make much videos. It was just the SOK doing stuff. But I like, you know. And then, yeah, eventually, every once in a while, it would be like a Freddy fast fuck, this is how you don't play. Oh, speaking of that, this reminds me of that too. They, of course, I mean, they were literally like friends, right? So, for instance, when the Crash Bandicoot This How You Don't Play came out back in the day, of course, everybody that did it that wasn't in the SOK, they didn't get any attention. And everybody needed to watch the Freddy Fast Fuck one. And shocker, shocker, surprise, surprise, the ones not uploaded by the SOK members got a little bit more dislikes than the ones uploaded by the SOK members. And they got a little bit more negative comments. And they got comments like, the Freddy Fast Fuck one is better than this one. Interesting, right? And those comments will always get a bunch of upvotes, like 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes hundreds of upvotes. Huh? And they would like be like, okay, let me bring up another example, because I don't think I'm going to have a real spot to talk about this in. Back in the day, I did voice acting for this person named Aggie Plays. DSP also did voice acting for this person named Aggie Plays. Fred Fugs was also supposed to do voice acting for this person. That didn't go through for a very specific reason. We're not going to go into that today. Long story short, he didn't want to play the role that was required from the writer, and he said, I'm not doing it. And yeah, so when this Aggie Plays thing got uploaded, it got like a shit ton of dislikes day one, 100+ dislikes. And this is the thing with me voice acting in it and with DSP voice acting in it, some Grand Theft Auto machinima type shit. But it got dislike bomb. All of the top comments, 100 upvotes, 200 upvotes. Wow, you got Tevin to do this instead of Fred and Che? What went wrong? Wow, I can't believe you got that lazy thief Tevin to do it. He's not even funny. And then eventually Aggie deleted all this shit. So that's like they held people back in so many weird ways and did so much weird things, dude. It was kind of fucked.
Due to the real estate market in Connecticut apparently being on a continuous downturn, Phil admits not only
like if you didn't play along, they played with you, if you know what I mean.
Taking on more credit card
Some
debt,
people
but
more
also
than
loans
others.
and borrowing money from his parents to pay the costs of running his business. He says he doesn't talk about it because he doesn't want to bother people with his problems, but this is evidently not really the case since he has no problem in asking for money and constantly talking about his problems every day. More likely, he doesn't want to speak on where exactly that money is going.
Oh yeah, the part Fred didn't want to play. He didn't want to play in the story, DSP, the original story, DSP was supposed to die. And then Fred would come on the SOcast and cry about it, like actually cry, over the mic. This dude didn't even have a face. So he was supposed to pretend to cry. And that made him mad to the point where he said, I'm not doing anything with you. And then everything they did after that got a bunch of downvotes and a bunch of like really, really specific, really long comments that got 100 upvotes shitting on her.
Because it will invite every dormant troll to scrutinize how financially irresponsible
fucking video games, man.
Notwithstanding, he revealed that ever since his move to Washington, he'd been paying for a ridiculously expensive leased BMW. He talks about having been roped into it by the dealership so as not to pay penalty fees for the car he was previously leasing. But he explains this very poorly, so it's difficult to even pick it apart. The most egregious part of the story is that when asked about why he didn't just get a used car, he tries to make it seem like it would somehow be more expensive and inconvenient than just getting the BMW, which is obviously impossible to be true. Just get a Civic, okay? But Phil's financial situation became exponentially.
And you may be
worse
asking Tevin, how do you know so much about this? Because me and Aggie Plays, of course, talked behind the scenes because I did voice acting for her. And like didn't shit on her after that.
Presumably one of his detractors tipped off the state of Washington.
And one day he sent me a bunch of screenshots.
Operating in the area. Phil hadn't paid taxes for his business operations for the previous 3 years, and all of that was about to come down on his head at full speed. To pay off all of the back taxes Phil had accumulated, he did back-to-back live stream fundraisers on Christmas 2017 and February 2018. But despite having a minimum goal of $2,000, Phil only raised a little over $300. Undeterred, he tried doing even more special events, such as starting the annual tradition of having the entire week of his birthday
think about how many bans, like Twitch bans, that he didn't put in this video. Remember when DSP got banned for begging? The fundraiser ban?
To the tune of $2,000, and this time
they preemptively banned him so he wouldn't do a begathon, dude. This dude's like gotta be the only person who got banned for begging.
Fans and haters
on Twitch, the website he said was based off of begging, by the way.
Federal taxes
Who else got banned for begging?
Federal taxes amounted to $17,000. So during winter 2018, Phil ran 4 different fundraisers
for begging, the DSP story.
Though his YouTube was simply doomed, as we've previously discussed, his Twitch account wasn't. During this period, he went from 517.
And when he got banned for making fun of that dude with the blue beard,
thanks to one user who gifted over 1,000 subs during his streams. The total amount donated through gifted subscriptions amounted to a little.
Slapping 11-year-old should have been in here too, if it ain't.
As his standard operating procedure on Twitch.
I feel like it's not.
Plus Twitch bits, his Patreon money, what was left of the YouTube ad revenue, and the odd tip actually made things look slightly hopeful. The only stain on this relatively positive moment was that Phil, despite his previous claims that he used to be an alcoholic, decided to spend the Christmas fundraiser of 2018 indulging in hefty amounts of alcohol, which prompted him to become noticeably more neurotic the drunker he got. Luckily, he managed to drift by without causing any major havoc online. Later, he announced that
that one clip should have been in here too and censored when he's like, yeah, watch some you go to YouTube.
Grand total.
You go to YouTube.
Actually, $17,000.
Why not?
To cover the expenses for his tax attorney. April 2018 rolled around, and during the main event of birthday week, Phil managed to receive a total of $1,300 in tips. For the rest of the amount he owed, he made a deal with his parents. They would pay for his debts, but he would have to set out a 10-year plan to get his finances in order and keep them there. That was just one of many demands made by Phil's parents to teach him some fiscal responsibility. Another fundraiser was done in August of 2019, with the caveat that were Phil to get $1,000, a special positive announcement was going to be made. Once the goal was hit, it turned out he'd just gotten a cat. He alluded to a second goal reward, which was immediately hit when a user donated a whopping entire $1,000 in one tip, only for Phil to then explain that there was actually no second goal and that there'd been some miscommunication. It doesn't
What a fucking scammer. He couldn't even make up one. I have 2 goals, by the way. Gets the money for 2 goals. I didn't have 2 goals. You misunderstood me. I'm the guy, yeah, on May 1st.
Oh!
Can you please go in the waiting room?
I'm Pot Wolf.
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Wow. You're quite rude.
I'm 11. Deal with it.
You're 11?
You're 11? And your computer's better than mine?
And your parents bought you a gaming PC? What's wrong with this picture?
What the?
Probably because I'm Pot Wolf. You click on it.
Probably because I'm Pot Wolf.
You click on it. Ah.
Again, if you don't know, this is one of the best parts. Of course, what he say is complete tomfoolery. Big ups Planet Jeff for the $100 top tip, by the way. But look at the little microphone logo.
Good. Now I'm...
He's unmuted. He's unmuted. He walked in a room of random, more than likely mostly actual children, and he says this unmuted. He walked in a room to say this.
Away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Thankfully, they ignored him. And then now he muted again.
I would have fucking pissed the shit out of that.
What a wild man.
What the fuck? Anyway.
I wouldn't want to play with this dude walking in a room talking about that.
I can't. I got an apple.
I'm
what am I doing with this? Why am I playing this game? Alright, watch this. Watch this one. Alright, guys, it's time to fess up. How many of you are actually above the age of 16 in this room?
I get where he going with this question, but we should not ask it, especially as an actual Twitch streamer. He could have gotten some really weird trouble this day, genuinely. Oh, and I think he's muted, and he unmuted too, so that's good. It's a good thing they didn't hear him.
All right, guys, it's time to fess up. How many of you are actually above the age of 16 in this room?
What the? Was he? Oh fuck! He unmuted for it.
Watch this one.
Bro.
All right, guys, it's time to fess up. How many of you are actually above the age of 16 in this room?
Bro. Thankfully they know not to answer.
0. Not one person responded.
Right.
Holy shit! What a surprise!
It's probably better for them to lie for his sake.
Wow.
What a fucking interesting segment. Oh my god.
The living hot dog is trolling the 11-year-old.
Oh man, we're gonna add this to sus DSP vids. This folder getting bigger and bigger every day. Speaking of sus DSP vids, trigger warning, DSP say some weird shit playing this game. Let me show you some of his Death Smiles playthrough.
Here we go. Are you ready, John?
No.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Oh my god.
There's the girl with the big tits.
Choose
Where'd she
your
go?
underage child.
Look at her. She's underage. Look at the size of her titties. How could she be underage?
It says the age right there.
That's a 17.
That's underage.
Rose is 17.
How could she be? Dot from DSP.
Now, how could that be a
Rambo call him out.
What have you been up to on the weekends?
Now, how could that be a 14-year-old? Look at the size of those titties.
Bro,
It's impossible.
that quote is horrifying. Horrifying DSP quote.
She's close.
That's the closest one, so I guess it's the best one.
I gotta pick her. She's the closest.
We get a lot of waiting for her 18th birthday jokes. Whatever that would be called, we get those during the playthrough too. So yeah, he was full, he was dare-ish mode. He was full dare-ish mode.
See you Sunday, baby.
Listen, I think I found it.
I want to take her out on her birthday. Christmas Day? Alright. I'll see you Sunday.
It's too early.
See you Sunday, baby.
It's really the same as your only chance.
Well, somewhere in the world it's Sunday. Right?
Now, guys.
Is it?
Huh?
Hint, hint.
In Borneo?
for this.
What the fuck? Stage clear.
Alright. Different options here.
Now, if you listen to DSP in the modern era, he'll tell you DSP in 2011 was making content for kids. So I don't even like all of that combined and mixed together. I don't know what the fuck we trying to get at or what we doing. But this is bro, what the fuck, dude?
Spooky city with fucking cobwebs.
He
and
just
shit.
lie about himself so much. Just
What did she say?
Jesus Christ.
So what does X do?
It makes it seem worse when he say he made shit for kids.
You're minion, remember? What is it? If you have the little dude that's floating next.
And Rambo by default was a part of this.
Yes,
Poor guy.
planets in the background. What the fuck?
This is the North Pole.
The North Pole has Jupiter in the background?
Yeah.
We got another weird part close to the end. But it's probably a bunch of weird stuff all in between, man. It's a 14-minute video.
Titty. Look at. Oh yeah. 17-year-old titty. Look at that side boob. Side boob action.
That looks sick.
Slip her a finger.
Why is this interesting?
This is great. It's a great game. Come on.
I'll play this while I'm in this list. It's a clip I like a lot in this video. You'll know when we get to it, because I'm gonna rewind it.
Top 10 fan-voted racist remarks of 2010.
I'm the guy, and welcome to the video.
Here's the not at all really offensive in real life, number 8.
Now, one thing I will say about this voice in this specific playlist of videos, it actually makes sense. It's obviously overdone. Like, he's not trying to sound serious. He's trying to sound like a fucking idiot. Correct? But you got the KO Gaming voice where he's trying to sound like you sound like a fucking idiot, but it's not fully on purpose. And he want to be taken serious. There's no way he wants to be taken serious doing his voice. But what if he did?
And here's the not at all really offensive in real life.
So at least we got that. Yeah, I'm Gout Garden now.
Riddle me this.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Find an egomaniacal, overpretentious, self-important rapper who thinks that he's God's gift to music, and
Bro, every rapper think that. Do you know how rap music works?
Self-important ex-merc.
Okay, most of them.
Only person who knows what's best for the entire
It's a part of being a rapper, to be overly suspiciously egotistical. DSP's supposed to know that.
Or as I like to term him during the course of the game, Kanye.
And then like, okay, yeah, we defending Kanye now. Kanye is what again?
An egomaniacal, overpretentious, self-important rapper who thinks that
Bro, DSP's all of that, and he don't fucking even make fan art. He can't even make a PNG. I think Kanye at least can make a PNG. He can make a beat. Can DSP make any beat good or bad? No. And he's all of these things, and he's a fucking Let's Player. Get out of here. How dare you? Self-important.
Kanye Wesker. I mean,
Sounded like Amberlin.
The traits from these two people and actually slams
God
them
damn it,
together
DSP.
in a mishmash
Oh well.
that can only be described as Japan's actual view of what they think the typical
The audio kind of funny for this. I didn't really notice somehow. But you got the old DSP. Like, this is already old DSP, but you got older DSP just in the background acting and laughing.
from these two people and actually slams them together in a mishmash that can only be described as Japan's actual view of what they think the typical African American is like.
Right.
TK is just larger than life. He thinks he's a big shot.
He's supposed to be larger than life. The dude not at home acting this way. How can DSP not connect the dots? It's like he's... Look at what he's doing. Of course he's acting larger than life.
Just like the Japanese think of
This is a dude that watched wrestling half of his life, by the way. And he's acting like this over a video game character. To project racism on the Japan. They're racist because I'm noticing this stuff in this character they put in the game. Okay, how should the black dude act, DSP? Do you know how black people should act?
He's always wearing those really cool shades. He's got a
Think about it.
mace that's really a
He always project other people being racist, though. I don't know how this is a funny racist moment, to be honest.
Just like the Japanese,
But yeah,
every single black
it's
person
kind of
can
not.
pull a gun out of thin air.
This the part coming up.
Out of his own asshole.
Asshole.
And whenever he fires it, that's right.
That's
he has
right.
to have it side cocked with no recoil. Amazing amazingly magical African American powers.
This is my clip.
With no recoil. Amazingly magical African American powers. Side cocked. With no recoil. Amazingly magical African American powers. So, Kanye Wesker, or TK as he was really called.
That is a pretty good nickname.
Including
Kanye Wesker, why not?
And
No way DSP made it up.
That's right.
But what if he
have
did?
it side cocked with no recoil. Amazingly magical African American powers. So
Seeing this was entirely malicious in nature, more so
Amazingly
manifestation of
African-American
Phil's
magical
communication
powers.
skills. Soon after, Phil did an interview with fellow YouTuber The Quartering, though many felt that it fell short of expectations, since Quartering wasn't pursuing the more pressing questions and more so taking it easy on Phil over the course of it. The more success in getting people to donate Phil was having, the more he was seeing little bits of trouble start to surface again. In another situation, a longtime viewer and supporter of DSP, DJ Runo, donated the $20 that would be necessary for Phil to buy Untitled Goose Game, which Runo wanted to see him play. Phil thanks him very much for his generosity.
The DJ
Eventually
refund
said he would
drama is
buy it
fucking
and play it the
hilarious.
following week. However, the very next day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN. Unsurprisingly, this
He should have put the extra salty, like at least part of the extra salty Minecraft rant from DSP to DJ Runo. I think it was during Minecraft, because showcasing how salty he got and then pointing out that it wasn't even the real guy, I think it's kind of important. But it is what it is. Like Drake.
Coda tipped $3.33. Robust style African Americana curated shooting.
Thank you for the curated 333. Clark the Coder. Something else.
very next
Hold on.
day, Phil took to his stream to say he didn't have the money to buy the game and was too poor to buy anything, asking for his viewers to donate him shop credits either for Nintendo or PSN.
Another thing that would have been fun to put in the video, but it might have been a little bit of filler, but it again show how strange of a person DSP can be when it comes to dealing with other people. The Gamer J. Lee shit. Now it's kind of a lot of dots to connect on it, and you basically just have to explain it in full. So yeah, with the Gamer J. Lee thing, this dude complained about DSP on the internet. I'm gonna try to make it short. This dude complained about DSP on the internet. DSP waited until the day before his off day. He told us this, by the way. I was restreaming it. He waited until the day before his off day to go on a toxic fucking bomb rant against Gamer J. Lee, saying, that's not the person. That's not the kid. It's this kid on the internet saying that they met me and I met their dad and this and that. That's not the kid. But it just was. Like it just was. And then if you go back, you can listen to DSP talk about meeting Gamer J. Lee. Shocker, shocker, surprise, surprise. So yeah, it was like, okay, DSP, if this isn't the kid that you met his dad and hung out with him when he was underage, strange. But if that's not the kid, how many underage kids you hang out with? How many underage kids you were hanging out with when you were like 31? But yeah, he was just wrong. It was the kid. It was Gamer J. Lee the whole time. I walked Phil. That dude. Somebody might remember that a little bit. It was really funny.
Unsurprisingly, this caused some commotion, and Runo tried to get his money back upon discovering
You
that Phil
didn't.
wasn't going
You
to play
didn't fire me. You didn't fire me. I walked Phil, and you came back to Twitch, and I walked in your chat, and I was still a mod, and I was like, wow, how am I still a mod? Stop calling me a kid.
what he had gotten paid for. The more generous members
That
of the
shit
chat
was funny.
deduced that since his PayPal was connected directly to his extremely overdrafted bank account, the money got swallowed up by Phil's debt before he could do anything with it. Confusion was only made even worse when Phil added Untitled Goose Game to his stream schedule for the month of October, following the end of his
So
late
next time you see DSP go on a weird rant, or what you think is a weird rant, or a big negative style rant on the day before his off day, just remember, he's done it on purpose and admitted to it before. Like he could have talked about something on Tuesday or Wednesday, but he instead waited the day before his off day. Whatever day his off day was, he waited until that day before the off day instead of actually talking about it, you know, when other people was talking about it. And then what a defense. That's not the kid. It was somebody else. That's your defense, R. Kelly? That it was another kid?
late stream at about 10 p.m. on the
Trigger
7th of
warning.
October. Later that
R.
same night,
Kelly
a post
joke.
was made on Phil's
Well, like, what
forum
the fuck kind of
titled,
defense is
"DSP
that?
Pocketed my $20.
It was another kid.
I need my money back, but he's banning everybody that's bringing it up. I'm just gonna go through PayPal and save the headache of lies I will be told by him. I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I don't.
He got this.
Because I wanted
He
to
got
see him
this issue with calling people kids, even if they're close to his age. He's been doing it for years. You can go back to listen to DSP when he was 30, and he was calling dudes 25 a kid. It's like, what? And then what makes it ironic is that most of DSP's YouTube career, before he showed his face a lot, people thought he was a kid. Even when he was doing bad in the crouch jump, remember the crouch jump shit? People thought that was a kid. People were posting comments like, wow, this kid sucks at games. It shows you how people of the new generation are bad at games. People left comments like that. And DSP the one calling other people kids for no reason whatsoever. Even though people on the internet that didn't know who he was thought he was a kid because he was stupid and he had a weird voice.
play the game. I won't be an idiot again. Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject of it to entitled moron tries to fraudulently report DSP for something that didn't happen. The thread, edited title. He also posted in it himself.
Yeah. You got to hear about this. This is really funny.
I've long knew about Phil's dishonesty, especially when it comes to money, but I donated anyways because I wanted to see him play the game. I won't be an idiot.
So of course, he's gonna tell you in the video, but this is a fake DJ Runo that posted this whole thing. But what DSP did was insane.
Phil did not take kindly to this thread, changing the subject.
Yeah, this
of
is
it
really
to
funny.
Entitled moron tries to fraudulently report DSP for something that didn't happen. The thread, edited title. He also
No, you got to give him a little bit of credit. He put parentheses edited title. That's some transparency right there. But that's because he know everybody knew that he edited it. And this is such a big deal, but not a big deal that he did this, in my opinion, that he changed the thread title. Like, I'm thinking maybe he did this 10 years ago and didn't change the title to say that he changed the title. Who knows?
posted in it himself saying, "So you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently to DSP for something that
Oh
didn't
yeah. Almighty Tevin. Fake Tevin. I don't have a forum account.
Bit too.
I used to, but I used to when my name wasn't Almighty Tevin. It was just Tevin, obviously.
Titled moron tries to fraudulently report
And that
DSP
shit got
for something
deleted.
that didn't happen. The thread. Edited title. He also posted in it himself saying, "So you
I remember
made
the good
an
old
ass of
days.
yourself."
I remember the good old days when DSP used to block people that had Comcast, not Comcast, my God, that had Cox as their ISP because Cox Cable, Cox Internet was the Tevin Internet. So if some dude showed up in his chat from a different state, different country, especially if they showed up from a similar area, if they had Cox as their internet, immediately, automatically banned. It was really funny when we figured that out.
Title. He also posted in it himself saying, "So you've made an ass of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead
Goddamn,
apparently
dude.
decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. You're not the first, and you won't be the last, but you really blew it this time. I was checking my emails an hour ago during my break between streams, and
He
saw
had
that you'd
people
sent me a
scanning
message
for
on PayPal,
ISP
and a
names,
message you
dude,
complained
before they
you'd
would
given me
voice
20
you.
bucks to buy a game, and that I'd now said I wasn't
That's
going
something
to buy
else.
it, but that if people still wanted me to play it, you'd have to send Nintendo credits, and you didn't want to pay twice, so you were requesting your money back. I immediately returned your funds that I raised in tips on today's Borderlands 3 stream because that's all I have, and apologized that this was the situation I'm in. All money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff, like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least." So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like, "Man, you apparently are trying to report to Twitch
Yeah, you
using
have to get
video
patted
evidence,"
down
it was
to
ripped
go
from
in
my
the
streams
club.
by detractors. Guess
Actual
what? That's not what
security.
a fan or a fan does. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules or anything, 3, you just exposed yourself as a complete asshole. The best part is, I didn't go off when anyone asked about Untitled Goose Game. I didn't see anyone ask
Don't
at
worry,
all.
DJ
I was angry
Runo.
that idiots
DSP
kept
dunk
asking
on
for
everybody.
code
The thing
names
is, the
/
goal
chain
is really
after I've
short
repeatedly explained
because
I
he
cannot afford
5'12".
any games right now.
So
The
he can't jump that
subject
high
really
either
never
because
came,
it's bad
but you're a
back.
gullible idiot who apparently
So it's a little
knows what
baby
detractors
dunk.
say about me.
But it's really
Congrats. For
easy.
today's
So,
biggest idiot. So
you
you
know.
only contribute to me to get what you
Heck,
want rather than actually caring about me as a person or a content creator. Well, you can keep your money then. And you
Yeah,
can
man,
say
you gotta
goodbye,
care about
because
him
I
as a
certainly don't
person to
need
give him
entitled
money?
Toxic people trying to ruin my life and
What?
my business over $20 because you can't talk to me like a respectful human. During a chill stream where he played Minecraft, Phil would spend over 30 minutes ranting about the situation, including
That's you
insulting
being wrong
DJ
about
Bruno
me.
throughout for his insubordination. About 8 hours after the creation,
Yeah, he should have put some of it in here. Some of the rant from DSP. Because he was going wild, man.
Made a thread titled,
I think it was one of those no one wants you here rants.
he said, just to clarify what actually happened, I was pissed about Phil because I sure felt cheated. Phil did refund me the money immediately. I did not report Phil to either PayPal or Twitch. I was hoping Phil would realize himself that the account on the forum at least was complete BS, since it was just freshly made, and if that doesn't shout fake, I don't know what does. I hope clearing this up with this forum account that exists for over 4.5 years means
But
something.
the DJ Runo thing, it really shows how quick DSP's willing to completely throw somebody away in his community, no matter how long they've been around, no matter how much you pretend to like you. Like getting rid of somebody is one thing, but he got rid of the dude and buried him. And then it wasn't even the right guy. He fucking shot somebody else.
Something at least. If I thought Phil was as
It was way too much.
Why would I have watched him for over 10 years? Why would I cheer or donate frequently? Why would I be subscribed for over 2 years?
DSP should have read this and felt bad. And if he felt bad, he should have felt worse.
Surrounded by detractor garbage, but come on, Phil. You must admit that you could have figured out yourself that the things I said / did over the years doesn't add up to the stuff I apparently did / said in the past 6
And
hours.
DSP has done that weird, like, fake apology shit to people in his chat for treating them way worse than this.
Over $20.
The DJ Runo thing, if you listen to the actual rant.
From his PayPal to prove it was actually him. Upon discovering he'd fallen for a strategically executed piece of bait from a troll, Phil apologized and assured Runo he wouldn't be banned anywhere. Well, this narrative was closed in a relatively satisfactory way.
Okay, fair enough. I got wind of you posting up here and apologize later on during the Minecraft stream. I wonder if he said, I'm sorry, if he said, I apologize, or if he said, mistake or something. I don't know. I'll also make sure you aren't banned anywhere. Thanks for clearing that up. You probably told him to change his name after this.
A bag of worms bigger than anything Phil had ever dealt with up until this point was about to open in a fantastic way. In November of 2019, the bank foreclosed Phil's Connecticut condo because he stopped paying the mortgage, despite it still having $100,000 or so left to pay. Phil did not address this publicly, most likely did not give trolls any ammo. However, when the
I apologized in this weird Minecraft video.
Saying that Phil should
he couldn't even type it out right there. Kind of moving the goalposts, but not really, because who the fuck wants to watch a Minecraft video to hear an apology, I guess? I don't know.
About his addiction to mobile games.
Should have timestamped it.
I usually don't play any or at all unless I was during a break in my Twitch stream, but I would pick it up again on breaks and in between streams, etc. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money
we're talking about Supercore right now.
5 and 10 points frequently.
Lovely.
I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time,
Is he bragging?
I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds.
He's fucking bragging in the end of this. Quite honestly, I have no idea how much money I spent, as I was alternating between 5 and 10 point matches frequently. I can tell you it had to be in the hundreds though, and I won't ever be doing that again. That was a lie. But at the end, if you know I stream on Twitch, you already know what I do for a living. Man.
Though, and I won't ever be doing that again. Over the course of time, he occasionally dropped on stream that he still played
DSP.
them. But if he had already spent hundreds of dollars on it back in 2014, how much money did he spend on it if you take into account the following years? Well, that's exactly what some of his detractors set out to discover. Upon finding an account in the game called They Call Me DSP, the same as Phil's Twitter handle, they began examining when that account was active and when Phil was tweeting. Lo and behold, the times matched up. Given that's no damning.
And this account, through all of the name changes and everything, it still plays champions to this day a lot. And common sense, logic, and actual science lets people know how much this account spend on champions to this day. Dude, if you added it all up, it's probably 100K now. How? Like how? Like what?
Piece of evidence, but it was something.
Who are you? Where's the champion?
Just how much money
find down from the rafters
over the years. And
I want you to find this man.
Gruesome,
and spam his champions account.
$976. He spent how much money that account had spent in the game over the years, and the figure they came up with was a gruesome $38,976. He spent just.
Expand on. You make a great point that I should totally bring up right now before we get to the end of the video. All right, everybody watched the DSP interview. If you didn't, look up the DSP side scroller interview. It's like 20 hours long. But in that interview, the guy, Craig, He was like, can you show your WWE Champions account? DSP was like, well, I would have to talk to my wife first. I would have to like, see if it's okay. You got to talk to your wife before you show a dude your mobile game account. For mobile games, for playing games on your phone. And nothing suspicious about your mobile games account that you need to ask your family about showing. That's a red flag. Anybody would think that's a red flag. Come on. What? I can't show you my mobile game account because I don't want to tell you, but I can't show you unless I talk to my wife. Does she play Champions? Like, just saying that already got to tell anybody with any common sense that this dude doing some weird shit. Because he's perfectly fine with showing his Steam account, or at least letting you know the name. He do, like, really oddly private his Xbox and PSN and Steam. So, in a way, he could at least say, well, I private this other stuff too. But he don't hide the name. It's just really weird. It's weird. It's weird in any context. It's weird to anybody. You would have to travel the world to find a person that wouldn't think it's weird that a dude would tell you with a straight face they need to talk to their wife before they show you a mobile games account. No, I'm not going to show you my Genshin Impact account unless I talk to my wife first. You're going to think this dude's doing some weird shit with his Genshin Impact account. Whatever that could be, you're going to think he's doing it. Because why are they scared to show that Genshin Impact account? How many waifus you got? How many waifus you got? How many Hogans you got, pimp?
Shy of $40,000, which, to put things in perspective,
So
maybe for some
strange.
younger viewer-
Oh, and the other part of it. He, when he recently showed his Comcast debacle, he showed his MAC address, which is a bigger deal in the mobile game account name, unless your mobile game account name has weird shit attached to it. To the point where you're okay with showing IP addresses and MAC addresses and phone numbers. He showed a phone number too. Some people said it was Pandali number. Some people said it was DSP number. So one of them phone numbers showed on his stream, and he's perfectly fine with showing phone numbers. DSP, the dude who don't want to even let you get a real shout out because he tells you you're going to get harassed over giving him money. That dude is showing MAC addresses and phone numbers on his stream, but he can't tell people his mobile games account. What the flippity floppity floop?
Who don't know how much like things
Make that
cost.
shit make
40
sense.
grand can be a down payment on a house. 40 grand is like a new BMW 3 Series, okay? This is serious money. And that's what he spent on a WWE mobile game. He tried to throw a little pity party over trolls annoying him about his absolute lack of concern with his money, but this time pity was something very difficult to have. Phil was having some serious financial and professional trouble since the very beginning of the decade. There was no justification at any period in time for him to have spent that much on a mobile game. That is, unless some of his detractors, like Tevin, were right all along, and Phil's claims of being poor were to some degree an act. And he wasn't as worried about his money as he appeared on streams. In perhaps one of the best and funniest trolling campaigns done on him for the entirety of his career, trolls began paying for cameos from pro wrestlers to call out Phil on his mobile gaming addiction.
Hey, Phil Burnell, it's your Olympic hero Kurt Angle. And detractors have your number, buddy. I've seen the bank leaks. Jasper, show me your phone. We all know the WWE Champion's addiction is getting worse. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. And Cat deserves more than Burger King. And by the way, I'm
categories.
On top of a few other wrestling-related people and Ricky Berwick, we even get to see a familiar face chime in and give his very valuable 2 cents.
And by the way, you're filing for bankruptcy. And by the way,
But the only reason eat that pussy 445, this dude's an inmate.
40.
He put his clip in here for hilarious reasons.
Dollars.
Because like this guy's trying to talk. Come on, Cupcake Man. You stupid, dumbass, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a million
dollars. Stupid, dumb, ignorant motherfucker.
As you heard Mr. 445 himself say, as of January 2020, it was official. Phil declared bankruptcy due to being a whopping $500,000 in debt. Later on in the month, he made a video addressing it, explaining that $130K of it came from 15 different credit cards he'd maxed out, along with a multitude of loans, some of which dated back to when he was still a professional Street Fighter player. The rest was mostly made up of the mortgages he was failing to pay. As stupid as someone needs to be to put themselves in a situation like this, Phil put his business degree to good use when he decided that he'd rather owe money to credit card companies than owe it to the IRS. However, he wasn't savvy enough to stop himself from lying on his bankruptcy filing. As detractors scoured through it, they were quickly met with the claim that Phil had no pets, personal electronics, or collectibles, all of which were verifiably false. Additionally, his business expenses listed him as spending up to $9,000 a month on his streaming, something that seems unlikely to say the least. The general public immediately deduced that Phil was writing off the money he gambled away on WWE champions as a business expense. This is why, when someone files for bankruptcy, that's followed by a hearing, which trolls made sure to get access to. While we don't have video of it happening, the audio track is available online for anyone to peruse. During the hearing, Phil misconstrued questions about his purchase of a subscription to the WWE Network channel as if it were related to his purchases in WWE.
The bankruptcy day and the bank leak
Soon, a
day.
detractor somehow managed to sneak their way in and pose as a creditor, only to press Phil on his business expenses. The unnamed detractor asked for Phil to itemize his business expenses, meaning to lay them out one by one, which was something that Phil couldn't do without revealing his champion's addiction. However, the detractor was caught, as his claim to be a representative of Citibank was scrutinized. Later on, another troll joined the call and began playing clips of DSP playing Dark Souls, which amused everyone present.
Why am I poison? Why am I toxic?
Sheffield, do you have the identification information with you?
Despite attempts to derail Phil's defense, in May of 2020, Phil's bankruptcy went through, and $130,000 of his debt was defaulted as his credit plummeted into non-existence. While talking about his mangled credit score, he mentions that he's waiting until his credit gets better so that he can take out more loans. Again, what he means...
We even got the you point. He should have put the clip in the video.
...here is that he wants to transfer his debt from owing taxes to the federal government to owing money to creditors. While this is a smart thing to do in this situation, it's obvious that as soon as he gets his hands on surplus money, it's going to go to one of his addictions or needlessly expensive hobbies. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Phil is approaching his 40s right now, and eventually he'll simply be too old to work and will effectively be thrown into the wood chipper that is the infinite debt cycle he locked himself into. At this point, Phil was entirely financially dependent on the donations of a group of people affectionately dubbed whales by his detractors. Just a few of DSP's watchers were responsible for most of the money donated to him. One man in particular, who went by King Tut, donated thousands by himself. Appearing suddenly in August 2017, Tut wasn't an old-time fan of DSP's, meaning he wasn't one of these stragglers from pre-lolcow DSP era who felt some parasocial affection for the man. So it's really hard to deduce why he decided out of nowhere to dump as much money as he did into Phil's black hole of debt. Being as much of a pay pig as Tut was had his benefits, so he could get away with pretty much anything, from being toxic in chat and insulting other viewers, all the way to trying to control Phil's streams altogether. While the pay pig privilege lasted for a good few months, eventually it did get to the point where the mods...
So I really likes when I played Street Fighter.
Once he was banned, he became fearful.
Of course, my favorite part of the Tut storyline was when DSP played Street Fighter 5 on a night stream, thinking he would show up. We even got DSP in the chat that day saying Tut likes when I play Street Fighter. And let's just say that in voice, which makes it even more funny. But yeah, he ended up playing Street Fighter 5 for 4 hours that day. Massive overtime. Guess who never showed up? Tut never showed up. He never showed up. It was a great day, and he got like 0 contributions.
And demanded that Phil refund all the donations he'd ever made.
The greed
stream. Getting a refund was neglected by Phil.
Like he was waiting for Tut to get home from the club.
Fraud claim on PayPal to get his money back. The thing is, PayPal is so broken that this attempt actually posed a serious threat to Phil's entire operation. According to Phil, this was Tut's plan all along, and he was a secret detractor, so much so that he supposedly made appearances to DSP Hater podcast after the chargeback, claiming that he got all of his money back and screwed Phil over. Phil's story, however, is that he successfully kept all the money and Tut's PayPal shenanigans flounder.
I don't know what stream you're talking about there. I think he went to Dio stream.
This is a clearer cut situation. There's another case where Phil took out
I don't know where else.
One of his mods, despite the latter not really deserving it. Swaggins, another one of DSP's
but I think he went to Dio stream and just talked in his chat.
How to beat one of the bosses in the
and I mean, who knows if it was him, because Theo streamed on YouTube
As a
that
result
day.
of this outburst, Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a string result in the DSP, however,
I don't know. Nobody know who that dude is. It's just some black dude. DSP took a picture and it's actually his identity.
Swaggins proceeded to deliberately unban a detractor to spite Phil. In a stream of Sekiro that took place soon
Somebody
after,
watching this might think that's Swaggins, now that I think about it. Which would be kind of funny.
A game when it wasn't easy enough for him to play it successfully. But DSP, having none of it, said, "I'm at a time in my life where I don't have time to deal with it."
It had to at least be a DSP viewer.
Told me to do something
They took a
wrong
picture
during
with the
Resident
guy.
Evil 2 and got blown up for it. Then that I
He
played
was the king of hate.
combat in Sekiro, and he's so hurt by that. So he was a fair weather friend who wanted to mod when I agree with him, but as soon as there's a major disagreement, don't talk about it to me at all, but instead freak out and leave. That is kitty stuff, and I'm far beyond it, to the point where I'm not having a second John Rambo situation, so he can just get out and stay out. That is literally what happened with Rambo all over again. Nope, I'm done with that crap.
I can't believe DSP equated Swaggins to Rambo. What the? Huh? In what world? In what reality?
Swaggins also had a response in order. Stupid kitty stuff. As
What
you
the?
say all the time, the world is in black and white. To think it's just because of Sekiro is asinine. I've given so much. Spent
How much money Rambo give DSP? Not enough to have a cheer badge like that. DSP, if anything, gave Rambo money. Like, I don't know what he was talking about with that. That was him saying too much to the internet that day. I'm not gonna have another John Rambo situation.
so much time
He
trying
didn't
to
even
help
mean it. He probably
moderation,
forgot
only
he
to be
said
shown
it.
disrespect from Resident Evil 2 to now. All the excuses, the I did nothing wrong mentality, and general toxicity have driven me away, and I no longer wish to be a part of it. You say all the time that you're open to the opinions of others, but when it doesn't align with yours, you dismiss it and proceed to shit all over it. Sekiro is an example of that. My time is valued elsewhere. Twitch should be a place to escape problems, not listen to someone else's. The amount of money talk has been such a turn-off and will not help with long-term growth. Many have contacted me questioning whether or not you're even telling the truth at this point, and generally say that they're tired of all the taxes talk. I'm talking about actual fans here, not detractors. I tell them that we can only take your word about it at the end of the day. Not much later, Swaggins lost his mod privileges, and as yet another DSP fan died, a detractor was born, and took another moderator with him. Eventually, Swaggins did return to DSP streams after a hiatus, but his hefty donations did not come back with him.
The vest is yet to come.
Despite all of the financial troubles threatening his livelihood, Phil would soon find a new outlet, in a saga so perplexing and coincidental that it inadvertently ushered in a DSP renaissance, all thanks to a vest. While reacting to an old DSP video from October 2011, fans demanded that Phil wear the vest he was wearing in it, and he conceded. Upon a cursory investigation of his wardrobe, he found it and put it on. For a moment, fans and detractors alike united to be perplexed by the vest, to the point that when Phil wasn't wearing it during a stream, they asked where it was. Phil, seeing the success of the vest, along with his cowboy hat, stopped counting Twitch bits and tips towards his goals and instead encouraged users to donate directly to his PayPal, which allowed him to get the money instantly and without splitting the revenue with Twitch. He started monetizing the vest as much as he could, setting it as a reward if he hit a specific amount he wanted to get. The vest became a daily occurrence, and people began counting how many days Phil reached his goal of $100
Symbol of
consecutively,
success,
in a brief period
by
dubbed
the
the
way.
vest streak. This lasted for a strong 29 days. Unfortunately, disaster struck, and Phil came down with an ear infection that made him unable to stream. To notify his fans, he said, "All bad news. I've come down
Look
with
at
a
this
bad ear
fucking
infection
rabbit.
causing excruciating
Feeling
pain. I
jumpy.
can't stream when it feels like I have a knife in my ear. I'll update everyone later today on how I'm doing. Sorry. I've had it for days but didn't say a word about it, hoping it would just go away. It did not. It got horribly worse." While this seems inoffensive on its face, the actual disaster came as a consequence of that ear infection. From responding mean-spiritedly to someone on Twitch that presumed that the ear infection had healed a day later, to being extremely defensive and gratuitously engaging in back and forths on Twitter over the authenticity of this infection, Phil was giving people reason to doubt his whole story. Meanwhile, detractors were pointing out that hiding his ailments was something Phil had never done up until now, and that he continued to stream while wearing headphones without ever mentioning that he had an ear infection to his audience, despite having no reason to keep it a secret whatsoever. Regardless, despite the debate as to whether this lack of stream constituted a break in the vest streak, Phil continued to do the vest gimmick, eventually hitting a milestone of 73 days with the vest. This meant DSP earned at least $100 every day for over 2 months. On the 73rd, he miscalculated the tips by $9 and came dangerously close to not hitting the goal and breaking the streak. But lo and behold, it still stood.
Pre-stream about the
bravely
streak.
marched forward
Well,
onto the 100
if I had
mark,
if
which
I
Phil
had
referred
calculated
to
it
as the
correctly,
best
I'm
of
sure
all. He
someone
also
would have tipped the
revealed that
$9
goals,
anyway,
he
and
would
we
put
would have
on
hit the
yet
goal.
Another hideous vest, this one a shiny silver, which he dubbed Platinum DSP. The streak raged on for another 50 days before finally DSP mentions that it was starting scoring to become a lot harder to hit the tips goal and to put on the accursed DSP vest. This was a few weeks after Phil was hit by PayPal with $800 worth of chargebacks, so as you can imagine, he got a little desperate. At this point, Phil's scheme was becoming irkingly transparent. There were times when the vest streak business overtook the stream entirely, with Phil coming close to guilt-tripping his audience about the streak potentially ending. When it started out extremely
some
positive,
people wear
the vest was
tinfoil
being
hats.
absorbed into the
DSP wore the
general dark
tinfoil
cloud
vest.
of DSP's
He got to
debt
protect his
mongering and
body.
begging.
He used
More
to be a
time goes
bodybuilder.
by, and as
Come
DSP
on,
was
man.
approaching the 200 mark, an anonymous user would DMCA strike DSP's Twitch account, suspending him off the platform temporarily and pushing him onto YouTube. Eventually, he resolved the issue with Twitch and returned to celebrate day 200 of the streak. When the time came, Phil said that only now, with the vest's aid, was he able to start sleeping soundly at night without worrying about his unpaid bills. From his point of view, everything was on a turnaround for him. By day 250, he starts talking about buying a PS5 with the money. No matter how much things seem to turn around, Phil continues to be Phil, this time wearing a valet uniform. For some reason, it was only after 276 days that the streak came to
It was like the most disgusting thing when he was 250 fucking days into the vet streak and saying, "Oh man, I don't know, you guys. If the vet streak doesn't continue, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to afford the new PlayStation and the new Xbox." 250 days into the vet streak, when he was getting close to not hitting the goal, he would actually threaten that he might not be able to buy a PS5. Dude, that's you hurting yourself. You're just gonna make less money. You're actually hurting yourself. You know how he always says shooting himself in the foot? Him not buying a PS5 would be shooting himself in the foot. Because then what? He's gonna complain about not having money? Well, you're making less because you don't have the new shit, according to your own logic. But of course, guess what? Surprise, surprise, DSP got both systems. Day one, nothing went wrong. No actual begging required. Well, you know, besides the normal. Pretty lame. We're gonna look up vet streak clip, like the end of it, featuring LSB.
I'm Wednesday morning on pre-stream.
It's gonna take a while.
Set it.
Like 10 minutes left in the video.
We have freaking 6 vests. We have vest emotes. We have a vest animation. You know, the vest celebration, which you guys seem to have liked doing. So I don't know if you guys just want me to drop the whole thing. Because the thing is, I told you guys, when it ends, it ends. I never thought that it would continue as long as it did. And I said, when it ends, I think it's over. I don't think that rebooting the vest streak's going to work.
Yeah, the vet streak did get rebooted eventually. The Jinx streak.
Hitting the tips goal anymore. I don't. I'm serious. I really don't feel it's going
Remember
to happen
Jinx?
anymore. Like, I think
Remember
like,
Ryan?
Oh, that was it. It was a run or whatever, right?
Right.
And now it's over. So I really do feel that it's over. So I guess we'll have to see on Wednesday morning. All right, guys, that's it. I'm ending the stream. Have a good night. Tomorrow I'll be off, and I'll be back on Wednesday with Marvel's Avengers and a night stream of Tony Hawk. Thursdays is the continuation, or the final episode, actually, of Tell Me Why. And we're going to have all kinds of stuff this week, including Street Fighter.
It's probably hours.
Playthroughs. It looks like we'll probably
If you combined all of the footage of him begging for the vest, complaining about the vest, talking about maybe hitting the vest streak, not hitting the vest streak, how much the vest streak's valuable, actual hours of footage of that shit. My stream isn't about that.
That's it. There's no tip. People.
What the fuck is his stream about? Having fun? Everybody's stream about that.
Save DA kids hostage, baby light skin tone girl, medium light skin tone child, medium skin tone boy, dark skin tone. Ah yes.
Ah yes. Let me see. Let me check. Big ups. What the fuck? This is 1,000? Oh my god. I thought I was going to say, oh, $1.30. No. Yo. Hold on. We'll go on to the website. Roman Catholic philanthropist with the $1,337 human dollars donated to Extra Life. And they say, save the kids, hospital, baby face, girl face, boy face with the skin tones. You heard the TTS. $1,337. Bruh.
He's gonna. Why is the chat
Bruh.
silent? Hello? Why is the chat silent? Hello? Hello? There?
That's right. That's right. That's
There?
right. That's right.
It's Tevin's fault.
And what It's the opposite of you guys. I'm like, get that Seinfeld out of here. I think that one actually gets your block. And if it don't, I know something happened with that Seinfeld clip before.
What I learned today.
You want to get gold?
Can we get some prayer hands in chat? Some capital T's in chat. And what else? Smiley faces. Plain smiley faces in chat.
You know, from what people have told me, he's charismatic. He's an interesting personality to follow, and that's why people like watching him commentate over
Dude,
stuff.
thank you for the massive positivity. Roman Catholic philanthropist, again, for the 1337.
Not be stealing and stuff, dude.
We got yeah, I gotta let this play because I was playing this. I'm going to get something to drink. We're gonna take a shot of Hennessy, official, authentic Hennessy. I bought it for a special occasion, and I feel like actually $1,337 being donated to the charity is definitely a special occasion. So I'm gonna play.
Thank you. Have a good
Vest
night.
Streak
I will see
ending.
you all on Wednesday. Hygienic streamer tips. I'm not going to sit here and tell you about what planned meals for this whole week. In fact, I can't even answer that because we don't have. That's what I'm doing tonight. I'm planning meals with my wife tonight. Ninstar Rune Chewy said, I told you Paper Mario was shit. It killed the streak. No, I don't think Paper Mario killed the streak. I think me being sick killed the streak. I do. Because I think that it threw everything off. We had a consistent schedule of new releases. And people would have come to check out the new releases. And it would have been consistent. And it's not now because of it. Okay? All right, guys. That's it. Have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you all on Wednesday when we figure out what the hell we're going to do. If we're going to reset it or if that's just the end of it, we don't care about it anymore. You know? Sparring King Cheers, how many people are actually going to buy the consoles and buy the better console and not just what they have for previous gens? What? I don't know what that even means. I don't even know what that means. Thank you for the cheer. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you on Wednesday.
Holy fucking shit, man. It's like pulling teeth to get this guy to... That's incredible. Oh, man. Oh, we almost had... He had over 500 viewers just for the Fest streak to end. Oh, DSP, how does it feel? Oh, man, you wanted $400 and you got 18. Is he gonna update it now? Oh, his stream's still on. His stream's still on. I wouldn't doubt it for a second if all of a sudden you saw $82 pop up and he comes back on microphone. Like, guys, guess what?
Wait till he actually turns the fucking stream.
Yeah, Black Mage, you were on the same wavelength as me. Thank you for the $1. Let me go back. Cholo with the 20 taco dollars. I'm gonna sit here until you give me $100. That's what he's doing. He's still sitting there hoping for it. Literal filibustering OSES DSP by the balls. Yep, literally.
We're gonna even clean this shot glass for this one.
Hold up everything. Wow. Who would have guessed on the face rig reveal that it'd also be the same day the Fest streak supposedly ended?
It's over, Phil. We have the high ground. The streak is over.
You know, his whole thing about gloating about how the detractors hate it when I hit the Vest streak. Man, are you gonna have to eat a huge side of crow when your fucking Vest streak fails on you?
Okay, I'm back now. Look at all the people in DSP's chat spamming fucking Vest.
Oh,
they were having so much fun that day.
$100 tomorrow on his day off. Thank you for the $3 Moon Knight. $10 for Cartman94. Thank you. Alex Rocks $2 super chat.
Over time to reveal the new saga.
It's
yeah,
gonna
the
be
camera
jerseys.
gonna be a little bit scuffed, but
Yeah,
it's
'cause he
always
kinda
scuffed
hinted
whenever
at
I
that
pull
on
it up.
Twitter. I'm staring at his stream just in case a donation comes through. He doesn't leave his stream running for 2 minutes like this. I wonder how long he's gonna let this end.
If you've never seen this clip, we have a pretty funny part coming up.
People are asking if they can tip. He'd probably still take your money, but I don't know if he's gonna update it. He's crying.
Pig UPS sits over Dark Dave.
Uh-oh. Pig ups. Thank you for the 3 Australian. Middle Triforce Gamer. What a night to restream. Holy shit, guys. Thank you all for the support tonight.
100 waiting around after the stream, lol. Has probably snorting in the background.
He's probably pacing. He's anxious. He's still got 540 people watching this slideshow waiting for it to terminate.
Another $5 to mark this momentous occasion.
Oh, thank you, Dark Chiron.
He was genuinely sitting there waiting.
I don't know.
Like, what if some dude gave him like $95, right?
I don't know why you guys are still here.
Oh, here you go. You're back.
That's it. So what was it? It ended at 276, guys. Well,
see, look, he was
Here
still
we
here
go.
the whole time.
Look up at the vet streak number up there.
That's it.
Dude, he's
I'm gonna rewind it in. I'm gonna rewind it and zoom it in. Hopefully you're getting your bottled water ready, your drink of choice, because we got a super robust and thankful shot segment coming up. The 276 backspace.
Ended at 276, guys.
Listen to these taps.
He was still here the whole time.
76 streams because we did some doubles yesterday, but that's it.
Dude, he's set.
Bro,
Yesterday, but that's it.
he breaking a laptop.
Time.
Breaking it.
Yesterday, but that's it.
Dude, he sat around for another 10 minutes.
It's official.
Had to make it official. Dora the Explorer.
All right.
We did it. We did it. We did
I'll
it.
have to see
Yay,
you guys
Barcelona,
Wednesday.
we
Like I
did
said,
it.
you guys think about what you want to do.
Dude, he
tomorrow.
totally was sitting there the
We
whole
did it,
time
y'all.
waiting
We
for
did it.
$80 to show up.
Or do we want to think of something different? I don't know. What
I'm
you
gonna
guys
pause.
We got
sorry,
the
guys.
Hennessy is mirrored.
All right.
Remember the Hennessy stream? Even the internet actually lost
Wow,
that
he had
shit.
to
We're gonna
come
see it on the internet again like 30 years from
But
now.
I'm going to delete it now. Tap,
Somebody's gonna retroactively somehow have it. But anyway, we're taking a Hennessy shot. We dedicate this.
Have a good night. Bye.
We dedicate this Hennessy shot to all of the extra life, charity-based positivity. And what else? To the vet streak ending whenever it did. Remember, don't do this at home. Uh, 765 4 3 2 1. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah, if you see the police, better warn a brother. Let's fucking go. You better take a sip. It's a tough one. Very robust, spicy, a little tangy. Don't worry, I have a Coca-Cola. Yeah, Carl. That was when I think I yelled at blooper thinking it was whooper, or yelled at whooper thinking it was blooper, but technically I yelled at both of them.
To an end as Phil streamed himself playing Paper Mario and the Origami King. Despite preparing for this day for months, it wasn't easy on poor old Phil, who probably made 30 grand by playing video games with a vest on for 9 months. He becomes extremely upset at his audience for not keeping the streak alive, but ultimately he accepts that it's over.
Because there was a lot of support tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So
I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth, by the way, but look at this. I don't know why you didn't donate to me. Why didn't you directly tip me?
Because there was a lot of support
Bruh.
tonight, and it was mostly subs and cheers. So I don't know where, why people did that, but that's going to be, this is it.
I don't know why you did that.
Literally the end
I
of
never did. I never did.
couldn't go late tonight.
I never did. You said that I said that.
We get a tip right now at the very tail end of the stream, and there's no time for a vest. The stream is over. So unless we get something right now, this is it.
However, what wasn't over was his e-begging, which made many of his viewers wonder, what did he do with that nearly 30 grand he made off of the vest streak?
What happened to the vest streak money? It went to pay for stuff, genius. Bills, back taxes. Like, it paid for a tremendous amount of things around here. What do you think it did? Oh my god, people are so dumb.
The nervousness and the vague pivot from bills and back taxes to a tremendous amount of things around here pretty much confirmed for much of his following that he didn't change even a bit in regards to how he handled his money. Phil's
I wonder. Oh God, Anonymous here. I wonder. Hey, and Ann Lee get the shout out too. I wonder what DSP would say if some dude over, like, let's make up a company, but not if Todd Howard was to say, people are asking what happened to the money for Starfield. It went to pay people, genius. We have employees. We can't just dump all the money into making the game magically better. Of course, I have to pay people to work on the game. Think about the pre-stream rant real good.
Online inner circle would be rocked when a mod named Anonymous
Like,
the log.
Yeah, sure. You used the money to pay bills, but you made a lot of extra money. You couldn't use some of the actual extra money that you unexpectedly made to make your own shit better. It's almost like he was being too responsible to the point where he had people feeling cheated because they gave him so much money and he was like, oh, I paid bills. Huh? Wow.
Logs and chats of his private server uploaded onto YouTube in early 2021. Anonymous, who had worked alongside Phil for years, would concede it was time to join the dark side, removing himself as a moderator of Phil's Twitch midstream, but not without changing the title of the stream to DSP Doxed Pew Dubs before he did so as a parting shot.
I didn't know this happened. I didn't know they changed the title. And if I did know, I forgot. So that's really, really funny.
Phil doxed PW Dubs? No, I didn't. I've never doxed anyone.
As you heard, Phil claimed he had never doxed
I have
anyone.
received
However,
zero
documented
popcorn.
history tells quite a different story.
Oh, by the way, I have
Cat
your
agrees
ID,
with me. Oh.
I have your name, and I have your address. So,
We
congratulations.
go back in time out of nowhere for this clip. Fucked up. But I get the point of using it.
Didn't do much damage to Phil's reputation, partly
Pew
because it was already
dubs.
destroyed beyond repair, partly because there wasn't a lot of incriminating stuff in there that the detractors didn't already know about. Anonymous eventually revealed the reason he turned on Phil, saying the greatest tactic in Phil's playbook is to characterize his critics as evil, malicious, and mentally ill trolls seeking attention. When he made me a moderator in October of 2017, I was a mod for 1 day before he removed me. A troll started insulting me for being gay, which I don't mind. They escalated it to
they don't
mock
mind
me for
anyway.
something that happened during my childhood, telling me that's why I'm gay, and called me a P word. I timed them out for the
Well,
rest
that's
of the
kinda
stream. Phil was bombarded with emails complaining about me.
But
being
Anonymous is extremely sus. We didn't know he was that sus then.
to the troll and removed me hastily. I emailed him and let him know what
But that's
happened.
still kinda mean.
His response was that he believed me fully, and I was still
not mouse
absolutely in
guard,
the
no.
wrong.
Fuck
He
that, who cares?
reprimanded me because he felt I had no reason to ever tell anyone that I was abused.
called him a
that I had to keep
pineapple.
that to myself. He refused to
The
restore
diaper
my mod
bandit.
status and gave me the same treatment he tried to give his whales. He tried to dangle it over my head. As it turns out, the mod Discord server was just the tip of the iceberg, as Anonymous released a plethora of information that was previously unknown. The user mentioned in the title that Mouse put on Phil's stream, probably along with many others, was asked by Phil to provide their personal information in order to get unbanned. I'm almost legally obliged to say, no matter how dedicated a troll you are, why on God's green earth would you give your personal information to anybody to get unbanned from a Twitch chat? I mean, unless you're a kid, I can't imagine that being a reasonable decision. Phil went directly to the private moderator Discord server and desperately tried to establish what had happened while he was live streaming. Because of the trolling today, I ventured onto the farms. Someone there has posted us impersonating at Anani, who insists it's not him. They're saying they're going to post definitive proof that is somehow going to incriminate me, but haven't been that specific. They think it will be evidence that this Discord exists, although that doesn't actually prove anything. They are somehow convinced themselves, insanely, that as long as I'm using Discord in some capacity, that somehow everything they've made up about me in the last year and a half is true. They are hinging all this on the belief that I had a falling out with @Anani based on his Twitch suspension, which of course isn't true. They think I demodded and banned him from the channel.
Only thing I have to say about this part, why did he add Anani so much? You know you don't have to add him 3 times in one message, right? You could just put the name, but whatever.
Lol. So whoever this is apparently
This is like a
impersonating
panic
him
button
to get me to
post,
think it's
dude.
him and get rid of him. Soon it dawned on
DSP,
Phil
you're
that
the guard, and you shaking a gate?
Mouse was
What the
indeed
hell?
weaker.
You the guard. You're the law, right?
Anonymous, are you still sitting on
Look at him. At Anani. At King Goken. At everyone.
streams talking about me because they are saying this is your YouTube handle that you just created, and I'd like to know what gives. Like, I'm giving you a huge benefit of the doubt here, but I'm hearing from every possible direction that you're actually trying to cause drama for me. They are also saying that both Anonymous and at King Goken talk to people behind the scenes and both confirm this Discord exists. Not that it
disgusting
matters,
King Goken, by the way.
Somehow they think it's news. Is it all an impersonation? And are we actually talking about this Discord server outside of here? I was under the impression we all want this thing kept secret so they can't try to harass us. So why the hell is it becoming public knowledge? Phil tried to defend himself and explain that the information PewDub sent to him was to prove that his account was the real one to ward off impersonators. That would be a convincing defense were it not for the fact that Phil had previously bragged about having people's doxes multiple times. The one thing that did sap some of the steam off of Mouse's expose were the accusations of heinous stuff, meaning pedophilia and zoophilia. Even in the DSP video, I cannot seem to rid myself of these people.
Tough.
When asked why he was following
the diaper bandit,
Mouse replied that he was doing it to see their tweets and befriend them, the same reason he follows everyone. He added,
isn't that why? But
furry, we buy and sell
anyway
replicas of animal genitalia. While I certainly don't F animals, I'm not above speaking with people who do. Members of the Kiwi Farms would not take kindly to the revelations regarding Anonymous' supposed Anonymous is into zoo stuff and like stuff like this. Make fun of this stuff, but you lot will. I told you ages ago he should be told to F off. He's an adult, and he's following this teenager that claims he wants to F animals. Are we really going to ignore this, but poke fun at our Canadian Coomer? Our side really isn't any better than Phil's. We are far worse. Reprobates like this adult man taking pictures of himself in a full diaper, wanting to F fur babies, and a zoophile are the people that detractors look up to.
Oh, no.
Apologize for what he describes as tantamounts to deliberately telling teens that zoophilia is okay weren't heeded by.
Was that just a random Kiwi Forums post that Turkey Tom read right there, by the way?
Out that first he lied about knowingly interacting with minors about this kind of stuff on Twitter. Then when an example was brought up, he acted like that was the only time it ever happened. The chips were stacking against Anonymous at a very fast rate, and today he too has his own dedicated page on the Kiwi Farms. Eventually, Mouse reappeared to try and justify his actions, saying the following: "I'm sorry for returning. The point of going away from
the should be sorry for returning.
And start getting help. It's hard to make it clear how deeply I regret my actions without fixating on how it'll be perceived. Whether wording it the wrong way will sound disingenuous or make it sound like I'm downplaying everything or turning it into an emotionally manipulative pity party by oversharing my issues, etc. I'm absolutely disgusted with myself. It's pathetic trying to hang on like this. I'm sorry for everything I've been called out over. I should have done that first and foremost. This false confidence in my return is blatantly motivated by a desire to save face. I deleted my other accounts that deprived me of access to my terminally online life and forced me to get help because I knew I couldn't resist coming back to either chase clout or lolcows for cheap ego boosts. Clearly, you can't delete your account on Kiwi Farms. My only other option is changing my password to a
random. You should have got banned.
Logging off.
Just copy paste everything King of Pole posted back in the day.
Active since mid-2022. A 55-page leak of a conversation between Anonymous and a user called Pamperchew came out in August
great name.
And quickly
that dude isn't suspicious at all, and you shouldn't look up the name.
Preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided. And I'll let you
the real diaper bandit hanging out with a dude named Pamperchew on the internet.
Phil was facing yet
Pamperchew,
which terminated his partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him.
Some bruh individuals.
The partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time. Honestly, even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. The official reason was that
Turkey
Phil
Tom say that? DSP not banned.
Quickly was archived.
He's just demonetized.
Seeking to preserve evidence of the two's abhorrent conversations with a vast quantity of screenshots provided.
And it's the thing. If he wasn't so greedy, and if he didn't pretend to hate Twitch as much as he do, all he got to do is stream for like a week or whatever, and he'll get affiliated. They won't partner him. But maybe they would eventually one day. But I don't want him to do that anyway. I'm glad that he hates Twitch so much, and I hope he find more reasons to hate him. And I hope his weird ego make him never go back.
And I'll let you guess as to the quality of discourse in such a document. Meanwhile, despite having triumphantly served this upheaval, Phil was facing yet another threat to his livelihood.
But they'll give him affiliate again.
His partnership, and soon his entire account was set to be closed permanently. In an emergency video uploaded to YouTube, Phil demanded an apology from Twitch regarding their treatment of him, despite detractors pointing out that the partnership allowed Twitch to ban users for any reason at any time. Honestly, even though that may be the case, I still feel bad for Phil either way. If it was up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. banned. The official reason was that Phil had
Niggas,
allegedly
Ultra
said a
Gamera.
hateful slur
Welcome
at
to the
one
stream.
point during a stream.
Somehow I
Phil
actually
reacted to
made
the
it through this whole
partnership
video. I thought this was going to be like
pretty angry
7-hour
way,
stream,
bringing up
but
US
only been live
laws
5.
that had any relevance to the situation. Twitch eventually decided to lift his channel suspension and acknowledged that he was wrongfully penalized. However, he had
Oh shit. Plug. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to let you know that currently, literally, right now, I'm in the middle of the longest stream of my streaming career. Yes, right now. I am on day 700, good God. Day 251 of a 24-hour subathon. You may be wondering, whoa, what does that mean? Every follow, every sub, every bit cheered to my Twitch account adds time to the stream. And because of that, I've been live for 251 days. The dude who originated the DSP restream technically has the longest ongoing DSP restream at 251 days. So go to that link and give subs. Give like 20 subs over and over and over. And then I'll be live even longer. Or not. But what if you did? Anyway, so that's pretty cool, right?
Yes. Welcome to
plug. That's the Twitch plug.
grudge against Twitch and was already bringing up U.S. law.
Like literally, I'm live on Twitch right now. And I'm gonna be live tomorrow and the day after that 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 and maybe the day after that. And I restream the guy every day and play stupid games every day. And sometimes I do in real life streams, like going to the store and other things and the like. Wow.
Twitch eventually decided pretty up to me, his Twitch would not be banned. The official reason was that Phil had allegedly said a hateful slur at one point during a stream.
Returnal
reacted to the partnership termination in a pretty
There's so many DSP segments where he should have got banned but didn't.
Twitch
it's like you, oh man. So much.
Wrongfully penalized. However,
and then times he got banned but shouldn't have, times he didn't get banned and should have, times he should have gotten in more trouble, times he could have gotten in more trouble. Like,
allegations of hate.
When he fucking showed up in a VR chat room, I played the clip, when he showed up in that VR chat room and genuinely asked what was actually a room probably of children, but thankfully they didn't admit to it. He just opened up the fucking voice. How many of you are over 16? Like, what? Bruh, you could get in, like, on these websites, you can get in trouble. Genuinely. Over some shit like that. You trying to get children to tell you how old they are? Just don't ask. It's like, actually, don't ask, don't tell when it come to age. And he was on Twitch. If somebody said they was 8, he might have got in trouble. I don't know. But that other kid has said they were 11, and he said they were going to slap her. Like I say, some stuff I feel like he should have got in trouble, but he didn't. And some stuff he got in trouble, and I feel like he shouldn't have.
Hateful
that shit was weird, man.
Phil almost certainly dropped the gamer word on accident during another stream. Later that year, over the course of a few weeks in September, hackers were able to socially engineer Bank of America to give them access to Phil's bank statements by using public info of his that was available, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage.
Was he buying Hennessy every day?
At least $45,000 on microtransactions. Not only
my.
including WWE champions,
we gotta replay that.
PayPal and iTunes. Were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors and most...
Okay, let's point that out. The most suspicious under boob sweat. And this is DSP's I Was Fired video. pretty sure. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Cause it's a re-upload of it, and I don't know who uploaded that. But what if I did? Let me give myself a little bit. It's totally gonna work out. Shit. I don't think I'm gonna find it. But anyway, this is his I Got Fired video, I think. Because he cry in it. And I took a picture of it for an emote. And we got this really specific underboob sweat going on. It's like, come on, man.
Prominently, Tevin were right all along. And
oh, dude. You got it. You know what? This is such a DSP thing. Dude, of course DSP would not upload a video saying he got fired. He got laid off. No wonder I can never find it. I look up fired every time. I've been looking for this video off and on for maybe a few months, and then I found it and then forgot where I found it.
But basically,
I got a clip. I got to get to him crying. We get the crying segment. He wasn't crying, but his face was, he looked like he was about to cry.
in a positive light,
I don't think I'm gonna find it.
The movies and redistribute the movie. So game-wise,
But yeah, he get pretty damp.
you know, there's some days when I wake up
I'm gonna play this part.
that really wasn't in anyone's control. It was just kind of a lot of stuff going on. So again, I don't want to get too much into it, but wow, I'm just like I'm.
Look at your boy. He's dripping.
There's so many people right now who are going through this. It's not just me, you know. Everyone, like I said, has a friend or a loved one or someone who's probably been laid off. You know someone, and it's like, wow. For me, I can actually say I actually feel better off than the majority of people who are getting in this situation right now, because at least I have a side project going on for me. I have this thing on YouTube going on. You know, I have
videos
who support me, and let me just tell you this, because this is the honest truth from the heart. You know, there's some days when I wake up and I feel like shit, and not just, you know, physically, but mentally, you know, I beat myself up some days about things that have happened, maybe at work, maybe something in my personal life, maybe my performance in a game. And then I go online and I see thousands of people basically saying, Phil, thank you so much.
Phil, thank you so much. You're a great person.
You're funny, you're entertaining.
I love that he have to brag about it. You seem like a genuinely nice guy.
Having an extra support system on top of my family and my friends, and it is amazing. And I'm wondering, you know, maybe this is the age where it's really the first time where you've had that kind of.
Now, in hindsight, I'm thinking to myself, he had all of this support in 2009, 10, 2011, but he was still super, super, super depressed. Like anyway, even when he had Panda Lee, according to him, according to DSP now, he was super depressed and drunk all the time because of it. And that was the thing until he met the magical cat.
Because where else, besides maybe being a movie star or something like that, where else do you have
if only we could all be so lucky.
System and that kind of feedback from people? I mean, it's amazing. It's an amazing thing. This whole YouTube experiment has been an amazing thing.
The experiment.
So, you know, I could sit here and I could be a negative, you know, asshole, and I could swear and stamp my feet and say, oh, those motherfuckers.
My wife says I'm very compassionate. She's your wife.
It's life. Things happen. And
that's life, by the way.
People. There's those who are defeated.
Oh,
those that give up.
DSP going Cena mode.
Have fits, and there's those that get back up off the ground, brush themselves off, and try to figure out what the hell to do. And that's what I'm gonna do. So fuck that. I'm not gonna be negative. I'm
the time is up. The time is now.
It's that simple. So yeah. And again, I don't know if YouTube full time is something that I'm definitely gonna do. But if it is, I just gotta say, all you people on YouTube,
click on the
because now you got someone who actually has time, you know, effort,
really,
talent,
really,
you know, and I'm gonna put it towards this. And
no, you didn't.
You're in trouble.
All you do is get fan art, and your fan art isn't even real. Your fan art is a template.
Sound like an annoying, high-pitched kid and going over the internet.
Actual regurgitated fan art.
because talented people are actually going to now start to use this medium.
The talent man.
And hopefully it will turn out to be something worthwhile rather than just a complete waste of time.
But where is the talent? Street Fighter 2 videos?
So that's that. I'm not going to go on too much longer, but obviously I got to get plugs in, especially now. And if you hate on me for trying to get plugs in when I get laid off, fuck you. Don't watch my videos. Go ahead and make a negative comment. I'll block you 10 ways from fucking Sunday. First of all, I am
plugs. This is pretty funny.
Videos. Go ahead and make a negative comment. I'll block you 10 ways from fucking Sunday. First of all, I have merchandise.
Dude, you have merchandise. Yeah, great. But you also have extremely weird stains going on. Maybe we should fix that. We might need to redo the video.
CafePress.com/DarkSidePhil. I actually just updated the site. If you remember the other shirt that I had, it was the logo with my face.
You have to feel it when you're that wet. When you're that wet, you gotta feel it.
I contacted the fan who made this logo and he blew it up for me, and I now made a whole new line of t-shirts with a bigger logo. They look great. Way better than the old ones where it was way smaller. So go check that out. I do make a small amount of profit off of the stuff that I sell on Cafe Press. Very small, but I do make it.
Profit?
Donations. I do accept donations through PayPal. You go to paypal.com.
Very small. You don't want to say the amount. But now in 2023, he'll tell you he made $1 in profit. Unbelievable. Don't believe you. Why would you even do it? You wanted a whatever. You know what? Whatever. I'm moving on. I'm not begging, by the way. Only I can determine if I beg. And I will never determine that I am begging. Only other people beg.
Wants to. I'm not begging. I'm not even asking. I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm not even asking.
Towards the cost of games, towards
but if you want to do it, you know.
If you're gonna donate,
if you guys want me to play Baldur's Gate 3,
you like what I do, you think I'm entertaining, and you want to see me keep doing it. Don't do it because of pity or anything like that. I am not by any means asking for that.
They definitely did it because of pity.
Because, like I said, I'm the kind of person I'm going to
half of this dude's existence has been because of pity. You swear he's like
you don't have to worry
some
about
strange handicapped person, but he's just a fucking stupid idiot.
Obviously, especially with the holidays coming up and all the
which is maybe the strangest handicap he could ever have. Being a stupid fucking idiot. Being the guy.
I have the time, which it looks like I'm going to have. You can contribute with help, and if if I get enough donations and I have the time, which it looks like I'm going to have, I might be able to play more games than what I even announced.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. More games.
Now I might be able to actually play them all rather than have to pick and choose between them. But we'll see what happens.
Why can't you play them all now? Because you're married with a wife and a family?
100% be making
unfortunate.
But yeah.
You bring up being married and having a life so much to not do shit. People gonna be happy. Like people within his fan base gonna be happy if that lady ever leave or go away, if you know what I mean.
So let me give this a chance.
We tried to make Panda Lee being going a positive thing when he said he was gonna be the king of his own time, but that shit was capped. We never got anything extra. You know how cool it would have been if this dude streamed at 2 in the morning? We had an actual fucking like depression stream. Yeah, you guys, I went live because I was bored. As you know, Leanna moved out. That stream would have been fucking fire. And then it would have been like a relatable moment or something, I don't know.
I met through YouTube.
But no, he actually acted like some strange e-girl and pretended that he wasn't married. Genuinely acted like a single man while he was talking with some lady behind the scenes.
And I had absolutely nothing going for me. And I would end up being a depressed mess, and who knows. And I people who actually become really special to me. This whole YouTube thing's been amazing. It's changed my life in a massive way. This could have been a situation where I got laid off and I had absolutely nothing going for me, and I would end up being a depressed mess, and who knows what would have happened. But because of what's going on with YouTube, I have something going on, and that is something that a lot of people can't say. I am extremely grateful for that. I am extremely grateful for every view that I get on my videos.
This way you get misty-eyed.
So I do want to kind of apologize to anyone who maybe, sometimes I get angry, sometimes when I shoot from the hip and I'm honest, sometimes
I didn't mean to do that.
And so, I might be reading a comment and someone leaves a negative comment, and sometimes it's really nasty. And let me just tell you, if you leave a really nasty comment on a video, you're getting blocked. I've said that 100 times. But sometimes there are people who just might say,
he's damn near about to cry, and then he starts thinking about people he want to ban.
So I apologize to those people.
He recovered.
You don't take it personally because I don't mean it personally. It's just sometimes I get a temper and I fly off the hook, and that's what happens.
Philip Brunel is a man.
Well, I am so grateful for everything that has been going on in my life for the past 2 years, and I hope everyone.
Philip Brunel is a man.
I'm not going anywhere. Let's put it that way. I'm going to be all right. I'm going to stay strong. I'm going to keep making videos. I'm gonna put my head together with my friends. We're gonna try to figure out what we can do. If maybe we can turn this into a full-time gig, that would be amazing. If not, well, this is just the next step in my life, and trying to find out what I'm gonna do for the rest of it. Maybe I'm not cut out to sit in an office. I don't know. But that's what I've done for 5 years, and I don't know. I guess we're
You're
gonna find
milking
out, so.
a human.
That's it. I don't want to go on too long.
I received 0 milk bottles.
Get this off my chest and talk a little bit about it, and we'll go from here. We'll see where life goes from here. So this is DSP. Stay positive. It's the only thing you can really do to get through life.
Disgusting that sounds.
And,
You're milking a human.
I hope that I'm breaking up like a fucking pussy, but I hope that everyone.
Oh shit, he back. He crying in the end.
I don't want to go on too long. We'll be that way. I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna stay strong. I'm gonna keep making videos.
Disgusting that sounds. You're milking
I'm
a
gonna put my head
human.
together with my friends. We're gonna try to figure out what we can do. If maybe we can turn this into a full-time gig, that would be amazing.
You're milking
if not,
a human.
Well, this is just the next step in my life, and trying to find out what I'm gonna do for the rest of it. Maybe I'm not cut out to sit in an office. I don't know, but that's what I've done for 5 years, and I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. So that's it. I don't want to go on too long.
You're milking a
I
human.
wanted to definitely get this off my chest and talk a little bit about it, and we'll go from here. We'll see where life goes from here. So this is DSP. Stay positive. It's the only thing you can really do to get through life.
Blessed be his name. Now that's fucking based.
I hope that now I'm breaking up like a fucking pussy, but I hope that everyone understands, you know, that positivity is really the way that you can succeed. And if I had never taken a positive attitude towards anything, I never would have gotten anywhere in life. And that is really the only way to live your life. So. All right.
Either. Be positive, subscribe, or get the fuck out. The manual video split.
Phil, $6,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions.
Oh yeah, let's play this one more
Over the
time.
course of the better part of 2 years, and the findings were intriguing to say the least. Over the course of the better part of 2 years, Phil spent approximately $190,485. Of that nearly $200,000, $3,000 went to alcohol, $6,000 was spent on restaurants and takeout, $11,000 on groceries, $26,000 on taxes, $33,000 on mortgage payments, and last but not least, $45,000 on microtransactions, not only including WWE champions, but PayPal and iTunes. It appears that the detractors, and most prominently Tevin, were right all along, and Phil aggressively played up his financial tightness to get more donations while he spent it on stupid garbage constantly. When Phil did address it, he didn't actually. He just claimed he suffered identity theft, which is actually true, and purposefully left the rest of the details as vague as he could, as to not raise attention to the glaring fact that perhaps the most
Alcoholism, eyes, purple, crying.
was now public. Now comes the end of 2021, and Phil decides to make some changes to his content. First and foremost, the biggest change would be dropping the King of Hate moniker that had defined his career, appearing on merchandise, his own forums, and even his vlogging channel that he'd also retired on the 3rd of January in a video titled, "Goodbye, this channel is retired. Head to DSP Gaming and thank you for 10 awesome years of vlogging." Today, the channel does remain online, but only as an
DSP
archive.
reacts.
However, Phil's attempts at rebranding would do nothing to curb the nearly 2-decade legacy of the moniker, and more widely his online reputation. A critique that underlined this decision of rebranding.
Hey, Moist
is that Phil
Critical.
only did it after he got the attention of Moist Critical, despite
Look how
Charlie
fucking
saying
cool
the
his
same
room
things
is.
many people had said before, that Phil guilt-tripped viewers over money and branded himself on begging. Phil took the opportunity to do a Boogie 2988 and performatively embrace the criticism to look better. Unfortunately, Phil then suffered another series of copyright strikes on his channel, DSP Gaming, after
Look at this gamer.
Dayglow Hour posted
What a great logo.
video editor, creating various intros and bumpers for Phil to use before his streams, only to then claim them once they were in enough uploads. Just a couple of weeks later, however, the strikes were cleared and his channel was back to its original state. Attempts
Man, that
to
shit
mess with
happens
Phil's
so
income
much.
didn't stop there, however. In September of 2022, a user
Stream
named
Elements, they're leaving?
7 tweeted to Stream Elements, the company who manages Phil's tips, linking them to a 13-year-old clip where DSP makes a pretty bold
You
statement.
fucking sock account.
But I hate
No!
So began.
He hates Joe.
Ultimately led to
Hello,
Phil's
Joe.
termination from Stream Elements. Phil took to Twitter to message the company, telling them
Yeah,
his
that was
tips
before the
page became a
inflation.
404, and asked if it's all related to mass reporting that took place regarding the TF2 incident. Following day, Phil opened up a link directly to PayPal for all.
And see, this is what I think about when I see that clip. I know what his excuse would be. He was making some kind of joke. He was playing a character. Could he find me the character that just says that? Oh man, the guy.
And now,
simply
he
the guy.
manually manage his PayPal account and the donation send, further unable to have automatic animation pop-ups. He also has to play these himself. Phil also instituted a brand new policy.
Maybe he could
adding the
find it.
disclaimer,
We could play it
"No
on DSP
refunds to his
Reacts."
account." Despite attempts by trolls to report the account, Phil
I
continues to
hate the
use it to this
dinguses.
day. In addition to taking this L, it seems DSP was breaking his promise to not play WWE champions anymore.
The quality of the video is a little poor, but if you are familiar with the game,
Yeah, you want to get gold dust. This is gold
This is
dust.
the broad
Thanks to
feature
Jasper.
within the WWE Champions application.
Never forget. You know, we can pull it up. I'm gonna add this to the sus playlist. Now, if I wanted to, I could just go to the daily rap playlist, and it's legit the most viewed daily rap, the Jasper video. Like, I don't even know how to find it besides that. Okay, we're gonna trust this upload. Let's see what we got. I'm scared. Oh my God, it's the guy. Look at him. Yes. I am a cat. I am a cat. Meow. I am a cat.
Jasper, I'm trying to pet you.
I am a cat.
To fight me. You don't have
This fucking idiot.
I'm doing the daily.
Why you do that shit, man? This is Jasper's fault, by the way. Jasper tried to ruin his dad's life. Fucking negative dickhead. That's why we don't get to see his face that much anymore. Oh my God.
Well.
Yeah, never forget. DSP actual champion screenshot was exposed because he wanted to get a few extra clicks off his in real life living cat. The same motherfucker who have the nerve to say other people try to monetize their pets. This dude actually exposed himself in a very strange way because he was trying to monetize his cat. He started this wasn't the end of a stream. He started a video. This was a daily rap. He started the video with the intent of filming the cat to get a couple of extra views. And isn't it ironic? He got a lot of extra views. This is the most watched daily rap because it's the video where he showed the champions in. So, whoa, good job. Isn't it ironic that he's the one, this fucking kitty?
We had a fun episode.
Look at him doing cat stuff with his stupid triangle ears.
Of the Level 1 podcast in the morning. Where I
He's like, I got you, pimp. You don't know, but I know. He's thinking to himself, I'm going to get out of this house one way or another.
Going on publicly with trolls trying to...
Guess what, Jasper? Your trolling didn't work. I mean, it did, but it didn't.
All kinds of stuff. The schedule, and had some Q&A. It was an interesting podcast.
Oh, yeah. And it's also show, like, genuinely, as soon as he was done streaming, he went to play mobile games. And he was so actually addicted, he couldn't even turn a screen off. Because mobile games, these type of mobile games probably work weird as fuck. Maybe you get punished if you turn a screen off. It's got to be something going on there. But he was so into it, he didn't even turn the screen off. And then he was so greedy and so weird. And he wanted to get, like I say, a couple extra views off of his actual cat. He started recording and didn't think about even turning the screen off or moving the phone. If he moved the phone, this wouldn't have happened. This could have been porn. Think about all other things this could have been. This could have been porn. This could have been cat naked. This could have been like a horse getting fucked. This could have been his wife getting fucked by a random dude. This could have been him with a dildo in his mouth. It could have been some debauchery. Thankfully, I guess it was this. But it could have been a lot of other things. Anything can be on your phone. So, whoa.
Application game. Phone.
That's a whoa. That's a whoa.
The WWE Champions application game.
The rest of Phil's 2022 wasn't anything new. He raged, e-begged, and Phil tripped his audience.
Let's do one more search. We're going to look up DSP Jasper Daily Rap. Because I think he put his name in the title. Whoa.
Well, hello.
Look, look. This dude's down bad. Down bad. 3-minute, 38-second long daily rap, 129 likes, 379 dislikes, 6.7K views, 12 comments. So many comments he didn't accept for this, man. And the comments he accepted probably still specific. Your cat seems to hate you. 170 upvotes. You can't see it, but I can. Your cat seems to hate you. 170 fucking upvotes. Oh my God. And I know why I do say it. It's very easy to see.
If you're wondering what's going on, Jasper is
He's so old looking in this clip too. Like, just imagine the pose he's making. He's like actually a rickety old man. He can't even put strength behind his own, under his own body for a little bit. For 3 minutes, he couldn't stand up without looking like he's about to fall over. We got like a weird hand on hip thing kind of going on. The knee is bent in this weird way. The other knee is like straight. Hell. Anyway.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap. If you're wondering what's going on, Jasper has once again stolen my seat. So I decided I would do the video like this.
Look at this fucking cat. Look at him. Yeah. Look, his cat don't hate him. They just really playful.
Jasper, I'm trying to pet you.
You know Jasper's a dude. They have like a male-style relationship. They fight. They play fight.
Today was Saturday.
Yeah.
The 23rd of
It's
July,
like, oh my God.
2022.
Look at him. Look at him. Get out of here. My claws.
What do we do today? Well, we had a fun episode of the Level 1 podcast in the morning where I covered many different topics.
What a nut.
All right. Address some concerns, some nonsense going on publicly.
Yeah, he made some new concerns with this daily wrap. He couldn't wait a couple of minutes. He couldn't pick the cat up and sit him on the floor. He could have avoided this so easily.
It was a good show. All right, then on the main stream.
Oh my Lord.
And Mr. Jasper Kitty. Mr. Jasper Kitty was here for most of it actually. He was actually there.
And then look at him. He put his son name in the title.
Pictures of him in the office.
Jasper takes over.
Together with him later tonight, and I might post some of those up on my Instagram over the next couple of days and also on my Twitter.
Jasper takes over.
We managed to have just enough time to finish up Stray. Stray was
Pull up all of the clips of him saying he wouldn't he wouldn't monetize his pets. And how he don't like other people doing that. He kind of shaded Maximilian for doing that. More than kinda.
Looney Tunes, Steven Universe,
man.
DC Comics.
I bet you what, Maximilian didn't expose himself for spending like 50 grand on mobile games. He didn't do that with any of his pets. I don't know if he had more than one. He didn't do that in any of his pets. Right, Jasper? The phone did turn off though. So big ups.
So anyway, oh, he got my leg. He grabbed my leg. So anyway, it was fun. I played it for a couple of hours. At the very tail end of the stream,
and then
unlock a character.
This is the other part about it. This is a pre-recorded video. He could have like looked at it himself and said, "Oh shit, I'm not gonna upload this." But he uploaded it. And of course, once to get one view is too late. So he couldn't take it back. I wonder if he even wanted to or wish he could. But bruh, like actually, I like to think he dragged and dropped it, clicked publish, and then leaned back in his chair to play Champions again. I like to think he actually did that. And then an hour later, it was too late to take it back. Because, whoa, how do you make such a strange mistake? It's like he almost wanted to tell us, but not. But this is the thing. Maybe it would have been different if he booted up the stream the next day and said, "Yeah, you guys caught me. I've been playing this game for this long, and I spent this much money on it." But I think if he do that now, it would be a legal issue. I think he would actually get in some weird trouble if he admits to playing his game. So I don't think he can anymore.
Shaggy from Scooby-Doo and a tiny bit of Harley Quinn. Tomorrow, like I said, I'll unlock Iron Giant and go with that. So it was a good streaming day overall.
He's rocking.
I had a lot of fun.
He's swaying.
And I'm glad that we finished Stray, but it's kind of bittersweet because I love
Jasper, get the fuck up, dude. You're way healthier than your dad. Come on, man. He's just making stupid faces, looking at the camera. Rawr!
I'm finally bringing it back after a hiatus.
Okay, now he's good.
So if you like the Fable Anniversary playthrough yourself,
look, he's got one paw free just in case he got to fight back.
Tomorrow night, more multi.
You're not fully lacking yet.
All right, and hopefully I'll be in this chair tomorrow instead of this cat right here.
Oh shit, he tricked him. See, he kept this one paw, he kept the right paw out. And in DSP, he wiggles his fucking worm next to the other paw, the left paw, if you will. Guess what? Got him. Joke's on Jasper, he's front declawed. But not back declawed. So he's going easy on DSP in reality.
Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow for the streams. All right, excellent.
Oh man, it's Kayla like you're so much fun to hang out with.
Audience over lack of donations while playing Elden Ring, called his audience bigoted when they made fun of a conspicuously feminine.
That's why I can't hang out with him all day.
He raged,
Oh, dude. Ken and Jasper is like a sitcom.
Elden Ring,
a cartoon sitcom.
When they made fun of a conspicuously feminine Halloween costume of Ken from Street Fighter, among other charismatic and lovable activities. The most recent major situation in Phil's career started with a podcast called Side Scrollers. This particular episode of the show starred online personality Adam Krigler and creator of the Screw Attack video game network, Craig Skitzimus, otherwise known by his online pseudonym Stuttering Craig, and they'd be interviewing the one and only Philip Burnell. As he always does given the opportunity, Phil used this time to defend himself against the accusations of detractors, and like every previous instance of it, it didn't go that well. Some of Phil's shortcomings in the PR department were very familiar, such as him essentially admitting that he gave his viewers no value back for what they donated to him. However, some were novel. During the stream, the topic of WWE champions came up, and Phil instantly became a nervous wreck. The interviewers seemed familiar with it and effectively pressed him on the topic, eventually circling in for the kill and telling Phil that if he wanted to, he could prove that the
Randy Orton in the background. I think so. Him and Triple H.
On the game wasn't his. All he had to do was show his account to a neutral third party to verify his claims to fans and detractors alike. But Phil was not open to doing so and preferred to stick with his theory.
Look at this shriveled up little man in front of his toys. You're wondering who I'm talking about. DSP, obviously.
And this is a
that little baby shirt.
It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you?
Oh, dude.
And you can say no.
There's some sweet music in the background.
No.
I feel like I'm playing a Nintendo game.
Just confidentially, between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE?
Oh shit! It's the clip.
And just
Thank
so
goodness he put this in here.
Personally, I will not.
I talked about this earlier. This is so sus.
But just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you.
Come on, bring up Cat. Bring up your family.
I don't want to say. Here's the thing.
Risk.
I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
What's the risk of showing my WWE Champions account?
You know.
Another topic.
He really don't want to get his champions to be stolen. He really don't want to get his champion stolen.
During the podcast was DSP's interactions with Keemstar.
I gotta think about the risk.
Character of every lolcow story, apparently.
Like how?
He has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama.
I gotta find that whole
coverage
clip.
of the
I'm gonna look
incident
for
from
it.
a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lolcow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast? We will call it the Lolcow Podcast.
Oh,
in an extremely
shit.
unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on
Yeah.
Facebook and sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what it is. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in the DM. We got to have a phone call. I'm like, okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay?
Okay, hold on. I think this is what I'm looking for. Damn. I'm already there anyway. It's 3 hours and 15 minutes. This is like the best video for timestamps from this video. More than likely.
And why do they think
Big
you're
ups.
well? Where
Link him up.
See, here's the thing.
If you guys don't already subscribe to Beer Cat Bob on YouTube, you must be a fucking idiot.
I'm just going to briefly in my head try to go over what
He's got the most robust and chill DSP style content on the internet,
there was
dude.
an account in the game.
Real talk.
That's the name of the account was They Call Me DSP.
Oh shit, this segment might be longer than I thought.
Which is also your Twitter handle.
Cat segment.
And so just by that association, they're assuming that's me in the game. Okay.
Look at this idiot with his Dorito ears.
Stand after that, I guess
Showing up to try to deflect from the situation.
and I said, no, that's not me in the game. It is not, by the way. That is not my account in the game.
What is your account in the game?
Oh, okay.
That I'm
This
not
might-
going to say. That's
Why not?
And if you're going to say why, because back when I signed
Bip,
up for
bip, 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 bip.
2017, there had never
He
been
leaning
any
in.
drama around mobile games or anything like that I've been involved in. No one ever asked me the question.
Oh, man.
I have an account name on basically my Apple device that
Right.
kind of crosses over a lot of
Oh, so we're gonna figure out his other accounts that we should know about. That's why he can't tell us the champion account. That's actually his excuse. That's amazing. But what does Cat have to do with that?
And if I were to tell you information,
Maybe he don't bring up Katniss. I hope I'm remembering wrong.
will
For his
absolutely
sake.
have to hurt me. They will
These
try
people.
to use this data to get into other accounts. They will probably try to commit identity theft, impersonate me with Apple.
Probably.
I can't do that. I've already been through that 2 years ago.
So on the record, you're saying that that account, they call me DSP, is not you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, okay, but that here's the thing that I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around, right? Because apparently that name was changed later to Down from the Rafters.
Oh,
right. Why would somebody, if this is a troll that is a whale, right? That in this game, why would somebody after let's say this is brought to your attention.
Correct.
The name is later changed.
Correct. Yes.
Right? And there's
correct.
been all this money on
yes.
this.
Yes.
Right. And
Right.
I know it's being,
correct.
You know, this
Dude look like he in a courthouse.
Why would they change the name if they're just trolling you with they call me DSP, this name? Why would they then change the name if it's just a troll to begin with? What's the point?
I don't know.
Wrap my head around this idea here.
Sure. Apparently,
Great question. Oh God.
Like you just said, this person was actually a troll who was trying to make me look bad. And
Yeah, like the escort story, right?
But I agree with you. That doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Why would you try to change your name if you weren't, maybe? And again, this is me just guessing. I have no clue because this is not me. Maybe this person was a legit player. Maybe it was a fan of mine. Maybe it was, who knows? Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's complete chance. This is not Darkside Phil. This is not DSP Gaming. This is they call me
Darkside
DSP.
Patrick.
They call me DSP.
Who knows? You're right. That's the point. It wasn't my name. It wasn't like Phil Burnell.
It is his name, though.
It was one name that I use on a Twitter account.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe this legitimately was someone.
See, this is kind of fire because he's saying, let me go back to these other names.
Trick.
Again,
Like, could he name himself Woe Moses?
this is not Darkside Phil.
Uh-huh.
This is not.
Darkside Phil is the name of one YouTube channel, by the way. DSP's name is DSP Space Gaming. Remember, he went on a weird rant about that too. DSP Space Gaming.
DSP Gaming.
It's not DSP Gaming. Isn't that one YouTube channel though? What's his Twitter? Isn't his Twitter they call me DSP? So he's 3 different people? Maybe. Whose chocobos are delicious?
This is
it's Darkside
DSP.
Patrick.
I agree.
Again,
DSP don't know he don't watch SpongeBob.
That's
He's not hyper intelligent.
It wasn't my name. It wasn't like Phil Burnell or whatever. It was
It's a man.
One name that I use on a Twitter account.
Philip Burnell.
Maybe this legitimately was someone who was playing the game and over the years was getting like harassed. I don't know.
You don't know.
Since this started happening, all right, I was afraid that my actual account name was going to get out there, and they were like, I just told you guys, they were going to try to like harass me or change, harass my Apple account, hack my Apple account, whatever. Reached
Phil,
out.
I gotta say real quick, if that whoever they call me DSP changed it to whatever the hell they changed it to, why haven't you changed it to some?
That's what I'm about to say. That's exactly what I'm about to say. I asked they have the help chat or whatever. I asked them. I said, listen, this is happening, and I'm really afraid. And they told me they don't do that.
Why did DSP want to change his name? Because he thought people were going to figure it out. But if you change it before they figure it out, what if they figure out what you changed it to? ... question mark.
I was like, what?
What?
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do name changes. I said, there's evidence that there is.
Because you did it. Oh.
So maybe, I don't know. Maybe this person. Because
you think DSP think he's 2 different people? You think he's actually crazy?
Maybe the company did them a solid because they.
You think when DSP play Champions that like he is a different person? Like it literally isn't DSP in DSP's world? Like think about it. He ends his stream and he actually becomes a different person. The equivalent of Willow and Sandra for some reason being the same person, even though they're not. But let's pretend you think they're the same person. If you don't know who that is, imagine not being a member of the animated world. So anyway, it's like he in the stream as DSP and then he plays Champions as Down from the Rafters. And then you ask DSP, Phil Burnell or DSP Space Gaming, hey, are you Down from the Rafters? And he say, what the fuck is that? That's that weird thing I got accused of being. How would I be that? I've only spent a couple of $100 playing WWE Champions. Sure, I have every style of Hogan ever and like 5-star Booker T and like a bunch of random ladies that I would probably make fun of if I saw in real life. But I am not addicted to this game because I have spent almost no money, if not maybe a few $100s on it, let alone 1,000. And I have definitely not spent thousands. And then he turned into Down from the Rafters again and he's playing Champions. and he's tapping and sliding, and he's drooling at the mouth, looking at the Hogans.
Keep spending?
Like Dr. Jekyll and the guy. Actually, Dr. Jekyll and the guy. And the guy is the champion, and Dr. Jekyll is the Let's Player, the content curator.
And so they did it for them? Apparently you can't.
And they did it for The Rock.
There's no option in the game to change your name. I've tried. It's not there. And you contact support. They say, we won't do it.
Okay, look, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. And look, I'm of the mindset of once somebody gives you money, you can do what you want with the money. But
I think they just kind of move on. They should have sat on this for a little bit longer.
So when you play this game, and you have this whale that has the exact same Twitter handle that you have, that is pulling this elaborate troll on you, right?
If that's what it was, I don't know.
Right. But and I look, I hate to bring this up. But I'm going to, because I feel like it needs to be addressed.
Go for it.
People have been very aggressive with you to the point to where they have leaked bank statements from you, right? And that's obviously not cool at all. It's ridiculous that somebody would go to that length, and it's honestly upsetting. But it's out there, right? And there have been, according to these leaks, there have been
You're dead.
dozens, hundreds of transactions.
Okay, I just want to point out one thing. I didn't know this was here. The animated world from the past representing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have Willow in the chat from the past. Yes. What a strange cartoon character. An actual cartoon character. Remember, they're a member of the animated world. Have you ever punched a bee?
To the Apple Store. Some many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
Oh, you sure?
So those were not tied to you at all.
No. Those, okay, the bank leaks.
Meerkat's loving it.
Now we have to get into the identity theft thing, okay?
How fast till it
Let's just talk
deflect?
about the bank leads first.
He don't want to talk about just anything. He want to talk about everything. He want to bring up something else. He want to make you ask another question.
Explain it, yeah.
Sure, the bank leaks are not accurate. That is not my account.
Total Wine. Sherry's Berries.
So
I don't think that was on the list. Total Wine.
Your identity was
Twirls and Curls.
Spending money on in the Apple Store.
No, that's
Apple Store.
That's not my account at all.
1651. PayPal.
Is not me. That's fabricated.
Apple Store 1651. PayPal. PayPal 1651.
That was leaked.
Twirls and
I
Curls.
had a lot of issues that happened with identity theft that same summer.
Total Wine. $114.
Conspiracy theory and say that was me, and it's not.
$78.99.
So you're saying, just so we're on the same page, you're saying that
$4.99.
it's not yours.
This dude has so many fucking microtransactions. You will swear he was like gifting a bunch of subs and sending bits to like 15 different channels all day. But it was just him pulling and yanking, hoping he squeezed another Hogan out. Or maybe like a 4-star Booker T. Maybe he get like a zombie CM Punk. Oh, dude, you think he's championing even more now with the hopes that he may get a CM Punk? I don't know if they brought him back, but they got to bring him back eventually.
Had thousands of dollars.
6-star CM Punk. 6-star zombie Santa CM Punk. It could happen.
These amounts just happen to tie to exact amounts in the game that we're talking about, WWE Champions. And it's a game that you also play. Just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
You're saying that is not your account at all, and they were unsuccessful in hacking your bank account.
They did not hack my bank account. They did not have access to my bank account.
It seems awfully convenient.
And
right.
just
It
right.
does sound awfully convenient, but that's the truth.
You can understand how us looking from the outside in looks at this and raises an eyebrow and doesn't quite buy it, right?
To me, I mean, from an outside perspective, who doesn't know anything, would look like you had to go and file for bankruptcy. You had all these issues and people calling you out for spending way too much money on this game when you should have been saving for taxes. And then you know, this shit comes out and you're like, you're freaking sweating. You got to freaking do something about it. It's like, oh, I was hacked. That's identity theft. Like maybe the identity theft happened. I'm just like painting a picture for like these people on the internet that hate you and are trying to convince the world of what happened. And then, like Craig said, I mean, you are playing it. It is your username. There are all these bank statements that actually correlate perfectly with this game. I'm leaning more towards that side of the story because it makes more sense. I mean, you needed an out. You have money issues and have had money issues for a while, and it's just like it's hard to believe, dude.
The reason that this story has not died out like every other one is because this is the one that I really don't have a way to prove my innocence without further exposing myself. You understand?
Do you have a police report for the
police
identity
report?
You don't.
Oh,
you
no.
can redact certain things.
I do not. I don't have a police report. Geez, how do I?
Did you not go to the police when your identity was hacked? Or
No,
taken?
I went to all my financial institutions. I went to the credit bureaus.
You
and
didn't go to the
notified them.
police though when someone
No,
was
I didn't.
stealing your identity. Why wouldn't you do that?
I didn't even think to do it. I don't think. What would they do about it?
Try to fucking get the person and arrest them for stealing your identity?
I mean, I guess maybe, but here, okay. I guess what I got to do is tell you a little bit more about all the crap I've been through. I have contacted the police about the harassment. No, listen, I have contacted the police about harassment over the years. You know, when I got swatted, years later.
Shit. It's possibly on a different subject completely now.
Transactions against my PayPal account that were all fraud. They were actually fraudulent credit card transactions. I contacted our police here, and I had a big conversation, and they said, listen, I'm swearing to the conversation.
Now, Phil.
We don't have an online task force for this.
We don't do that, man.
The only thing we do it is human
We only
capital.
arrest drug dealers.
Here's the number to the
And he's
FBI.
like, I have a link to one. His name's Almighty
Did you
Tevin.
contact them or you didn't?
Not about identity theft. I contacted them years earlier about other issues.
Oh,
And you talked to them about identity theft.
I talked to them about a lot of different things.
but not identity
happened
theft.
Or could happen.
Oh,
But why would you have talked to them about identity theft years earlier if none of that was even happening to you?
oh my
Well,
God.
I don't know if we specifically.
He don't know what they talked about now.
Like I said, there was a case where, first of all, I received death
This
threats.
dude is so
Like,
sus.
pretty serious death threats. Somebody tried to murder
Deflected.
me.
First of all, I
And
received
completely
death
different
threats.
person. Correct. And I contacted
Welcome
them.
to the internet.
I also brought up PayPal issues that I was having with fraudulent transactions and other things.
It's not fraudulent,
They
you
basically
dumb
said, we
bitch.
don't handle that. We can't. We don't have the capacity. Local PD doesn't care. You have to go, you know, if you want to go to the FBI, but they even said, here's the number. If you ever get into something really bad, you're afraid for your life or something, you know, call us 911. Outside of that, anything else?
Wow.
Big transaction.
Listen to this.
We can't. We don't have the capacity. Local PD doesn't care. You have to go, you know, if you want to go to the FBI, but they even said, here's the number. If you ever get into something really bad.
Here's the number. If you ever get in something really bad, here's the number.
You're afraid for your life or something, you know, call us 911.
Call us at 911. Really personal number right there.
Outside of that, anything
What?
else, you know, big transactions or whatever,
Huh?
if you lose $1 million, you call the FBI. That's
Oh,
it. So I didn't
here's the number. Call 911. You can also call the
They told me years previous. It's not,
We all could call the
It seemed like you
FBI.
were talking about
We
identity
have
theft
the
with them,
number. They're
so-
public. Whatever. Whatever.
Let me ask
This
this,
dude.
right?
Just call 911. Phil.
You addressed the bank leaks on a stream.
Mhm.
Why? If they're not yours, why?
Uh-oh.
Why
He
did you-
confused.
why did-
He
why did you- Why
confused.
did you feel the need to
He's
talk
nervous.
about the bank leaks if they weren't yours?
Well, what do you mean by that? Like,
What you talking about?
Specific stream
Huh?
that I did?
Just
What?
in general. I mean,
Now you need to find a
if somebody-
specific
if
stream.
somebody
You need the
hacks
date.
an account and they say this is Darkside Phil's bank account, right? Why don't you say, well, it's not mine? What are you even talking about? And
That's
like,
not true.
I did.
It's not true.
I'm sure I've said.
I'm sure I said it's not mine. He can't even say it's not mine. I'm sure I
And this is,
previously
you know, the
said it's
internet
not
really
mine.
does.
Well, you lie a lot.
There's been matchmaking based off of
He was trolling.
your life, going to restaurants, big events in WWE champions, things like that line up perfectly with this bank account. Like, and I think I said it's your money, dude. You can do what you want. I don't care. But why like it just if we were in the court of law and somebody was to
DSP
bring all
loves saying
this
that.
evidence in front of
Court
saying
of
like,
law.
look, hey, there's a bullet here. Here's the gun that he used. It has his fingerprints on it.
See what he got?
This person is dead because this person pulled the trigger, and the other guy's like, no, I didn't do it. well, like there's clear like DNA there.
72
like,
in his shit.
I think that's
abandoned
what I'm really
ship.
struggling with here, man. Is it just seems
the original
like
mouth drooler.
If you would just say, yeah, it was my bank account. It was really fucked up. It aligned with all these things. By the way, I play WWE champions. I have a hard time quitting it. Those games are addictive. And you just kind of said, yeah, these things are accurate. I think people would like just be like, okay, and they'd be cool with it. But it just seems like you keep digging and digging and digging.
Do it now. It's too late.
I mean, walk me through this because there's just evidence here, like mounds and mounds of evidence. And
right, you claim that it was someone else, but why do a lot of the things on the bank statement actually correlate to things that you actually did and paid for?
Right, and the only evidence that you're putting out is, well, no, it's not, or that's a lie. And just walk me through this, man, because this is the whole purpose of this thing was not to make you look bad at all. But I just want to walk through this here, man, because it doesn't make sense. This doesn't add up.
What specifically? Like you said a couple things there. First, you said big
what specific stream? What specific day? What specific big event?
I think he meant
you fucking blow.
Well, in life and in the game,
Come on.
there's like special events that happen in the game, and it's a certain character's
He
released.
he knew he wouldn't be able to answer this on the fly.
I didn't do a deep dive into the game. Just
It's too specific.
Happen.
Oh, Phil, when you did a begathon, you made $1,000, and
for this time only,
the account also spent $1,000 that day, and it also just happened to be a zombie awareness month. So on that specific day, you got 25% off on extra pulls. He wanted Craig to say the equivalent of that.
That's something that's been
And this is a thing. The equivalent of that's happened. It's been days he's done big streams, made a lot of money, and then the accounts spend a lot of money.
Go to dinner tonight.
A lot.
Then there's a transaction
And
at a local restaurant.
link up, and it synchronizes with the bank leaks too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wanted Craig to act like a stalker, so he could say, "How do you know that? Where did you hear that from? The trolls?
First of all,
You didn't look that up on your own."
From your perspective, if I were sitting where you were right now and hearing this story,
Good job, DSP.
I'd be like,
You got him.
probably lying. I don't know how to defend. Again, I don't know how to defend myself without putting myself and my family at personal risk, and that's the problem. I don't know how that lines up. I wish I knew. I wish I knew I could explain those transactions. Here, I guess, man, I'm trying to figure out how I can tell you from my perspective what really happened that summer. And why? Because
I'll tell you. Here's something very easy, very simple.
We're talking about a whole summer now, man.
You have my email, and this is a small ask.
This is definitely the end of this
It's
clip.
also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you? And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this. But just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us. And you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screen?
Let me go back a little bit more.
Here's something very easy, very simple, very simple. You have my email, and this is a small ask.
Small ask.
It's also a big ask.
Oh, it's also big. You can say whatever you want.
Will you? And you can say no.
It's small to him. It's big to DSP,
Just
apparently.
confidentially,
if you know what I mean.
Between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account?
I never
and
did.
Just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody.
That sounds.
But
You're
just between
milking
us.
a human. Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I gotta talk to my family.
I'll vouch for
I
you
gotta
either
talk
way.
to Jasper Kitty first.
kind of risk
This
I
isn't
don't
weird
wanna
that I
see
need to think about the risk at all.
I'll consider it.
Oh, his other mobile game accounts, but he don't play any other mobile games, right?
What's the risk?
What's gonna be found? His Apple ID. He got a bunch of news. Is he like Is he like Kim Kardashian?
Benefit more than what's the
His
risk.
news gonna get
You have no
exposed.
idea the levels. Of
Like
how
what?
This is going. Again, accounts that
I
have
do.
happened.
I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up. I mean, I know. I mean, people have been tagging me relentlessly since it was announced that you were coming on the show, and again, I didn't know who you were. I had never heard of you before. Before this moment, when Craig was like, "Hey, so do you know who DSP is?" And I'm like, "No. What's the deal?" And everyone's like, "Oh, we gotta freaking tell
How's it feel
Adam
to be
who
caught in the
DSP
lie?
is." You know, it's like I see the amount of attention that you get in a negative light.
How's it
right?
feel, Dave,
So,
to be
like, I
caught in
understand.
lie?
That's why I'm like, I kind of understand that you don't want to be too forthcoming with your any more information that isn't public already, because as there's a lot out there. So You know, but you're in a pickle, man, because
Yeah, he got history in a lot of the mobile
and it's a
games.
new brain that humans are still learning how to adapt to.
See,
and right now there's a big
oh
chunk
shit! How could I not bring this up? If you check DSP's Instagram, he took pictures of like his phone when he would find a good Goku card in Dokkan Battle or whatever the fuck, right? And you could just look at his account name then. So he not even hiding his account name. Genuinely, he's not. He took a bunch of screenshots of it. It's the same account. According to him, it's one account, one name for everything.
of the internet that has
That's still there. He never deleted them.
And you know,
his mobile game addict
times that you
Instagram post.
You held your hands up. You said, "I didn't handle this right. I fucked up."
I feel like he
times.
cropped his name out in some of them, but that might be me making it up.
If you want to remain on the internet, which you seem
Same
to enjoy
username.
streaming,
This dude's the
and you
goat.
like what you're doing now, which is good. I'm glad you like what you're doing. But it's like, if you want to,
They call me DSP.
move in a direction that's gonna alleviate some of these haters.
We're gonna pull up a mobile game video. KO Gaming. One. Did it wrong. Who the fuck is Koga? I love that. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Anime is scary. Pokey Go to the glow. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone.
What's going on, everyone?
Oh, man.
Will here for KO Gaming, and I'm back
What a
from
playful
4-day
video.
trip to the city of Seattle. Now, I actually live in
288
Seattle,
down,
but I'm in
326
the outskirts.
up.
I'm in a small suburb that
I live in Seattle, but not in Seattle.
In fact, I live roughly
Okay.
around 45 minutes to an hour from where all the happening stuff is in Seattle. For example, the Space Needle, the Pike Place Market, or the waterfront. Those are all things that are neat and kind of well-known as touristy stuff in the area, but I don't live nearby that. So, being that I wanted to take a little bit of a mini vacation, I spent 4 days with my girlfriend going around the city of Seattle and doing all the touristy stuff. But in addition, we figured this would be the perfect opportunity to check out Pokemon Go in a big city environment. What you're going to see following is a slideshow of different pictures that I took around the city of Seattle while playing Pokemon Go, showing you my different experiences with the game and kind of outlining my day-to-day progress over the course of the week. Now, please be a little bit forgiving of me here because I don't know how to take video on my iPhone 6s yet. And in addition to that, Pokemon Go eats so much of the battery life of your phone that if I were actually going to take video while trying to play this game, I probably would have had to have several backup batteries with me in order to get it happening. So really, I think the best way to go is just to go with a slideshow, so that's what you're going to see. Without further ado, here's my Pokemon Go experience over the past week. First off, I think it needs to be said that some people...
Hey, look. Look down there. Pick up the phone. Look at the screen. Pick up the phone, baby. Look at his name. They call me DSP. What an interesting name. Huh. Who's that? Is They Call Me DSP KO Gaming? Because this video is on the KO Gaming channel. This dude really acted like this is like not his mobile game name on other accounts. They call me DSP, not Phil Burnell. And this is just one out of many, but this is the easiest one to look up because the other one is on his Instagram account. I would have to go to my other computer. I don't want to do that.
People are a lot more lucky.
But there he is. They call me DSP.
Go. This is the view from my actual house in game. There is...
Don't worry, he wasn't named that on the other mobile games.
Trying to be like,
but I'm not pulling those pictures up.
Combat power.
You know how Instagram is. They're gonna ask me to log in.
Anything might help. Obviously, not giving them more ammo. Which I mean, I've grown to trust Craig. Of course, you know, don't tell him I said that. But you know, I think that would actually do more for you than you think. If Craig came out and was like, all right, guys, he sent me this. The proof, and I can confirm to everyone that his account is not They Call Me DSP, the whale account. You know, like
or the other name, Down from the Rafters,
or what it changed it to. Yeah,
right.
Like almost at this point now,
What you got,
it's almost suspect that you're not wanting to just do whatever you can.
Yeah, again, I hear you. If I was sitting in your position right now, I would feel exactly the same way. But just as the levels of shit that I've been through and people who betrayed me, not that I'm saying Craig would. I don't think he would. But
I have no interest. To be honest, really clear with you, man, and just like we were talking about this, I have zero interest in making you look bad. I think there's a tremendous opportunity here.
You're gonna betray me because I showed you my mobile game
people who
account
don't
name.
see you as human.
How will you
know,
betray
and
someone
to
after
err
that?
is to be human, right? That's the old saying. Like everybody fucks up, and you've owned up to a lot of those things. But there are certain things here, man, that I just, you know, they don't add up. And you're saying, hey, if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. I don't know, man. It's not connecting. It's not connecting. And I'm trying to help you out here, man. I really am. And
I hear you.
And so
I feel like there's
help yourself.
I feel like there's nothing else to be said then, you know, because
Could I bring up one point about those bank statements?
Sure.
Okay.
yeah.
So I've seen limited amounts, because here's the thing. You guys just said, why do you bring it up on your stream? I only bring this kind of stuff up on my stream when someone else brings it up, and there's like, it's such a loud fervor on the stream. People are talking about it in the chat. I'll address it, okay? I did look into it. I saw some of this supposed bank statements that are mine. There's a couple things that don't make sense to me. All right. Number one, if this is me, okay, there's a bunch of transactions on there, I guess, from like pet stores. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Like, well,
How could I forget about the pet stores?
Yeah, but those transactions are like big. You're
Yeah,
talking
because
like
you buy
hundreds of
gift
dollars
cards
a week or
too.
something like that. I have one cat. Now again, that's he said, she said. It's not going to
Easy conspiracy theory that makes sense. You just bought a bunch of gift cards. And then,
I don't have a.
what a strange excuse to have up your sleeve. It's almost like you had this pre-planned, what you would say. It's almost like you knew you were going to bring this up as a defense.
Still has a cat. Yeah, but
What a strangely specific defense.
You're talking like hundreds of dollars a week or something like
It's
that.
like, okay, what about the other stuff like twirls and curls?
I have one cat. Now again, that's he said, she said. It's not going to prove my innocence.
And he overspent on the cat too, I
He's been
think.
on the stream.
But you know,
all this time. I don't have a
what's wrong with that?
dogs in my basement. I don't even have a basement. So we're
Suspicious statement.
Some of the transactions in that I've seen don't make sense at all.
Secret herd of
for what
dogs.
it's funny because you say circumstantially.
He only looked at the ones
some
that
of these
didn't make sense.
Could be yours.
Makes sense. He's trying to defend himself. But he didn't do a good job doing that right
Some of
there.
them also don't make any sense.
Look at the pet store ones. They don't make sense because it's a lot of money.
Okay, you're a fucking degenerate. Now I don't know, but here's the
Great
thing:
point.
the narrative that they have put out there about me is that I'm begging.
And yeah, DSP gets scammed on everything. He overpay on everything.
And that money goes right into WWE.
$1,000 spark
That's
plugs.
the narrative that they say.
Does that make sense? No,
If that's
but
the
he did
case,
it.
Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? Right? The money is in my PayPal account. Why are there bank transactions for iTunes? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I take money out of a PayPal account that I have, that I get my tips from, transfer it to my bank account where then I take a hit because there's a transfer fee anytime you transfer money from PayPal to a bank account?
Some pig nose
So
shit
I'm
right
taking
here.
a big financial hit on that money. Then I'm making transactions in the game off the
How the
bank
hell
account.
can somebody answer
why
this?
wouldn't it
What
be
am
made
I
out of the
supposed to
PayPal
say? What are you talking about?
It makes no logical sense.
What you just said needs to be rewritten. Write it down on a sheet of paper and present it to me.
I mean, let's just be real. There's a lot here that doesn't add up, right?
Well, isn't the
What the
iTunes
hell?
like where the microtransactions from games get charged? So that actually would make sense.
It would make, no. You're okay. You're correct, but
Now he know everything
the point I'm
works.
making is the money's in the
On
bank.
the game he don't spend money on.
So
Okay.
if there,
Yeah, but hold on, I know what you're saying. But on
Mm-hmm.
PayPal, you can actually use PayPal, and you could click use balance or use your bank account, and it'll just pull the money from your bank account, but using PayPal as the payment service. So that's irrelevant because you can just choose where the money's coming from on PayPal.
Okay, I see what you're saying. What I was going off of their narrative, and their
Oh,
narrative.
now we go off their
every day I'm
narrative
begging
that we
my
shouldn't
audience for
believe.
money. It
What?
goes to my PayPal, and then I
my
immediately
God.
spend that on WWE champions. That's the narrative. That
I didn't believe that narrative, but it does seem that you do get money and
Nail
you
bite.
just spend it on the things that need to be spent on instead of, planning for taxes the next month or whatever.
That's no, that is absolutely correct. Yes.
That is correct.
And-
Right.
or
Okay.
things that
Correct.
aren't necessary.
All right.
Which could
Correct.
include WWE.
He was right.
Not saying that it is, but it could be.
It's
Do you
WWE. Correction
feel
time.
that you said you still play the game? Do you play any other mobile games?
Yes.
Do you feel that you're addicted to them at all?
Yes.
No.
No?
I play them casually.
He said he was addicted to him in the past. I
I'll
like,
be
man,
honest,
this dude's a monster, bro. He kicked the addiction to mobile games and alcohol, and he still partake in both of them casually and never too much. Think
busy
about
or
that.
grinding.
This dude should sell a fucking book.
Smash a little bit. You do
He should
like
help other
this
people.
Stupid WWE Champions is just a
What
freaking
the?
puzzle game like Candy Crush. It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to do them. They're more
I
like,
mean,
you know,
do casual players pay under?
This isn't the best defense for DSP. The game you're accusing me of playing is like dumb and not that fun or cool. Don't you play Call of Duty every year?
Just under $1,000?
No,
I don't know. I feel like you elevate
$70
your level
game.
when you actually
Don't worry, he only
any
spent
money
50
into
on it.
But then when it goes over $100, you kind of elevate from casual to all right. I'm one of the
It's
core
like
players.
Candy Crush.
this all started because you guys probably don't know the full history. This all started many years ago before there was tons of financial issues that were public. I was playing a different WWE game.
Oh God,
WWE
we're going back too much now. Come on, man.
This one I actively spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I definitely.
Why can't he? Why can't he tell us?
have been addicted to
Everyone knew it. Everyone knew it isn't true. Everyone knew it is not true. If everyone knew it was true, people wouldn't have been so surprised when he fucking wage quit Parasite Eve, told the internet he was sick, but was complaining about this random mobile game on the internet. Everybody was caught off guard. Like, what the fuck? WWE champions. Oh, now everybody knew. Everybody knew he was addicted. Everybody knew he spent a lot of money, or everybody knew he played them. Maybe if you checked his Instagram, but he's giving you a fake timeline too.
It's called WWE Supercard. All right. This one I actively spent a lot of money on. I will tell you guys this. I can't tell you the exact. I got addicted to that one.
Oh,
Everyone knew it.
he was
you have been
addicted.
addicted
He got
to mobile
addicted.
Yes, I have.
Well, there you go. He admitted to it in this.
Way too much money on.
I've been addicted to mobile games.
Yes, I have. I've publicly admitted this. That I spent way too much money.
DSP might be one of the most mentally strong people in the world, because this dude was an alcoholic, and he drinks still, but he's not an alcoholic anymore, and he's not addicted to drinking. So think about that. Did that shit with no rehab, no help from anybody else, just pure willpower, and maybe the help of his wife. So we got that. Plus, we got him dropping mobile games. He was addicted to mobile games, spent a bunch of money, so much he don't even want to talk about how much he spent. Guess what? He dropped it. Guess how he did it? Mental willpower. With his own fucking nobody else. Nobody helped him. Holy shit.
Money on that, and there was another one that was called
This
Dragon
dude's the
Ball
GOAT.
Z Dokkan Battle.
He's the GOAT.
That one as well. This was before, way before years before the bankruptcy.
Yeah. He cured his own depression too. Maybe with the help of his wife a little bit. He's the fucking GOAT. He cured his own depression. He fixed his own back. He cured his alcoholism, and he cured his mobile game addiction. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was spending too
What?
much money on them. And at that point, I stopped.
He's a beast.
I cut off. I stopped
He's a
playing
beast.
Supercard and Dokkan Battle completely. When I saw what I was doing, I stopped myself from doing it. And then
See? He stopped himself from doing it. Just there. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to.
casually played other mobile games over the years.
Dang.
And basically what happened.
This dude's pretty cool.
And I know you guys are going to say you're changing the narrative. I please bear
Oh,
with me.
narrative
No,
time.
it's not helping your case at all, though.
I know, but I'm being honest. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is all public record.
It
I
is.
talked about those games in the past, and with these detractors, what they do is they find a narrative and they stick with it. If
Oh
I
God, negative truth.
prove it, or if it gets somehow,
They move the goalposts.
then they drop it and they latch onto the ones that they can't, that I haven't been outright able to disprove. This particular one, they've been looking for something to get me on for years and years and years, and every single thing gets disproven or just forgotten about. This is the one I can't.
Forgotten about.
Use Craig. Send him a screenshot.
I haven't found a way to do this.
Interesting thing for him to say.
And
Discredited or forgotten about.
that have been disproven.
I wonder how some of that stuff get forgotten about. Maybe because he's DSP and he's actually the guy and a loud cow. So something else happened. Yeah, forgotten about. Yeah, forgotten about is right.
There's people who make videos about WWE champions that have made entire exposés about me in the past. That have been disproven. They don't care about that. What's the next thing that we can make drama about for Phil? So we can have personal gain on the internet and get clickbait views and shit. So that's what I mean. Because this all started years ago with those other games.
He act like he don't do another thing and that people make another thing up to make fun of. And they latch on to it. No, you do another thing and then people make fun of that because they don't want to make fun of you saying the N-word in 2010 for 10 years. Because then wouldn't you say, wow, You're still making fun of me for saying the N-word in 2010. It's 2023 now. You should make fun of when I made that slavery joke. That's, that would basically be his defense.
I publicly admitted to everyone, yeah, I was addicted to them. I spent too much money on them. I'm done with that now, And then I casually.
This didn't happen, by the way. Listen to this.
So that's what I mean. Because this all started years ago with those other games, I publicly admitted to everyone, yeah, I was addicted to them. I spent too much money on them.
Where that video at? The only thing I could be thinking of is when he said he was going to quit mobile games when his wife moved in. Before she was his wife, when his girlfriend was moving in. He told us he was going to quit mobile games, and eventually he told us he was going to quit caffeine because of her. Now, we know now in hindsight, he didn't quit mobile games because of her, and he drank 2 coffees a day. So thank you, Kat. You are keeping DSP strong, and he's keeping you weak by breaking your exercise equipment or not putting it together correctly and then saying it's broke and getting a refund.
I'm done with that now, And then I casually, people at one point, like 2017, when this game came out, asked me, "Are you playing any other mobile games?" Yeah, I started playing this one, and every once in a while I mention it. I think the last time that I actively had admitted that I had played it was 2019. I had said that I was on a plane to Connecticut to get married to my wife. And
the lady he said he was going to stop for. He might bring it up in this.
Games, you're still
So let's. Okay. So you say you play the game. You say you're not addicted, although you have been addicted to mobile games in the past, right? And I'm just going to lay this all out in front of us, right? So you used to play mobile games.
This segment's so long.
You
Holy
were
crap!
addicted to that game. Fast forward, new game comes out, right? You play that game. And by the way, you separated yourself from that game because you knew that you were addicted to it. Okay. Usually in the case of addiction, just usually there's some sort of intervention in life, some sort of intervention that happens, whether it's brought on by friends, family, or just personal, you look inside yourself and you realize something needs to change, right?
Right.
Do you feel that you're addicted to these games? I've already asked you this, but I just feel like, once again, you have transactions that line up with major events. I'm getting DM pictures of your Discord, your Discord handle in the WWE Champions Discord, right? I have, and it just seems there's all, so make it make sense. Like, this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. I have such a hard time believing that there is a group of people that are so hell-bent, this evil plan to make you look bad, that they're willing to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on WWE champions just so they can make you look bad. I don't buy it. And once again, there's an easy out here, Phil. I'm offering you the easy out. All you got to do is just take a quick screenshot. You can email it to me. It's done. We all move on. The detractors move on, and everybody goes, okay, you know what? And we all move on. That's
all right,
it.
DSP,
That's it.
we finally made it here. What you got,
man? And
what you got?
We want to make this happen. Like, I want you to be able to move on from it.
Adam clocked out. Come on.
Move on from it. I want the internet to move on from it. I want all the WWE content to be done. Like, it's there, man. It's there. Like,
DSP's waiting for that dude to cut his internet. He was working with the Comcast guy all along. Come on.
Like I said,
what you got?
About it. I gotta see how if I can do it.
He'll think about it.
Again,
I'll think about it, even though we've been talking about it for what feel like 20 minutes, but at least 10 real life minutes. That's the time you had to think, Playboy.
I'm not gonna 100% agree to it, but I'm
liability.
very strongly considering doing it.
I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do it. I'm considering it. It's like Baldur's Gate 3.
Captive audience here. They want to know, right?
Oh, no, hold on. I told you I'm not even doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream. I'm definitely not doing it today on the stream.
Okay.
It's just, you got to understand there's liability here. This is not just a discussion for me either. I'm talking to my wife, everything here.
Oh, dude, I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's here. And I wasn't just misremembering it.
Like I said,
I got to talk to my wife.
On the stream.
Okay.
It's just, you got to understand there's liability here. This is not just a discussion for me either. I'm talking to my wife, everything here. Because if this account gets out, that's a lot of stuff that now can be
liability. He's implying, because I don't know if you're going to say my family, bruh. He's implying it's a liability to his family. If his WWE Champions account name gets exposed, to the point where we know factually it's him. Like if he say, this is me, I'm the guy, I'm down from the Raptors _2. And it's like, he can't do it. He can't risk doing it. Because if he do it, somebody gonna look that account up and find like the 17-star Ultra Omega NFT CM Punk that you can only get if you spend $50,000 and declaw your cat. And it's gonna be like, well, obviously DSP did that, so we can't have that happen.
Okay. All right. Look, like I said, family, I get it. Right. Totally understand. Okay. And then you know, when you decide that it's.
And then he bring up the cat restraining order shit out of nowhere. And I'm going to say that he say Cat gave me permission to talk about it. Did she tell him to do it to like get out of talking about it and stuff?
This is something that you're comfortable with. You can.
Honey, when you get extra nervous, bring up that Super Roommate used to hit me.
Okay.
Okay,
I will
honey.
delete it immediately after. And
the way he said it was so like you swear he wasn't even talking about his actual wife.
So, all right. Well, let's.
Like he was talking about his strange lady.
I don't really know how to move on
for hitting her.
I don't know. I just feel
Falcon
like there's
punch?
this mountain of stuff here, and it just.
Phil, I got a show name that you can do. This is how you don't game.
Okay.
I think
he tried it already though.
You need to own it, man. I
He
think you
tried
need
it
to
already.
fucking take back what they took
I
from you.
think they might be done with the
and just
mobile game
fucking
now.
Lean into that, dude.
Oh
Fuck 'em.
man,
Oh, you know.
it's a little bit more, but no. Okay, how much more is it? 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna play that, but it's the thing I'm gonna pull up first. DSP. This is no. We go to DSP Gaming. For the people that don't know about this. That didn't work. Okay, now it worked. DSP republished a lot of his old streams by accident / on purpose. And I say by accident because if you bring it up, it's been brought up before at least. And he'll say, I don't have any old streams on my channel. They're not there. What are you talking about? And it's really weird because it's a lot of old streams on his channel. Anyway, when MGS5 first came out, look at the name of the stream. This is how you don't play. MGS5 official live stream premiere. What a good name. 333 dislikes, 206 likes from 8 years ago. So, yeah, he already kind of tried it. So big ups. He didn't talk about this either. Like in this pre-stream, he didn't point out that he named the stream that. And he kind of didn't talk about it after. And it didn't work out either. He didn't have extra views. This playthrough actually kind of had not that good of a view count. And he, another thing about this MGS5 playthrough, he cope about it a lot and say he was good at the game. But in reality, he actually wasn't. And the game just gave him good scores. But if you watch the core gameplay, if you will, you'll see that it's fucking booty butt cheeks. And we got this video, audio. We got this video I made 8 years ago of his MGS5 playthrough. Well, his MGS5 gameplay. And as you see, he was really good at the game.
But there's so many fucking menus. Forget it now.
But in hindsight, he bragged about his whole playthrough. But he just got good scores in the game. Maybe because the game really easy on everybody. But his way to those good scores was not good gameplay. It's tough. He was like, what the fuck? It's too many fucking menus. It's too fucking complicated. He do a lot of restart checkpoint too, instead of actually failing. Kind of like how we play Hitman. He's preventing a lot of rage from happening by just actually rage quitting and starting over a lot. There's some good disaster footage though. It show how hectic the game could get. It make you kind of want to play it.
Well, that didn't work at all. I did 0 damage. Okay, so that doesn't work.
Restart mission. Restart checkpoint.
Seriously.
He just keep doing it. He just keep doing it.
I wait, the call never comes.
Oh no. We got a little bit more of this, like maybe 5 more minutes.
Man, but like
just
the
do
best
you, man.
thing to do is be honest and own up to whatever, right? So if you truly you said multiple times you don't know what you could do. I think Craig has given you a good out. If you want to use it, like I understand you got to like think about it. That's fine.
Yeah. Again, we didn't even get into the identity theft stuff of what's happened to me, and that that's why I'm so afraid. It almost ruined me, And that's what I mean. Even just doing this is a risk.
Such a risk.
As pointed out in the chat, several people have said like the charges to your bank account or to the bank statement that is not yours.
The alleged account.
That is not yours. They include shops that are around where you live. And restaurants and like it just seems like. Once again, Phil, help me out, man. Like we're looking at an account that just so happens to be around where you live. That just so happens to be shopping and dining where you're at. That just so happens to have your a social security number that is extremely close to yours. But that's how they access it. Not I said we talked about how we totally disown that. That's ridiculous. But it's out there.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say, the screenshot. I send you a screenshot. You see it. Okay, this is his account. This is not what he said was true. So then how did that happen?
Now I'm gonna masturbate.
How did they do that? I don't know how they did it. I wish I knew. Just like you just mentioned, those Discord chat stuff. I don't know how they did that. I have no idea. I guess I'm stupid. I'm a dinosaur, right? Like I don't understand
how
they
stupid,
faked all that stuff. I really have no clue. And people say, "Well, how could they have done it?" It's like
oh my god, you just keep going.
How do you fake a bank account, or is it a real bank account that they somehow had access and found one that's close? I don't know. How could that
do you think that somebody went in and created a fake bank account?
Gunner. You've been here the whole time. I'm pretty sure. Welcome to the almost end segment.
Dislikes you that much that
of this amazing lore style stream.
From a bank account.
Look how much fun Meerkat was having during this.
Just happens to be right where you live, right in the same area at shops you may or may not visit. Like this just seems like way dude.
Do you my honest answer?
Yes.
Yes, I believe they hate me that much. I have other situations that are similar that have happened to me, and I can tell you about them. If
like what?
We don't have to. It's your call.
Oh, it's just way too elaborate, man.
I hear you. I hear you. I've had people who've catfished me for 2 years, saying they were someone to get into my group. They moderated for me on my chat for 2 years, saying they were a person. They had a whole persona of who they were. All my other moderators were friendly with them. And
but he exaggerates so much.
Whole
persona.
Secret detractor, and I was here.
They didn't make up a persona.
What? You spent.
They gave you a name.
Life doing this, and you're like, that can't be true. It's true.
People in his chat now have more of a fake persona that he talked to every day. What the hell are you talking about?
What about that? These accounts. The Down from the Rafters, the DSP account. Why are they tied to your phone number?
Oh, line app?
That I don't know, and I don't know what that means. How could they be tied to a phone number?
Well, when you register an account, you have to put a phone number attached to it, right?
2FA. He knows what 2FA is. He knows about it. He's lying.
If you're going to play any mobile game, you don't ever enter your phone number into it. It's tied to your... Well, I guess it could be tied to many things.
Line?
Be tied to what's that?
The Line app?
Line,
perhaps.
That's one of the apps. Correct. There could be. Well, wait. Hold on. I'm trying to think currently. Okay, I'm trying to put it in perspective of a game that I played today. Like for example, WWE Champions. I believe it's your Apple account, it's a Facebook account, or there's a third one, and I don't know because I don't think I use the third one. So I use the Apple account. I never entered my phone number. You know what I mean? Like it was just the Apple account you log into when you download anything off the Apple Store or whatever. There's no phone number entry there. So I don't know how that would happen or how you would even tie it to a phone number. I have no clue. I've never entered my phone number into any mobile game that I've ever played. If you bring up the Line account, that's something else entirely, which we could talk about too, because they've tried to spin that into it too.
We have almost been going for 3 hours.
We have? Holy crap.
And it's been a great interview. I know it's been
shit.
tough. I'm certainly
it's been tough.
Taking the stance of being very critical.
And then they move on. They actually move on. But was anything really said? It's hard to tell.
It's been like 2 days. The call never. Don't talk about it in the DM.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on.
Oh yeah, and then right after that, this part happened.
Keemstar, the official side character of every
Like
lolcow
within
story.
10 minutes of the part I was in, I'm pretty sure.
He has to pop up. Keem had recently decided to move past Phil's drama with him over the coverage of the incident from a couple of years prior to make him an offer. A total of $50,000 to join the lolcow podcast alongside Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988.
I got a brilliant idea. Why don't I take the three of you, put you on a podcast? We will call it the lolcow podcast.
In an extremely unfortunate turn of events, Phil turned it down on principle and sought to make his thoughts clear on the matter during the Side Scrollers episode.
This was some kind of like a big project he wanted to be involved in. I don't know exactly what. Let me explain. So he says, well, I don't want to talk about it in the DM. We got to have a phone call. Okay, that's reasonable, right? Let's have a phone call. Here's my number. Here's when to call me. I'm available at these times of the day. Okay? I wait. The call never comes. It's been like 2 days. The call never comes. Maybe he's not serious about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this guy's head. All of a sudden, I'm on streams. He starts calling me when I'm on streams. I'm like, is he? I don't know what's going on again. So I DM him after the fact. I'm like, hey, you want to? So basically, it's like stupid telephone phone tag. The guy won't even contact me to talk about what he wants to offer me when I'm available.
Review Tech USA chimed in with a $50 donation to the stream saying, Phil, nobody cares about your history with Keemstar. Why are you above a $50K sign-on bonus for a podcast, but will ask for tips for groceries the next day? It makes no sense. Viewers began to speculate that the real reason was actually that Phil didn't need the money as much as he pretended he did. Eventually, Keem himself joined the podcast and the two went at it for an hour or so, getting very little resolved in the process. The aftermath of the stream resulted in only more derision between Phil and the members of the Side Scrollers. The day after the now infamous interview, the group uploaded a discussion called Dark Side Phil Aftermath, where they went over how the DSP episode went. Due to them being honest about what they thought of Phil.
You make a good point. Richard Parker in the chat. He paused his stream for the garbage disposal guy and for the Comcast guy. And the garbage disposal guy is the best one because I remember that one more. Not just because of that, but he went on an hour-long break, like VRV, hour-long. Nothing happening on the stream. He came back and said, wow, I had more views not being here than actually being here. I think it was a video, like a memology video. Like, bruh, what? But he couldn't answer the phone for Keemstar. He couldn't call Keemstar during the stream. But he can actually do a genuine hour-long BRB for a garbage disposal, garbage disposal system during the stream. Even though Kat was probably home, and if she wasn't, you couldn't push it back a day. So many questions.
Phil's responses to the more pressing questions, such as the WWE Champions fiasco. The discussion prompted him to say they betrayed him and describe the podcast negatively. While he addressed the Aftermath video, he made the mistake of mentioning Keemstar in a negative light, which prompted Keem to chime in again. In a tweet, Keem reiterated that DSP was no longer being considered for the lolcow podcast due to his inability to answer important emails.
DSP's a permanent member.
In another instance,
on
Keem
a
said, I've set up
lolcow
interviews with
live
DSP's family
thing
and
now.
friends. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Just an
Apparently,
unpaid one.
Unlike him, they like money. Keep in mind, DSP totally unprovoked talks ill about me when I was retiring. I barely even knew him, and he doesn't know me. After that, he was hurting for money, so I offered him $50K for a podcast job, and he disrespected me again. After that, I had a peaceful chat with him on Side Scrollers Pod to settle the beef. 24 hours later, he was talking smack about me again. After that, he tried to steal my podcast idea. So I don't want to hear that I'm harassing him. I'm simply responding. When Keemstar announced he'd arranged interviews with members of Phil's family, DSP responded saying he didn't care since he had no contact with any of his family besides his parents. So Keem would get biased information from people only interested in the money. During one of his periodic lamentations, Phil mentions having developed severe trust issues and having an inability to have friends, but he blames trolls for this instead of blaming himself.
It's hard for me to trust anyone.
King of
Suffering.
suffering.
So many people have kind of screwed me over time. People who swear to me, don't worry, we're in it for the best of intentions, and we're here to do this or that.
Nobody's saying that. I'm here for the best of intentions.
And it's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, fool me 7 times, right?
On June 24th, 2023, DSP celebrated his 15th anniversary of being a content creator on YouTube. 15 years, 64,000 videos on the DSP gaming channel alone, countless hours of live streaming, half a lifetime's worth of subpar content. It's hard to even believe it got to this point. Unlike other lolcows who have one or two gigantic character flaws that are like genuinely just making them unfit for society in general, DSP is kind of a different beast. He has no particularly grievous offense towards other people. Instead, he has an unending series of small offenses he has no interest in taking accountability for. He's not extraordinary whatsoever, and that's precisely the appeal. Disliking him isn't a race, it's a fucking marathon. His detractors will willingly sit through his content slop just to bask in how underwhelming it is. Every little self-serving lie, every
the part that will make DSP cry probably.
The audience, it adds up to the phenomenon known as pignosis, the inability to
this part is
stop
incorrect.
Following what Phil is up to. DSP is like McDonald's, where you know you're getting
a strange misrepresentation of what pignosis is.
Okay? He's a low-skill, menial job worker who stumbled into being a professional content creator and got addicted to it, and no matter how much negative attention or debt
pignosis is when you fall for his bullshit instead of not believing him. Duh. At least in the most simple manner of explaining it. Come on.
And yet every
have you ever heard of hypnosis?
Fate itself.
Turkey Tom, hello.
At games. Took 3 years after it was already the norm for him to start doing direct capture, and has never hired an editor in his life. He doesn't behave responsibly in the face of negative.
Yeah, you never hired one. He got him for free.
You
need that's bullshit to edit for him.
He defaulted on over $100,000 worth of debt that he took out on credit cards so that he could pay his taxes, even though he knew his taxes were just going to continue to accrue, and he truly has no hope of paying them. But he simply does not stop. DSP is like Albert Camus's The Myth of Sisyphus. He doesn't have what it takes to perform his task, but he's going to continue trying regardless. The struggle itself toward being a content creator is enough to fill his heart for the time being. One must imagine that Phil is happy, or at least he thinks he's where he's supposed to be.
The super sudden outro. Well, that was it. Somehow I made it through. I thought this would take me multiple days. It did not. I gave some, I think I gave some good pauses, a couple of good lore segments. We had a few segments that only I could talk about, or some strange person from the past would only be able to talk about. And even then, like, you know, come on. Was Fred gonna come back and say, yeah, I remember when Aggie wanted to write me as crying in a story and I didn't want to do it. Yeah, that would be really funny, but I don't think he would make that video. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm basically done. We got, oh yeah, I could bring this up. Why not? We're going to have some mini Extra Life promotion, but kind of not really. I had 2,500, 200,000. I think it was 2,000.
You're a fucking degenerate.
Yeah. I played Super Seducer 3 on YouTube. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend, I will be playing Super Seducer 3. Half the game, maybe the whole game. On YouTube. You wonder why? Why, Tevin? Why on YouTube and not Twitch? The game's banned on Twitch. It's such a degenerate game. It got banned on Twitch and banned on Steam. And it like ruined Richard's life. The dude that made the game. It didn't ruin his life. But he had to like stop spending as much money on DoorDash, basically. And like I think he had to like get rid of one of his houses. Anyway, I'm gonna play Super Seducer 3. That's gonna be an epic YouTube stream. And maybe hopefully one day all of this stupid stuff that I promised on the fly randomly that I'll do, it could happen. And I could do that too. Wow. And of course, I have the daily, ongoing, almighty _Tevin subathon on twitch.tv. Live right now, live tomorrow, live the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, etc., etc. I'm gonna leave this video up on this channel. I feel like it's coherent. Yeah, it's a coherent stream. And I totally knew what I was doing the whole time. Let's see. Big ups the people that supported the charity efforts today, like Christian C with the $10, Robust Grandeur with the 55, and Roman Catholic Philanthropist with the 1,337 whole dollars. Oh, I know how to play. This will be the end song. If you want to listen to this yourself, just look up Philip Burnell is a man.
It's time to talk about a man. A man with an ass. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man who had a burst on May 1st. Why? Because he had a thirst. He stroked his dong until it burst. The camera was on. It was on the whole time, so everyone saw him stroking from behind. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Support his family. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Please tip him for those groceries. Philip Burnell, he thinks you want to know about his day off, but you really don't. But he's Phil. He gets a thrill out of stroking his little Phil. Until he shoots a load that will spill on his DualShock 4. Oh no, he's Phil. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Oh yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Delusions of grandeur, yeah. Philip Burnell is a man on Twitter. Pulsating chicken sandwiches are unsatisfactory to this man, even though he ate crappier stuff on his show. Oh no, he's Phil. Undercooked pizza, that's his thrill, but don't put too much sour cream on his sandwich. I meant honey mustard because he's Phil. He had a thrill. He didn't like his sandwich because the cheese did spill, but that wasn't cheese, it was honey mustard. Lay a turd out of his butthole. I don't know what that means. Suck a turd out of his butthole. And now he's gonna masturbate, but he can't because it's not May 1st. No thirst. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Don't you dare say he's playing uneasy. He has gamer skills. He once scored in a tournament. He placed 4th, but in America, he was 1st. But that makes no sense. He wasn't playing against all of America, but he did have a burst on May 1st where he stroked his dong until it burst. Oh, Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man with an ass. Oh, yeah. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man. Philip Burnell is a man who had COVID and bitched about it for weeks, baby. Skip, dip, flip, dip. Oh, the camera's on. The camera was on the whole time.
Oh, the stream was on. Stream was on the whole time, huh? Hello. Well, thanks for stopping by. It was definitely a robust and chill time. Hopefully you learned something. And, yep, we're done. Philip the guy is the guy, and Cat is in hiding.